We're live! What up, world? If you are watching this in the future, it's 5:40 Eastern Standard Time, so skip ahead, I don't know, good half hour before the first pick. Sorry about no timestamps and stuff. That's too much work. We're gonna put that TV on in the background. It's on a commercial right now, so we'll not do that right now. We'll recap a little bit yesterday. We can go through my grades, actually. Oh, I don't have them on that computer. So, just gonna have to listen in. For the grades. Alright, pick one. We had Tennessee go with Cam Ward. I gave that a B. My grading system is pretty specific. It's not flexible. I will make videos with grades for each draft, which will have a final grade, which will be a little bit more subjective. What is up, Michael? How are you doing today? Travis Hunter, quarterback, wide receiver. Oh, Michael, other position of potential draft early in the first. Although, is there a guy that they would go with? Offensive tackle. There is one name. Tackle. Charles Grant, a little ways down on my list. Let me, there. Have him highlighted. Of William and Mary. Big time. I think he would be a fit for a kind of offensive tackle that they like. A lot of upside with him. Outside of that, though, and then Ariante Ursu would also be, another natural fit, I think, for the tackles. With one of those picks for. So they got 2 picks now in the first 4. Impressive. And then a future first. All right. Let me get this back up here. Oop, CC. I see you. What up, homie? How's it going? Hey, Ford, sorry about us stopping by last night. What did you think of the Ravens picking Starks? Well, I mean, I mocked that a few times, so, I definitely wasn't opposed to it. I thought that they needed another defensive back. I thought that Malachi Starks was on their radar. I assume he'll be their nickel, or he'll go back to safety, and Kyle Hamilton will continue to play at nickel again. One or the other, but I assume that he'll probably. I think that's where he's best at, is probably in that nickel spot. So I think that that's probably where they'll put him, and have Kyle Hamilton's got more speed, so he can just cover more ground. So I think Kyle Hamilton goes at the safety. So I mean, I like the pick. Got an A for me in terms of the grade. That was right in line with where I felt like he should get drafted. And in the first round, that gets you an A for a second round. Soon enough, that'll be a B, and then by tomorrow, that'll be a C. Actually, by the end of today, that'll start to be a C, is a good grade. And it's absolutely fine that you were not able to stop in here, CC. It is not your obligation. I hope you had fun with whatever you're doing. I've heard Nick Scorton floating around for the Browns. You think that if they passed up on an edge rusher in the first round, that, was obviously leagues ahead of these guys, you think that they would take the next step down in the second round? I just don't think that edge rusher's much of a need for Cleveland. I don't know if I have it on. I do have it on their needs list. It's not high, though, up. And I think I felt a little peer pressure to put it in there, too, in terms of how high I put it up, just based on what some people were saying, because I originally didn't have it on my needs list at all for them. Heck are my great needs lists? Probably right up top, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, so I have it in my second tier needs, right behind O-line, I guess, in that same bucket, cornerback. So yeah. Like I said, though, I feel like maybe I felt a little peer pressure to get that. I would love Jaden Higgins. And I think that he would be one of the body types that they need, because I assume they're going to keep Jerry Jeudy mostly in the slot. I assume. So a big body outside to replace Amari Cooper would make enough sense. All right, so Travis Hunter, cornerback, wide receiver. Apparently, I guess Jacksonville's going to play him at wide receiver the most, which makes enough sense, just in terms of their needs. But I don't know, they got needs on both sides of the ball, so that's one of those things where it's a little extra valuable for him, because if he just succeeds much more at one position or the other, well, they have needs at both, so it's all good. So S tier for Travis Hunter. I thought he was a top 8 pick. Goes in the top 8. I'm not the biggest Luther Burden fan, and I think he's got to go to the right team and system. I mean, yeah, that's a head coach that would probably know how to use him, so I wouldn't be afraid of it if they drafted him. You know, they know they know what they're gonna do with guys. It's not like the New York Jets last year where they drafted Malachi Corley and they didn't have a plan for him. Like, what are you doing drafting a guy like that without a plan? Not only that, but they had just failed to implement a similar type of player, Mecole Hardman, who was, a gadget type of player. So I think Luther Burden's more of a gadget type of player at this point in his career with, like, starting slot upside. I mean, he could be on the field and still be a gadget player, but, he's not as big as Debo, so I don't like to say, like, Debo's a good comp, but I think that's mostly his ceiling as a guy who's still getting manufactured touches, but is able to do a lot with them. Also, have you had a chance to think about Duo Stream for today? No. Otherwise, yeah, sorry to hear that. Yeah, I haven't had much of a chance to think of anything, to be perfectly honest. What time is tomorrow's draft out? Cat, get out of here. Noon. Yeah, I don't know. What? I don't know. I feel comfortable in my comfort zone. Is there a way for you to just broadcast? I don't know. I'll try to think about it. Let's continue this recap. So we got the draft starting in about 12 minutes, and I will have sound for it. Abdul Carter, edge rusher, give him an A. Will Campbell, New England Patriots offensive tackle. That is what they're going to be starting him out as, trying him out as. That's what it's been reported that Will Campbell and his camp has, basically requested and said that he would only do to teams, and New England has also said that they want to do that. So I got a B plus because I don't know that it's quite a my guy, but it was the right pick. Is what New England needed to do. Did I really start it too early? That would make sense. I know I googled it right beforehand, but maybe I yeah, it begins at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There we go. We got plenty of time. Look at that. Well, see, this says 6 p.m. on NFL.com. Because that's probably when their coverage starts. I betcha. But yesterday it said 8. Because Yahoo Sports does say 7. So I just trusted NFL's website for their own start time. Good job, NFL.com. Way to have that wrong. Alright, well, I'll be here hanging out. Alright. That gives me time. I can move this let me get this screenshot then. On a different computer. Can you see that? No, okay. Yeah. See. What am I trying to do? Draft picks. Let's get.
He doesn't make it. That night, I'm sitting there talking to him in my office with his agent. There's like a fire burning in this guy. Like, I'm going to prove everybody wrong that passed on me that I'm the guy. The Raiders end up grabbing like the next couple picks. The next day, we worked out in the morning. To your point, you're jogging that night. That morning of the second round, he's lifting like for 2 hours. He's already dialed in. So, yeah.
He went 36 overall to the Raiders. Very quickly, 10 seconds. Where do you think Shedeur ends up? Just give me a team.
Okay. Can't let that run for too long without talking at all.
Third round.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm doing. I'm talking. Well, I look for this.
All right, why don't you rank the top 5 quarterbacks that are still available as we head out now to Green Bay?
Let's walk over. Let's just do it. Are we all going?
My email's somewhere because people email me. Get my email.
It's hard after you sit for like 2 hours. They go, where are we going?
We're going to go right here.
Either one, somebody, are you on that side?
I'll go on this side.
No, you're on this side. You're on this side.
Okay, I'm going to stay on this side. You click them, alright?
What are they doing here?
Is this all we have? Can we scroll?
Top 5 remaining quarterback prospects.
We're going to go to the guy we just talked about. Where's our guy that we just talked about?
Jalen Milroe? Shedeur?
Okay. He's the best, alright?
Shedeur's at the top of the list.
And MJD, talking to MJD about his makeup, I really felt I could go either way with this. But I think that is what puts him here. Because all these guys, skill set wise, similar. But I think he has the mental makeup to do it. Alright, now let's go to the next guy. So I really think that it's actually down at the bottom. I'm going to go Jalen Milroe. Ooh. Because of kind of what MJD's talking about, but I think the Jalen Hurts
what the heck?
And the way the offense is going to link, I think that he has an opportunity to intrigue some people.
This shouldn't be this tough.
I think, I'm going to say Kyle McCord. Kyle McCord is 3 for me.
NBA young boy.
Yeah.
Add an
I love
image.
the way that he just decided to leave Ohio State and show up in Syracuse. Grab the bull by the horns, played fantastic football, makes great decisions. Intermediate level throws, excellent. And if you look at Jared Goff and some of these guys, that's what they're really good at. And now I'm open to suggestions here. I mean, I can say Tyler Shook. I think Tyler Shook might be a guy.
Okay.
Played a lot of football. And then, you know who's interesting to me? Quinn Ewers.
I was going to say,
If you look at Quinn's film, there's moments where he's the first pick of the draft. Then I also think
So, top 5 quarterbacks according to David Carr. Shedeur Sanders, Jalen Milroe, Kyle McCord, Tyler Shook, and Quinn Ewers. Leaving Dylan Gabriel, Will Howard, Riley Leonard. So that's close to mine. I do have Dylan Gabriel over Quinn and over Tyler. I think. Jalen Milroe a little bit lower, but 4 out of the same 5. Alright. There comes a cat. Now, we covered Tennessee. Gave him a B. Cam Ward, I got a first round draft grade on him. Doesn't really have him as like a got a blue chip kind of quarterback. Travis Hunter, S tier, is a blue chip player, goes in a blue chip positioning, and I like him a lot. So Travis Hunter, once again, supposed to play plenty of wide receiver for Jacksonville and pitch in on defense. So we'll see how much he actually gets on the field on defense. I don't know. That'll be like a whole lot outside of, I don't know, 3rd and longs maybe types of situation. Maybe they put him in at center, at safety, and just kind of have him back there so that he can hopefully pick off the ball. Abdul Carter, edge rusher, A. Will Campbell, that was to New York. Will Campbell, New England, B+. Once again, get that plus because I think that New England needed to do that. But actually, that really shouldn't be a plus, according to my system. I don't know that Will Campbell is necessary. Well, was he my guy? Kind of seems like he was a little bit. I don't know. I'm going to go B+ on that. I'm going to change that up. Just a slight bit. Where is that? Alright. Will Campbell. B/B+. And then Mason Graham went to Cleveland Browns at pick 5 after they traded back. Got an A+ there for Mason Graham. It definitely felt like he's worthy. Good player. Top 8 type of talent. That feels like he... okay, yeah, so he wasn't quite a my guy, so I kind of put him in between there. And as A and an S tier makes enough sense. Ashton Jeanty, S tier. Yeah, obviously, liked him a lot, thought he's well worth it, and he goes there. Armand Membu got a B+ from me. Once again, why was I handing out these pluses like they're candy here? I liked these guys. I don't know that they were quite my guys compared to the average, and that's kind of what the plus is supposed to be a little bit. But that's also a situation where I thought like that was the right pick. So we'll just do the same thing I did for Will Campbell. Teterola McMillan got him a B there for that grade wide receiver to Carolina. That was a surprise pick to me for Carolina. I thought they were going to go defense. I don't believe I once gave them Teterola McMillan. I knew it was a possibility. I have wide receiver as a need. I know I talked about them having that need before, but never did go ahead and make that choice. Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle, A+ there for New Orleans. A bit of a my guy for Kelvin Banks Jr. That one makes sense. And I thought that was a great value for him there in this draft. At pick 9 even. And the right pick, good fit, all the above. And that's a pick that I made several times throughout the offseason. Not as of late. S+ is better than A. Yes, S+ is better than A+++. Nathan, how's it doing? How you doing, mate? Hopefully that is not a sign of how well I'll speak all night. How are you doing, Nathan? Colston Loveland, tight end to the Bears. A good pick. Colston Loveland was not my guy, but it makes plenty of sense. Good pick there. Mason will wear 94 for the Browns. Is he growing on you as the pick? Then with the 12th pick of the draft, 11th pick of the draft, Michael Williams, edge rusher, goes to San Francisco. It's a fit. It makes sense for them to put Michael opposite of Bosa brother. God, cat hair everywhere. Pretty good. Not mad at my Bears pick. No, you should not be, Nathan. I liked tight end going to them. I did that a while back. And the first time that I thought about it, I was like, this is great. Because I had slot wide receiver as a need on my list for them. But I was like, you don't want to invest in a wide receiver. I mean, we saw, at least high up. We saw what that looked like last year. And there was just too many mouths to feed. But Colston Loveland can be your big slot, and then he can come in twin tight end sets and help protect the quarterback a little bit. I don't think it's an underrated pick from Mason Graham. I mean, in some circles, I guess it might be a little bit, because some people were down on him, but... I remember in my notes I had on him was just like, he's gonna, basically don't lose faith in him. He's gonna have a bad off season because people aren't gonna fall in love with him because of the measurables and everything. But kept him as a blue chip prospect, and that's how he gets the A+ there. Let's move on to Dallas Cowboys at pick 12 when Tyler Booker reportedly definitely were not happy that Teterola McMillan went to Carolina ahead of them. I got a C for me. you know, I think Dallas is probably going to have a pretty good offensive line. I think Tyler Booker should be fine as long as you don't ask too much from him, and I don't think Dallas offense will ask too much from him too often at least. And then, of course, I love their center from last year's draft. And then, if Tyler Guyton works out too for them, then you got the real nice makings of keeping that offensive line of strength there. So it is early for me for Tyler Booker there at pick 12. I think, I would have much rather traded back before taking that Tyler Booker, or just grabbed a guard in a different round and went with somebody else. So that's why it gets a C for me there. But it's not like I think Tyler Booker's probably going to succeed. I think the idea was that Warren was already pretty similar to Kmet. Yeah, he really isn't. The thing about Warren is that he's less in line, actually. I think Cole Kmet's more in line than both Colston Loveland and Warren. Warren's, you got to manufacture his touches and everything. He's more of a gadgety guy, whereas you can just kind of put Colston Loveland anywhere, line up. He runs really good routes, and I think personally, the tiebreaker for Chicago would have been that, like, one of my notes on Colston Loveland is that he runs the route that he's asked to run, meaning he's where he's supposed to be at when he's supposed to be there, and he runs really nice, good routes, and he's just like a solid player in that aspect of just always playing smart and being where you're supposed to be. And I think for your young quarterback who struggled last year and, struggles a little bit with trusting guys and getting that ball out on time, if you have a guy who's your safety blanket who is going to be there, you can get rid of the ball and you know that he's going to be in the area and he's got the big catch radius and he's going to make the catch, hopefully for you, or prevent it from being intercepted at least, whatever, get in the way. So I think that was ultimately what the Bears really liked, specifically for their team and for their quarterback's future success. If I had to try to get in where they would have preferred Colston Loveland to Tyler Warren there. Who's your top-rated running back among the guys remaining? That should be Travion Henderson, I do believe. Let me got that top 10 available on the screen. I can scroll down a little ways on that. So right now, Princely's at the top. Let's see here. So did Travion Henderson make it? There he is. So yeah, Travion Henderson next. Cam Scadaboo is not going to go this early, but I like him a lot. And then Quinshad Judkins should be my next one. Going to be down at like 63. And then, unless I'm missing somebody, it's down once we get to like 79 through 82. I've got Caleb Johnson, Damian Martinez, RJ Harvey, and Dylan Sampson all in a group together. So Travion Henderson, I think, very, very good. Good guy there. Jay Portalayton, what is the S grade for Hunter? S, it's like what the kids do for their grading. S is just elite. Above A, it's better. A is A, B is B. So, you can just kind of think of it as A is an A, S is an A, B, A is a B, B is a C. Just move everything down a little bit, but it's just S tier is, I believe it's like a Japanese thing. I don't know what it is about it, why it is what it is. I just know that whenever people do tier lists, it's like S tier is the top tier. And I think I know enough to know that I'm pretty sure that it goes back to like something with Japanese rating systems. I could just send you the StreamYard in case you would like to, because it... Yeah, I know. I like having this mumbo jumbo on screen is my issue there, Michael. So, that's the thing. That brings us on to Michael Williams, edge rusher. We got that. We got Tyler Booker with the C. Kenneth Grant gave him a D tackle, gave him an A+. Went in the area of the draft that I felt comfortable taking him, and he was a bit of a my guy. I love him, and I think Miami could end up with the best defensive tackle. There's several guys fighting for best defensive tackle in this draft. Tyler Warren, tight end, got an A+ for Tyler Warren there. I like Tyler Warren a little bit more than Colston Loveland. Just, they're two different guys to some extent, but yeah, I just thought that all the additional stuff that Tyler Warren can do is really fun. I don't know how much or how creative Indianapolis will get with that, but I do think that, you know, I liked Tyler Warren going to Indianapolis all offseason, so, you know, I like that. You got to take one last shot at making your investment in Anthony Richardson worth it to find out was it worth it or not. Jalen Walker, edge rusher to the Falcons, the 15th pick of this draft. Gave that an A. Jalen Walker wasn't my guy. I had him ranked 20th overall in my rank, or 19th overall in my rankings. So he goes about where I expected him to go. It's a good pick. I think that should be a nice system fit for there. I think that they'll do a nice job of incorporating Jalen Walker. There is a little bit of a projection involved in that in some ways. I think a safe enough floor should be gotten from him just because I think he's a smart, hardworking kid. But it could, you know, it could take like a good chunk of the year or something before there could be a steep learning curve for Jalen Walker as possible. We'll see what they do with him. Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, going to Arizona, A+. This is a pick that I made for them a few times. I also thought, you know, Derek Harmon, who are you? Kenneth Grant were possibilities to Arizona. Oftentimes went cornerback for them, but obviously there's some major injury concerns for Will Johnson, causing him to slip out anyways. So Arizona wanted more pass rush, more disruption from everywhere along their defensive line. That was known. And that was part of the reason why I thought maybe it'd be Derek Harmon. But he had some injury issues late that popped up too. So, well, I shouldn't say late, but in terms of public knowledge that popped up, that might have also pushed him a little bit down. And I also thought that Walter Nolan had the highest ceiling out of all the defensive tackles. So, you know, they're going for that ceiling. I think he has a lot of potential as a pass rusher. Might get some negative plays like more often than you want from him early on in his career, but he's still young and getting better and bigger, and so he'll get there. Shamar Stewart going to the Bengals, edge rusher. Gave that a B. It was a little bit early for me here in this draft, but like nothing outrageous. Wasn't a my guy. Didn't necessarily hate him either. You know, just think he's a run stuffer first, and otherwise he doesn't really know what he's doing, so we'll see with that. Are you saying I can just, my camera can just show up on your feed? And then my feed would just stay the same? Is that what you're saying? Seattle, Gray Zabel, guard, A+++. So, all these pluses, where are they coming from? Because there's kind of three things that could earn a plus, and I tried to be kind of liberal with them. But team fit, team need, a my guy. Those three things can get you a plus. And I was just really excited for Seattle. I was excited for a lot of us who stuck by our guns and said, you know, I think Seattle's still probably going to take an offensive lineman, a guard in this draft early on. That might work, Michael. Maybe we can try to test that out just to make sure that I'm on the same page with you on that. And then I would just have to listen to you here. And then I don't know, might have to set up a hotkey, so I don't know. I still don't know if I could do that. I think that might be too complicated still for me. But it might be worth at least trying, and then I can always jump out if it's just not working. Tampa Bay, Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver. Got him a B+. We got 50 minutes till draft time here. Showed up a little bit early because NFL.com said that the draft started at 6 p.m. They lied. So, we're kind of meandering our way through my grades. StreamYard. Yeah. You know, when you get old like me, Michael, your brain gets a little fuzzy sometimes. It's a little fuzzy. Exactly. But, yeah, I think that would possibly work, but once again, it just comes down to then the talking thing, because then I'm talking on my own stream and then interacting with you. Don't want my sound when I'm just talking on my own stream to come over, bleed through onto yours, so I don't know for sure that that'll work well, is my only concern. Or my biggest concern in doing that kind of way. So, for Tampa Bay, Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, got that a B+, because I love Emeka Egbuka. This might have been a little bit early, not by a whole lot, and, yeah, I told people that, Tampa Bay was looking at wide receivers. They might draft wide receiver despite what they did in the offseason and who they have, looking like they might not need one. And sure enough, here they go in the first round. So that was a surprise. I don't quite want to say... I actually drafted Emeka Egbuka to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers earlier on, like the week of the draft week, I think, draft that I did. But I didn't do it in the first round after that, because then we had the free agency where they re-signed Chris Godwin. So, you know, that... I didn't think that was worth really bragging about, because part of the reason was that they didn't have Chris Godwin. So, yeah, surprise for Tampa Bay there. But I think they get a really good wide receiver, and I don't think that that was necessarily a bad choice for their future. And, yeah, we'll see. We'll see exactly how that works out for them, though. See if that was the best decision or not. You would have thought they probably would have gone defense to start this draft out, because it feels like they're just a few pieces away. Denver Broncos go Jahdae Barron, cornerback, A+. I did call out the strong possibility that they could go cornerback with this pick. I don't think a lot of people pegged that as a need for the Broncos, but they did need another cornerback. So for me, this was excellent value at Jahdae Barron as a my eighth, I think, overall prospect in this class. A strong first-round draft grade on him. My guy, my favorite player in the entire draft. So that is an A+. I don't know about the team fit and stuff, so I'm about to give him another A+, an A++, and it wasn't their biggest need. So just got him an A+, but my favorite player of the draft goes to Denver, and so now they're starting to acquire players I like. So we'll see. I might have to root for them a little bit. Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, going to Pittsburgh, B+ there. Big fan of Derek Harmon. Great fit for them. I believe that's where the plus came from on that one, was probably the team fit. And fits also, you know, definitely one of their bigger needs. And I was probably just happy that they didn't take a quarterback there. I thought trading back and taking a quarterback would have been a smart decision by them, but I think that they feel pretty strongly they're going to get Aaron Rodgers and maybe just aren't feeling the pressure to get one until the third round. I don't know, maybe they'll move up a little ways, but it's going to be hard for them to move up too much, and then they're going to have to lose capital doing so. Chargers, another pick I'm not like the most impressed with, but it does get an A based on my grading system. Omarion Hampton. I thought he is a smaller but more electric version of Najee Harris. Not smaller by a lot. He's pretty big, but Najee Harris is even bigger than him. So at least that's what I think I found when I wrote that note, just to verify. So, yeah, Omarion Hampton, obviously going to be the starter over Najee Harris. Should have been our sign, maybe, that they would be interested in Omarion Hampton, just the fact that they're similar in my books. But nonetheless, I thought they would go defensive line here. I think they need quite a few defensive linemen. And now, you know, the defensive linemen did get taken all ahead of them really the ones that we would think about taking. And then in terms of edge rushers, obviously the league did not feel comfortable with Mike Green, and James Pierce was obviously, we knew that the league wasn't too comfortable with him coming into this thing. And the Shamar Stewart's gone if they liked him enough. Jalen Walker's gone. Mike Call's gone. Abdul's gone, of course. So I suppose when it comes to best player available, that's made enough sense. And that's why he gets an A from me. I mean, he was probably the best player available on my board at that time, but I thought he was worthy of a first-round draft pick. I just thought they had some other needs. Maybe trade back if you were getting offers there. But whatever. They get a really good player. Matthew Golden gets a B for me, wide receiver to Green Bay. I had a first-round, second-round grade on him. Absolutely fine with this. I had him, he's like my 26th ranked prospect. He goes at 23. So, big whoop. I was a little surprised that the Green Bay Packers were interested enough in him that they took him, but they do. Yeah, that's what I would have to do, is use that key, which would be kind of obnoxious, but I think would be fine. Be worth it. Like I said, it'd be worth a try, and if it's just not working out, I can always just leave. Minnesota Vikings, Donovan Jackson going. This got a C for me. Another guy. Did have him lower in my grades. Not too unlike Tyler Booker. Like, I still feel pretty comfortable with him. It just was a little bit early for me. And especially, this has nothing to do with the grading, but for Minnesota, I really would have liked to trade back there and then probably still gotten Donovan Jackson. I mean, maybe not, but you got to think that New York was talking to him, right? They trade back the pick right behind him, and I mean, there's no way that New York wasn't on the phone with Minnesota, because everybody knew that Minnesota was interested in trading. Well, knows that they don't have a whole lot of trade players in this draft, but they obviously felt strong enough about Donovan Jackson. It does hit a need, and I think he's a good player, so no real qualms with it outside of I think you could have done better to get more out of this pick here. Jackson Dart right behind that, B. Yeah, a little bit early for Jackson Dart, but also this was kind of where I've been placing him a lot for the last month and a half. Not every time. Not always over Shedeur Sanders, but sometimes. I know I speculated upon them preferring Jackson Dart even over Shedeur potentially, and it ends up happening. I'm still surprised by that a little bit, but it did sound like that was becoming more and more of a possibility as we got closer to the draft too. That brings us to the Falcons trading up. Once again, these grades have nothing to do with... by the way... I think I'll have to do it on this computer. One moment. What do we got? 40 minutes till draft time. I gotta switch. Control D is from the mic. Okay. I'm sure I can change that up too. I'll have to restart my browser. But the link worked. So I'm backstage on the link right now. I think we're just getting to the Falcons. Okay. And I'll have to reset my restart my browser for that, which I can't do right now. So I'm going to leave the studio, but the link works. Oh, shoot, hold up. Fudge. Hold up, I'm going to come back in. I'm going to send you my number. Yeah, I'm just not resetting my browser right now. Like I said, that's what I got to do, but I got all this stuff up. I don't want to reset it. There you go. I sent you my number for in the morning. Okay. Back to the Atlanta Falcons. Moving up with the Houston Texans for edge rusher James Pierce Jr. Very interesting pick. I gave him a B- for this one. A little bit early for me because of the concerns, and because of those concerns also still give him a minus, even though it did impact his draft position and his grade here. Kind of got the double whammy, but I am just very concerned about James Pierce Jr., but the upside could prove worth it. We'll see. I think he's either going to be out of the league in 3 years or he'll be fantastic, and I don't know how much middle room there is. So they get James Pierce Jr. and Jalen Walker, edge rushers. I think something to be excited about. Did cost them quite a bit to do, but the grade does not reflect that cost by any means. We got a cat right there. What you doing, cat? What's behind on the screen there? Confused. What's showing up? This is showing up. Oh. I know what's showing up. Okay. We're good then. After that, the Detroit Lions took Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, B- grade there. Another, a little bit underwhelming decision by Detroit. Fine addition. He's gonna be good and for a long time. I don't think he's gonna be fantastic, probably not, but should be good, and yeah, for a long time. And he's a team fit and all that good stuff, but it's a little bit early for me. I wasn't like a Tyleik guy completely, just because I think that he's a little bit limited in some ways. A little bit boom or bust. I do think he'll probably succeed, though, especially going to the Detroit Lions. Goes a long ways towards that. But, yeah, a little underwhelmed by that one. Josh Connerly Jr., offensive tackle, going to Washington. I thought that was a great value this late to get Josh Connerly Jr. I was pretty high up on him, my 20-something ranked prospect. Biased. I'm not a Seahawks fan, buddy. See this? Green Bay Packers. Okay. If you know anything about the Green Bay Packers, definitely don't like the Seahawks as a fan base either. Anyways, Josh Connerly Jr., offensive tackle, going to Washington. Gave him an A on that one. Once again, my grading system is completely unbiased because it's predetermined based on what where I have them on my big board, what my draft grades were for them. So I gave guys a round 1 pick, a round 1 through 2 pick, a 2 through 3, a 3. They get grading like that, and so I went through ahead of time and S, A, B, C, D, E, F tiers based on where they get drafted with my my draft grades. S plus, yes. So the pluses and the minuses. The pluses have to do with if they're a my guy, if it's a team fit, or if it is like just a need that I really thought that they needed to hit enough to where I'm like, oh, great pick, like you needed that. S is just like what the kids do with tiering. So S, A, B, C. It gave me another tier to work with, so I have a few more grades. My S's only go through into the 3rd round, and then they're dropped off. So up to pick 73. After that, you can't get an S tier grade. So S is just like elite. And then a plus would just mean, when could they get an S plus? So you can only get an S in the top 8 picks of this if I also like the player a lot, so like Travis Hunter. I couldn't get an S plus. S was the top that you could get at that point in the draft. Who did I give somebody an S plus in there? Oh yeah, Jahad Campbell. Yep, S plus. I had Jahad Campbell as a top 10 player overall. I know there were medicals that caused him to drop, and obviously are a concern, or he wouldn't have made it that low in the draft. So there are some medicals that I don't have that I probably wouldn't have put him in my top 10 if I had access to his medicals, but I don't. So yeah, I absolutely love Jahad Campbell. He's a complete my guy. I think the Eagles got an absolute steal. He was a top 10 player once again. 1st round draft grade, so that got him an S at that point in the draft. A round 1 or a top 8 player that late in the 1st round garnered an S tier, and then he's a my guy, so S plus there. The Seahawks, so the reason that there are 3 pluses for the Seahawks, I guess there is a bias. I am a big fan of Gray Zabel. I have been all off season. But he's a my guy. That's one of the pluses. Another one of the pluses was because that was an absolute need for Seattle that they had to address. They had to take. We all weren't sure if they would. I got rather excited when they actually took Gray Zabel there. A little bit surprising, but also I kind of stood by and said that I thought they would take him, and that's who I had them taking in my final mock draft and everything. So a little bit excited there. My guy, and a system fit. He is the perfect kind of fit for a Kubiak system, modern Shanahan type of system, wide zone. So he got all the above, and I went crazy, and I just gave him 3 pluses because I was excited about it. It really doesn't change anything. The world's still going to keep turning. So, to finish up for Washington, Josh Connerly, a little bit surprised they went I thought they had a need at guard, but I did hear some people talk about throughout this offseason that they could always kick whoever their tackle is into a guard, that he was a good guard type of prospect, and they might take a tackle then and put their a new tackle out there. Josh Connerly could also be looked at as a guard, so I don't know I haven't heard what their plan is with them. He'll be a tackle or a guard for him. Either way, I was a really big fan of Josh Connerly, and at this point in the draft, he earned an A grade. Maxwell Harrison, cornerback, going to Buffalo. This was a fit that I did quite a few times in my drafts. He wasn't quite a my guy, close, because I do love those athletics. I do think there is some developmental concern from a little bit of boomer bustness to him, but also a really, really high ceiling that just kind of prevented me from getting all the way there. And then there was some attitude issues, concerns with him, some character concerns, I should say, too, that he just never got into my guy territory. But I thought he was a great fit for Buffalo. I don't really think there was a system where he was going to be a bad fit, but yeah, Buffalo was one of the teams that I continuously mocked him to. Green Bay, Buffalo, and the Los Angeles Rams were the most teams that I mocked him to almost every time. I think Minnesota once or twice. And then Jahad Campbell, of course, went there, talking about the S plus tier there to Jahad Campbell. So at that point in the draft, once you got to pick 25, if you had a round 1 grade, you earned an S tier. And I did have a straight 1 grade on Jahad Campbell. Once again, also a top 10 pick of mine because he was a definite my guy in this draft. Probably probably maybe my second favorite player behind Jade Barron in this draft. Gray Zabel's definitely up there for favorites. Yeah, he would have been up there. So S plus tier there for Philadelphia. Nice job, and these grades cannot be impacted by these draft grades aren't impacted by the trades. Like it doesn't matter. It's just about the player and where they went, regardless of any kind of capital spent to get them there. Because at the end of the day, I do also, when I do team grades, I take into account how many players they drafted, and of course, like where in the draft they got those players. Because at the end of the day, if you were to get 257 players or whatever out of every single draft, each draft you'd have like 4 Hall of Famers on average, like 11 Pro Bowlers on top of that. I can't remember. Basically just saying that, yeah, this is an imperfect science, but there are really, really good players in the draft all throughout it. And sometimes just having more picks goes a long ways towards finding some of those gems, some of those better players that will, you have players that will succeed and players that will fail. So, to me, quantity also matters in the draft. So I just count that for the team grade at the end of the day. And then Josh Simmons, offensive tackle, A-. I don't hate Simmons. I'm just extremely concerned about his knee. I think there's a chance that he could never I think there's a chance that this pick was thrown away. That Kansas City could almost literally never get anything out of Josh Simmons. It's a pretty severe injury. It has ended plenty of careers. There's a number out there that is like a 48% chance of returning. I don't think it's actually that low because of, I think some of those guys who get that injury sometimes, well, they're not like 20 years old, they're 30 years old, and they were on their deathbed anyways with their NFL career, so that injury happens and they just never get the opportunity to come back and play again. Some of them could be 7th rounders, guys who are just on the fringe and they get injured, they're never on a roster again. So some of that high, it was more than 48. It was extremely high, whatever percentage chance came out of him not playing at all. I don't think it's that high, but I would say that there's, I don't know, 15%, 10% chance that he just this is something, there's a setback, he gets out there someday and he's just not the same, and he just floats around to a couple of teams before he retires in 3 years because of injury. So we'll see on that. Rogue Gamer, appreciate you for stopping on in. Those are all my grades. I came here early, but this is good because now, before the draft actually starts, I can go refill my water quick, get me some popcorn for a little later, literally, and be right back. So that's what I'm going to do. I'll type that in chat so anybody coming in understands. I will be right back. I'll keep the grades up for now. Let's get the TV on. Oh, it's on commercials. Oh, come on. I'm not that popular. If just to let you know, bot, if you, where do I have to be? Why can't I get rid of you? Oh, here we go. You kidding me? It's not letting me get rid of him. I'm gonna have to open up a different tab. Oh, come on. Roll the F up. My whole computer just acting up. There we go. You've been put on timeout, you jerk. You just say one thing and you're okay, bot. Alright. Let's see if the first pick of the day 2 has been announced yet. Nope. It has not. Okay, now I'll be right back. Be right back. Okay, I gotta pop this thing out again. How annoying. Boom, there we go. Acting like a fool. You hear my cat? There we go. I'm back. Back to Cali. Kelly.
Who's the best available, you think? Want to read off the top of your list there?
We got some popcorn and a few licorices and more water
I'm gonna go with Travion Henderson as the
with backup water.
where he lands because I think he's just a fascinating chess piece offensively. You have 3 jobs as a running back.
Come on.
You can run it, you can check
I'm not even popular.
and he's
What are we doing?
in all 3 of those.
Is there literally just nobody else on right now?
Team that makes sense for him. I look at the Chicago Bears who have the pick. I think they are at pick number 41, so not that far away. Ben Johnson knows exactly what to do with a running back with this skill set. That would be fun to see.
You would think.
Like Caleb Williams.
So he would be the
It'd behave.
the Knuckles.
Correct.
So we got 20 minutes before rounds 2 and 3. I will be here tomorrow.
Because Ben Johnson already moved on from him in Detroit, and now here early on you get a chance and you're like, hey, we're back together again. Wait, we just took a
The Ultimate Sports Network. Let me go say hi to Michael at the Ultimate Sports Network. I might be on his channel tomorrow, to some extent at least.
Running back coming into last night with defense. Their secondary is going to be incredible with Barron now, with Patrick Surtain. Watch out for them maybe jumping up for Henderson, your guy. A couple of guys that I really like, overcoming red flags It's one injury, one off-field concern. Will Johnson, heck of a player. If he is healthy, he's one of the top 4 or 5 players, I think, even in this draft. Long, very similar to that guy I just mentioned, Patrick Surtain. Great instincts on the outside, very tough, will come up and hit you. And then a guy who led the FBS in sacks last year, Mike Green from Marshall, started his career, I believe it was Virginia, and then he moved to
I can't hear him.
Field issue, but Mike Green can get to the quarterback.
Yeah, I like that. And, we've been talking
All right.
about being aggressive. How about the last 2 years about Atlanta? How aggressive they were. First round getting Penix. This year trading back in and giving up the first rounder.
Do you guys have any guesses? Let's get a quick poll up here.
His 2 cornerbacks with injury.
Who do you think's the first pick? Who do you think the Browns take here?
From Notre Dame.
Right? Does anybody have any suggestions?
Until Monday of this week.
Let me get the grades off of there.
But this guy, every time I watch him play, I wrote down the word comfortable.
First, give you a chance. Give me any suggestions if you have any.
Is out there, man, press, zone, you name it, and a ball hawk. And the second guy, coming up with ACL out of East Carolina, Savon Rebel Jr. Started out last year, 3 interceptions in his first 2 games. You talk about ball skills and a ball hawk. This guy finds the football, goes up and gets it. And
Okay.
if you want to plug in a tape that's fun to watch, DJ, Michigan 2023.
So,
Remember that game?
top 10
Every time you turned around, you saw number 28 for East Carolina making plays against the
wide receiver, running back. What do I have as their biggest needs?
That was Rich. On the other side, Sean. You said the words eventual national.
Wide receiver, running back, wide receiver, slot, question mark. Quarterback, of course. Offensive line, edge rusher, cornerback, safety, anywhere along the defense. Tight end depth. So let me just see if there were any suggestions. Nope. Okay. Who goes at pick 33?
Going to go tonight. That will not be my topic here, as unbelievable as that may seem. Let's talk about who could be the second quarterback. The first quarterback taken tonight, obviously.
Shedeur Sanders.
Quarterback overall, could it be Tyler Shuck from Louisville? A name that really has gained a lot of steam in draft circles.
We'll say or other quarterback.
Couple weeks, he is older certainly has a lot of experience, but has learned a lot in his time at the best.
Donovan Ezraku?
In Louisville, was able to stay healthy, and name has been connected a lot to the New Orleans.
No, we'll go running back.
Early in the second round, would be surprised if that's the direction they go. One thing I kind of wonder is
Trevion Henderson.
that maybe there's another team interested in him. I wonder if it's the Rams. You guys talked
Or-
about the possibility of the Rams taking a quarterback.
Yeah, like Jaden Higgins.
Matthew Stafford, healthy, looking good, and in his mid-30s. That would be kind of a situation to watch early on in this round.
Let's try that. See if we get any votes on there.
We talk about years. How about degrees? He's got 4 degrees. So you're talking about
Better, he's 25.
He's not going to have trouble learning an offense. I think he's played all of them. So get a chance to get on the field. He's ready in terms of arm strength, size, athleticism, all those traits. He's got the experience, not necessarily in the starts, but in the years. To me, if you're drafting him, you want to get him going. And the Saints could have that opportunity to get him going.
He's been around long enough that he's on the same roster with Justin Herbert at Oregon.
We are on pick 33. All right.
It just hit me. Were you making a Gilligan's Island reference?
Raiders in town. I got a few friends down at the stadium right now in Green Bay. At least I think they made it there in time. Let's see. Hoping we get there for the pick. Maybe not yet.
Opening again for our 85th birthday to bring back our most wished for Blizzard flavor. It's the Confetti Cake Blizzard Treat, filled with confetti cake pieces and confetti frosting. Don't be late to the party. Grab yours before the DQ freezer closes.
So yeah, it is. Oh, come on, commercials. Be quiet. Be quiet. It is being reported that Tyler Shuck could go before Sanders. This is not a completely surprise. There has been buzz around Tyler Shuck at times this offseason, being like teams 3 and whatnot. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Jalen Milroe were to go at this point. NFL Draft Round 2 starting soon. Alright, my phone's completely charged. We can take that out. We're on a commercial right now, so I'll have the volume playing. And did I pin that at the top of this? If at any time tonight you want, I don't think I did pin that. If you want, guys, is there a pinned comment? Let me know if there is. Any specific players? So I might not be able to cover every player as they're coming off of the board. So you just gotta ask. There we go. Now it's pinned. So right now, Shedeur Sanders or other quarterback winning the vote. Thanks for the vote. I don't know. I don't agree. I think they're going to go elsewhere. Can I vote? I think I can vote on here. If I had to guess, I would go wide receiver out of that bunch. I mean, if there was an other option, I'd probably just take that. But I think with that future first that they got, they might be fine just taking somebody in the third or fourth round as a quarterback. And if they happen to hit, that's great. They're gonna go, but you know, now they've set themselves up nicely next year to go up and get a quarterback with those 2 first-round picks. If they don't suck. But also, they could just suck without a quarterback this year, and they'd probably be fine with that. To a point. Can't be so bad that it's hopeless. Because otherwise, then the coaching staff starts, could lose their jobs. That's probably not what they want. Draft starting in 13 minutes, roughly. I assume maybe more like 23 minutes. Do they do any kind of, not Pledge of Allegiance, but any kind of song before the second round as well? Or do they just get right into it today? I think they're talking about Shedeur. Oh, that was a commercial. There we go.
Here in Green Bay, the rain appears to have subsided. So
Oh, it was raining.
weather and football gods have come together.
I know rain was in the forecast.
To this thing. And it does appear to be drier now. And not many dry eyes in the house last night when players came out of the green room and had their dreams come true. And met up with our
You saying they all cried?
The Jacksonville
Travis
Jaguars
Hunter?
have traded up to get your services to their team. What conversations have you had with them with how you are going to be used in the NFL?
The crazy part is I had no conversation with them outside of the combine, so I didn't know what to expect, and I'm excited that they came and picked me. I wanted to cry, but I can't cry right now because I'm too excited.
You haven't stopped smiling since you heard your name. What's behind that smile?
Man, just all the hard work.
Congratulations.
Will Campbell crying?
Makes you a headliner
Little bit.
for the Las Vegas Raiders.
Ashton Genty?
You seen it, the energy, you seen the dance moves. I'm ready to go entertain each and every week on Sunday.
I've been waiting for a long time in that room back there. I'm ready to go.
Malachi?
Man, I can't believe this.
Maxwell Harrison?
I'm so thankful. I'm so blessed, man. I'm so happy to hear my name called. It's truly a dream come true.
Shamar, you are laser focused in this.
Shamar
moment.
Stewart.
Is this the kind of intensity you're bringing to a Bengals defense?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely for sure. Some people done messed up.
Yeah, he's kind of got a Kelly Green suit. I wonder if he thought he was going to Philly.
What's making you upset about the moment that you have right now?
Nothing. I'm happy. I'm excited. Just know I'm coming.
Philly, y'all know what's up. We gotta turn up. We gotta get lit. We gotta win another freaking Super Bowl next year, man. It's on.
Never give up the microphone unless you're giving it to a draft pick that's going to.
And then you have Jahad Campbell, who just kept taking the mic.
Receive that phone call from a general manager that constructs a championship.
He does it again here.
Man, it was a surreal feeling, just getting that call and just being here and, just having the opportunity and, maximizing my opportunities when I was younger.
What do we got in this vote now?
Getting to this point, so I'm just
Two people thinking quarterback.
And you have a future in television.
Me thinking
Congratulations.
maybe Higgins instead.
Let's welcome in the member of our broadcast team who makes grown men cry like she's Roy Firestone and Jerry Maguire.
Rich,
Good to
thank
see
you.
again, Jamie.
Thank you, Rich. I appreciate you. I believe this to be your 22nd NFL draft,
Correct.
Rich.
Yep.
You know this is my first. I did not know what to expect. When I have watched the draft in years past, I always assume
If there's any other rumors going on ahead of time here.
It's filled with, of course, hope and optimism at the start of the night, but it can be filled with sadness.
If the Raiders don't take Shador, it could be a long wait for him, they're saying.
13 of which heard their name called. They hit this hallway to become professionals in the NFL. Now, if you look
If I'm the Raiders, I'm taking a wide receiver here.
artwork, logos from these 32 NFL teams. These are not stickers on the walls, gentlemen. This is
Maybe I'll move my
a
third-round
wood
pick up to
artist,
get him.
A local Milwaukee wood artist named Ike Winter. And Ike Winter does not cut trees down. He does not buy wood. He finds this wood on the streets of Wisconsin. These pieces of artwork of the logos of these teams make up what a roster is built.
Pretty
like.
cool
It's
looking
different pieces of the puzzle to try and
logos.
make something great. Now, a tone was set last night by the second overall pick in Travis Hunter when he came by and affectionately smacked this Jacksonville Jaguars head. The artist Ike Winter saw this happen and he was elated. Now, there is blood, sweat, and tears. It took over 700 hours for these 32
Wow.
logos to be made. But there's history here, too. Ike Winter's grandfather was actually drafted by the Buffalo Bills back in 1944. Football is always family. Now, speaking of family, there is a name that
Is it
we
Frank
all
Winters?
as a football community have talked
No.
about time and time again leading up to this NFL draft weekend.
I wonder.
However, one person, the NFL commissioner, has not said this young man's name yet. Now, the Cleveland Browns have 2 of the first 4 picks tonight. Will we hear Shador Sanders' name finally?
Are you ready? The 2025 NFL
Oh, they gotta have Clay Matthews.
officially open.
So we're 9 minutes away.
The Tennessee Titans select Cameron Ward, quarterback, Miami.
Thought they'd do the Clay Matthews, the Bears still suck thing here.
Joel Carter. No Shador Sanders so far, and this is kind of what we started hearing as the draft became closer and closer, is that not only is it going to fall to 21 in Pittsburgh, but there's no backstop after 21.
It is not about when you go, it is about where you go. So to me,
Um,
Raiders fan, when you're hoping he lands in the right place, not at the right time.
Mike Collins on the phone.
I'm looking for any fun stories here while you're listening.
Here, the only question is when does it happen tonight, if at all?
The Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon.
Look who's on the clock, guys. The New York Giants have just moved up.
The New York Giants select Jackson Dart.
Shador Sanders is still waiting to hear his name. All right, 2 things. One,
Well, the only rumor that I've got so far is just the
gotta give it up to Jamie Earl.
quarterback stuff.
That was impressive.
Oh,
Impressive, right? She walked backwards. She walked forward again.
here was a prediction I saw earlier today for Cleveland. And their first pick. Offensive tackle, an option. Cleveland entertained training back into one, possibly for Josh Simmons. Now, yeah, I mean, I think Charles Grant is like, to me, or Ariante Ursary will be the 2 that you think about taking here. And you could, well, Houston picks right behind him. So if they want offensive tackle, yeah, they're going to want to take him at pick 1 instead of waiting for the 4th pick there. Hurts, Schuchnan had enough that I'm not ruling him out if the Broncos go quarterback. So I have some more buzz around that in terms of Schuck potentially going ahead of Shador. Cleveland wants impact starters, has many needs. One is wide receiver, and a run could happen early in the second, which is why you think with one of these 2 picks, they'll probably go with the wide receiver. Because this is kind of where you can expect some of these guys to start to go. And then they're going to go through, I don't know, until they're gone. But, I mean, probably really throughout the entirety of the second round. Semi-regularly earlier on. But they don't pick again, I don't think, until the 3rd round, I assume. Yeah. Get that lined up. So we got 5 minutes till, I always want to say kickoff. This dude painted himself all silver. Yikes. So, let's see. Cleveland. Kick this off. I think it would make sense to go offensive line. I'm going to say Ariante Ursary with their pick 33. Houston. Huh. Do they need a cornerback? Do they trade back again? Do they go with like a Charles Grant? Or like a Tate Ratledge? Something like that? We did see some of those other guards go, you know, a little earlier than we anticipated. Maybe Tate Ratledge, Jonas Havana-Aia. That would make a lot of sense for the system if they want to go offensive line. Also, plenty of interior defensive line names that could be it. Savone Revel is great. Then we got Tennessee. I would think that they'll probably go wide receiver. I'm going to say, let's say Trey Harris to Tennessee. Or Burden. Either one would make sense. And then that brings Cleveland back on the clock. And then they go Trey Harris, Jaden Higgins, Burden, somebody. Savone Revel's a beast, though, Michael. Oh, Revel all day. Kobe's undersized. I mean, he's feisty. He's at least not injured. But I mean, I've got Revel. Was my 27th overall prospect, and Kobe Bryant, my 97th overall. So, big separation between the two of my rankings, and most people's. A lot of people aren't quite as high up as I was on Savone, but not too much lower, within like 15, 20 spots probably. Alright, refreshing, seeing if there's any news. Look how comfortable the dog is on Tyler Shoug's lap. Okay, now we got... Now the real, the Tyler Shough love's coming in. There's an image of, I assume, his dog on his lap. And Mina Kimes is saying that that is a green flag. That's the kind of teammate that she wants in in her quarterback room. Because, you know, dogs know what's up. I mean, it's pretty fair analysis. It's tough to argue against it, I would say. Yeah, more buzz. Ian Rappaport, Louisville, Tyler Shough is in the running. I mean, to me, it's sounding more and more like Tyler Shough might be this pick here for Cleveland with the first overall pick. It's just coming from too many different angles. For the last hour, 2 hours, it's just been Tyler Shough this, Tyler Shough that. Might go ahead. So, we shall see, but it's looking likely. Somebody did think that Cleveland might trade out of this pick. That'd be interesting. So we're supposed to be about a minute away. Commissioner's always a couple minutes late, I would say. Which makes sense. You gotta be late to the party. A little fashionably late, you know. It's alright. Alright, if you're listening, I won't spoil it. But, you know, just know. I just kind of might have spoiled it. It really does look like it might be Tyler Shough. Because it wouldn't be Houston, it wouldn't be Tennessee. Otherwise, Las Vegas. Alright, we're getting there. They're going to come back from a commercial and we're going to start the show. You know, it used to be that when the show started at 7 o'clock, that was when the show started. But these days, when the show starts at 7, that's when the commercials begin. Gotta love it. This actually might not be a commercial. This actually just might be the feed in. They've still got the ticker going. You be happy with Shook? I think he's pretty good. I mean, he's somebody you could probably play for the year, if need be, or part of it. Find out what he is, and then you can still draft somebody next year. And then next year too, you know, depending on who you get, like Tyler Shook could be your starter for another year or whatever. It's looking a little misty there, but everybody's looking warm enough in Green Bay. With all those bodies, it's probably hard to not stay warm. Looks just as full as it was yesterday.
CBS Sports and NFL Network's Charles Davis and Daniel Jeremiah at the end of the second.
Are they on the clock yet? Doesn't say it. The commissioner still needs to come out and put them on the clock. So is it 7 minutes tonight? Is that about right?
Obviously, there's a whole bunch of other prospects waiting for the same your 2 cents going in tonight. Or what, Daniel?
This is the sweet spot of the draft. Maybe like a torpedo bat. This is like that barrel of this draft. I love that. This is where value is. We've got receivers, we've got edge rushers, we've got tight ends. There's a few running backs you're going to hear early on tonight. There are starters out there and plenty of them. So I love this portion of the draft, and in this draft particularly, this is where teams can really make some noise.
All right.
So you say there's some good runs there. Because the balls are jumping off those torpedoes.
Cleveland is
What I'm thinking about is very
still not on the clock. We'll get there. Eventually.
that thought they were going in the first round. A number of guys that maybe teams don't have a first round grade, but as you've talked about this entire time, they expect them to be starters. We're going to get plenty of those here tonight.
I myself,
Those names pop up.
if I was Cleveland,
Again, whether you're in the first round or the 7th round, this is your opportunity. Yeah, this
I don't know. I think I would just take a quarterback in the 3rd round.
You gotta have a firm foundation. You gotta have a roster that can go win a Super Bowl. That's obviously the case. There's 3 teams tonight that I'm really interested to see what they do because they have a lot of picks. You've got Cleveland and Seattle with 4 picks each. You've got Houston with 5 picks just tonight. They've got 2 2s and 3 3s
Wow.
tonight. So those 3 organizations.
Houston, Seattle, Cleveland. We'll be seeing a lot of them tonight.
To really rebuild their roster and in a direction where they think that they can go compete for a Super Bowl.
A lot of fun surprises in store tonight. Many of those who are announcing the picks
Of course, Houston, we didn't see it all yesterday.
class of 2000, 25 years ago.
They traded back.
And also members of University of Wisconsin football teams, or sometimes both. Seth Rollins.
All right, the stage has a bunch of people on it, so they're starting now. Commissioner's coming out. Looking for a spot to split the sea and get through the people. They didn't really have a specific spot for him to walk through.
Let's go, Green Bay. You ready? Round 2.
Woo! Let's go.
Tonight, over 200,000 fans were here, and millions more watched from around the world as we welcome another 32 great stars into the NFL.
Remember how he sounded drunk last year because he had just gotten done with back surgery?
We will select
It was on painkillers.
a generation of stars to the NFL. Welcome them. These players represent the 2000 draft class on its 25th anniversary, one of the greatest classes in history. That draft brought us the first and only time a club had 4 first-round draft picks, 12 All-Pros, 28 Pro Bowlers, 1 Hall of Famer,
Who could that be?
Also on the stage, we have players from Wisconsin to represent this great state and great city.
That's who they are.
Green Bay, are you ready for round two?
Yes.
Unbelievable. Great to see you are. Round two, the 2025 NFL Draft is officially open. The Cleveland Browns
There we go. Are on the clock.
are now on the clock.
And the countdown has begun from 7 minutes down. There's 7 minutes per pick
All right.
for round number 2 as opposed to last night when it was
Does Cleveland know who they want? They look a little unsure in the box office. And they're sweet.
Andrew Berry in the stadium shirt and the coach
Okay, they're not moving.
Stefanski with the owner of the Browns
Would you submit your pick?
on screen.
Oh, we gotta wait. All right.
I think there's a shot of the Miz on a plane last night. We were showing
Let's see if it's spoiled yet.
happened to him, and he didn't look terribly thrilled when he heard that Travis Hunter wasn't going to be around, traded out. A lot of Browns fans stunned by that. Mason Graham of Michigan
So,
was there
Kent Lee Platt of Math Bomb,
last night.
the creator of the RAS scores,
Some other picks potentially
says in terms of players with under a 5.00 RAS score, the only one he feels comfortable saying will be going at some point tonight is Gunnar Helm, who would have had a much better RAS score, but he twisted his ankle at the beginning of the combine and he still did everything. And when I say he twisted his ankle, it looked terrible if you haven't seen the pictures. You guys go look them up.
It's something we've been discussing in the run-up.
All right.
That is the conversation you have to have when you look at the quarterback room.
Oh man, my mouse is gonna be all greasy from the popcorn.
Bring in Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. You got to believe at some point in time they're going to add one. Is that going to be now? Is that later on just to get a young quarterback in the pipeline?
So
I do think their future quarterback is an
the suspicion coming into this is Tyler Shook.
I'm looking at some of these best available players.
I think
Wide receivers,
how could we go on?
good bargains.
Wide receiver
Kids, you've got two running backs from
or running back or both right now.
in the face. So that to me, offense makes sense.
Otherwise, you know, edge rusher Donovan Ezra, who's still sitting there. Some good cornerbacks on the board could all make sense too.
He is as a head coach and a play caller. He wants to run the football. A lot of three tight end looks. Big, strong, physical offensive line. They've always drafted that.
I almost finished my popcorn just while waiting
Among himself. So when you think about how Kevin
to begin.
wants to play, Nick Chubb doesn't look like he's going to be part of that going forward. They don't have that true lead.
Yeah, Nick Chubb doesn't have a team yet.
There are plenty of these runners that you're talking about.
They might bring him back.
Two opportunities to get it here at the top of the second round. I expect one of these picks to be one of those runners.
But I assume he's gonna wait till there's like, I don't know, some sort of injury, or a team will take a chance on him early on in the season, off season.
You got Luther Burden, you got Higgins and Knoll out of Iowa State. You still got Mason Taylor out there at tight end from LSU. So if they are going offense, in particular on the skills set,
I do have tight end
names that you're bantering around,
as a potential draft pick for Cleveland.
those names here in these next 4 picks, it's
More so like a depth piece, like a blocker, I think.
things that I would assume that they might.
But they can always spend up for it. All right, the pick is in.
10 seconds in, and this is
Let's see if I know what it is.
that Houston acquired last night from the Giants, so the
Not yet.
Giants could move back into the first round and take Jackson Dart. It is
Still not yet.
selection of the 2020
Are they gonna pop up on this app for me tonight or not? Will be the question.
hydrating and all that good stuff.
So with that, oh, I gotta refresh this.
The draft room in Berea.
Look at that.
Two picks close together, you got to pace yourself. You're not going to see the wild high fives. You got to stay in game mode because you got to see what's coming up next, who's going to be off the board, and where you're going to
There we go. Come on.
I just highly recommend if the GM comes by and says great pick and wants to shake your hands, do so. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
There we go. That look about right?
You like the pick.
Well, I think we're going to get a monster ovation here.
Yes,
in-
that looks about right.
In a matter of moments, because I believe the Browns pick is about to be delivered by one and only Joe Thomas.
There we go. Joe Thomas coming up on stage, gonna announce the pick It's up on the screen. Somebody who I talked about going potentially at the end of the first round goes to start day 2. Love it. He is my 34th ranked prospect. Let's let it be announced.
Them Brownies, here we go with the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select Carson Schwarzenegger, linebacker, UCLA. So they do not go.
And
They do not go.
linebacker, somebody we did not say.
Schlesinger of UCLA.
They go best player available.
Available off the ball linebacker, and after him,
Maybe.
drops off a cliff.
Probably.
They must have looked at the board
But,
and said, if we need a
yep.
linebacker, we need to do it right now. And this is a former walk-on who
Not the strongest linebacker class, as Daniel Jeremiah was just talking about. So definitely some need there. Or definitely some, if you want that, come and get it early. Carson Schwarzenegger, a complete my guy, as you can see. That's an A+ for me. I have a first, second round, late first, early second round draft grade on him. My 34th overall prospect, once again. Let me get rid of that on there. And so I think he's there in my top 10 list on the screen, maybe? No, he was one below Princely Emmanuel. So I definitely support that pick here at pick 33. And I love him. I love it. Congratulations, Cleveland. You're getting one heck of a player. He's a monster. I compare him to Troy Polamalu in terms of his ability to react to the snap and get, like, you know, through the line of scrimmage before the ball's even to the quarterback. So here are my notes on Carson Schwarzenegger. 6'2.5", 242 pounds. Strengths, he's a great pass rusher, good to very good in coverage, very good tackler. He's an instinctual player. Once again, Troy Polamalu-esque ability to time the snap and burst into the backfield. A special teams ace as well, so, you know, a little bit of bonus there. High IQ player. He's only had 1 year of starting experience. He was a walk-on just 3 years ago, so, you know, there's not a whole lot of tape on him. Lacks a little bit of eye discipline, something that should improve with more time. He's definitely a student of the game. High IQ once again. And he does get overly aggressive and take some bad angles sometimes to his detriment, which, once again, that can be ironed out with more reps, really. He only played in 7 games in 2022 and 2023 combined, just to give you an idea of how few, you know, reps he's gotten. Media session at the Combine, I said that he looks like a bully in a 90s movie. His neck is thicker than his face. Despite being trained to, you know, dislike the bully in 90s movies from being a kid of the 90s, he won me over pretty quickly. He's full of good answers in all of his interviews that I've seen with him. He just, yeah, I mean, I just think he's going to be successful and at a high level, too. Or I think he has the potential to be successful at a very high level. I think he will be successful regardless of exactly how good that he is. Love this feed. You got a subscriber out of me. Hey, I appreciate that, Martavis Ellis. You know, I hope you still think that in an hour or two from now. But I appreciate that. Texan selection is up. My guys are going here early on. You can see it on the screen who went.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins, wide receiver.
Great pick. Great pick. I wanted Green Bay to take him. I had him a little bit higher than Golden, not by a whole lot, but I did have him higher ranked than Golden. I think Jaden Higgins would have had even better numbers if he had a better quarterback, and I think that he can separate. If you watch some of his highlights, you will see him get separation and then have to come back, slow down for the ball on some of the deep balls, where he still got him. Still, there you go. So just an intermediate route, he creates separation nice and quick. Here we go, create separation. I mean, he's great at contested catches, but he's not a big man who has to rely on his contested catch ability. Big fan of him. That's going to be an A+, I am sure. For me, that might even be S tier. Where are you? Because I have a first round grade on. No, first half. So, yeah, that is going to be an A+ for me to Houston. Yeah, both my guys right off the bat here. Both guys who I said I thought could sneak into the first round, so I feel vindicated by that, the fact that they are going immediately here on day 2. And let me get you over to the wide receivers here. So there you can see Higgins with an A+ grade. Speaking of names that are football names, Martavius Ellis. You should be like a defensive lineman. I was thinking of Martavius Bryant, not Bryant, Martavius, old Green Bay Packer now with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Martavius, I can't think of his name. And then you got Ellis last year, edge rusher. Defensive tackle and an edge rusher. You like right in the middle. You'll be a 3-tech. Defensive end, Martavius Ellis. I mean, it works. It works. So let's see here. We got a commercial. Whoa! Wow! Wide receivers, where you at? Ooh. Wide receivers. What did I write about Jaden Higgins? I said he's got some excellent footwork. 6'4", by the way, 216 pounds. He's a big boy in all ways. Great footwork, though. Solid wiggle for a man of his size. His athletic profile matched that. So what I'm seeing on tape was backed up by his athletics. Testing at the combine. He comes in with a full route tree. He's excellent at pacing his routes, which is a great way to create separation. He's got very long arms, good hands, inside, outside versatility. You can use him down in the slot if you wish. He has very high football IQ. He's got a little bit too much sand in his pants. Like I said, he's a big boy in all ways. And so his separation numbers weren't the best, but like I said, I think they could have been better. Doesn't get the most yak. I think there's some yak missing on his tape because of bad throws, though. And you wish he'd get more involved as a blocker, but he is a good blocker when he does blocking. And so I don't think, like none of those concerns weren't even major concerns for me. And he is very tall. On the taller end, sometimes can be a little bit of a detriment at the next level, but it didn't concern me with his tape. He did well at with the one-on-ones at the Super Bowl, which is usually something that like the smaller wide receivers do well at in the one-on-ones, but bigger wide receivers don't always do well in the one-on-ones. So that was, once again, just backing up, like his athletic profile is great. Let's see, we got a trade. Yeah, Seattle traded up. Thanks for letting me know about that. So Seattle traded up with Tennessee. Tennessee got pick 52 and pick 82 from it. And this is something that I said is a good strategy tonight is to pick up as many picks in like the top 100 as you can. So I think that's what Tennessee's doing here. They're a team who can use more talent overall. So appreciate you for that. And that's a solid value pick, and that works exactly into that hand. Seattle comes up. Donovan Ezeraku, Mike Green, Trey Harris, cornerback. Quarterback? Oh, I bet you it's Tyler Shough here, who I did think I picked to them in a draft. Who the Ravens picking up? I mean, it is early. Pick 59. Maybe an interior defensive lineman. If one of them makes them, if one of the edge rushers falls to them, offensive guards falls to them, like Tate Ratledge or something, I think that could make sense. Actually, I'm going to look on here instead of this list. So I think a wide receiver could make sense. That's, Torrey Horton, Jalen Knoll, Kyle Williams at that point in the draft are guys who could be, like, picks. Running back would be a sneaky pick. Probably not going to happen. Tight end would, be a very Ravens pick. And there might be some guys that I would be cool with taking there. Like I said, so Charles Grant, Ariante Ursary, Tate Ratledge, Jonas Avanaia, Wyatt Milam, I would say more so than Marcus and Bo. Even if you reach a little bit, like Cameron Williams, I think are all guys that they might be interested in there, offensive linemen, if they might not feel like they need offensive linemen. So we got Richard Sherman up on the stage to announce this pick. I think he's probably getting booed by Green Bay. He's about to diss Green Bay for sure.
The next rival has
come up for safety. Who are they trying to jump? They think Cleveland was going to take safety? Cleveland, Las Vegas,
No question. You see my comparison down there is Kyle Duggar, but if you think about
Chicago.
much to use in Kyle Hamilton from Baltimore, their head coach Mike McDaniel.
All right, so Nick Manwari to Seattle. I'm a little surprised.
When he's closer to
I thought they, a lot of people, I was in the minority here, but I thought they were pretty good at safety. I didn't really think that was a big need for them. So, I'm not the highest on Nick Manwari. We'll get to that in just a moment. He's just very boomer bust. I think he's a little bit safer than Shamar Stewart, going much higher, but in a similar vein, you know, very, very athletic. But he's still a little raw. So that's why you see him going in the second round and not the first round with how well he tested. He tested like an absolute freak. I have a second to third round draft grade on him, which I knew he'd go higher than that. And that is a C. And I am not a Nick Manwari guy. If anything, I'm a Nick Manwari hater. So I guess, no, I can't give it a C minus because the athletics are so freakish. And I don't necessarily dislike him. I just would have felt comfortable with him a little bit later. Cleveland's next pick is in. So that's kind of the brief there on Nicky Manwari. I was going to say for the Ravens, safety, cornerback would be my other guess for them. So offensive line, safety, cornerback, defensive line, wide receiver, I think are the most likely outcomes. In order of... I don't know that cornerback's going to make it there. Cornerbacks that you would want. I kind of doubt safety. So I feel like, I guess my most likely outcomes are defensive line, offensive line for the Ravens. Interior defensive line, more specifically. Guard, more specifically. Hey, called that one out yesterday in chat. Quinshaw Judkins at the second pick. It's a nice draft pick. So, I want to first get... Nicky Manwari was my 68th overall prospect.
He can do a lot of work between the tackles. Just real quick, shifty back, who gets his pads low to the ground, and those 220 pounds, he's a force. He's got excellent vision and speed.
So Quinshaw Judkins, as you're hearing a little bit about, he's a big back, power back, but he does have some explosiveness that you don't always find from power backs, and that's what's getting him going here. And what I really liked the most about him on tape was his explosiveness through the hole. When he saw it, he went, and he didn't only go, but he flew through any gaps, any holes that he found. I have a late second, early third round draft grade on him. This in part has to do with the depth of this class. I'm definitely cool with him being taken here. I'm a pretty big fan of him. I think I was a little bit harsh with my grading on him. I'm actually a little bit surprised to see that I had this kind of grade on him. By the way, I guess I can end this poll, right? So that is going to be a C, right? Yes. So he is going to get a C grade from me, but we're going to make that a C+, because that feels harsh. Yeah, I think it's a nice fit, too. So for one reason or another, he gets that C+ from me. Cleveland. C+ grade for Quinshaw Judkins. Like I said, yeah, a little bit early for me. I would have gone Travion Henderson ahead of him, but they do like their power backs there, so they get one. Not going to argue against the pick, basically, so that's why we get a plus there. Parker, I hope you heard your answer to the Ravens. Hope you were satisfied with that. So we are up to pick 537 overall. I just got to keep an eye on that because that changes. After pick 40, my grading system will change. It is scientific, and it switches like that. So, overall, I had Quinshaw Judkins ranked 63rd overall. And, you know, I could have been higher than that. Could have been as high up as, on any given day, I mean, ahead of Cam Scatterbo even, so late 40s. So, you know, still like a little bit high for me in this draft class on Quinshon. But they don't pick he would have been gone by the next time you're up on the clock, you know, so it's all good. So, Dolphins pick is in. Let's see if I'm getting am I getting tipped the picks? The Raiders trade with the Dolphins. And they're going to move up. Didn't the Raiders just trade back? Or did the Dolphins move up? Yeah, okay. With the Dolphins, and they will pick it. Okay. So, that makes more sense. So the Dolphins are now picking after that trade back. I don't... I don't have any power over the grading system. It's based on my grade and where they go, and it's very strict. And it can change, like I said, one pick later can change from a C to a B. Don't take it too harshly. That's why it's got a plus. It's just a little bit early for me in this class. It's such a deep running back class. And there are some other running backs that I like more than him and that I have graded higher than him still available. So it's a C+, but it's not a bad grade. It's just a little bit high for me. A little rich. I just saw the details were just on the TV. I like Quinshon Judkins. That's why he got a plus there. He's fine. He'll be fine. He'll do good there. All right. Dolphins moved up.
We got a trade here. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded the 37th pick to the Miami Dolphins. With that being said, the 37th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Miami Dolphins select Jonah Savaiinaia.
Great system fit. That's going to get a plus for them. It might be, I have them, this is going to be another C. And I was kind of low on him. I knew he'd probably go a little higher than I had him. But this is a good fit. Very mobile. And very wide. So he's big, wide, mobile. It was Jonah Savaiinaia, right? They just showed a wide receiver for some reason. Oh, they're showing a running back. All right. So Jonah out of Arizona. My overall... This is just a good system fit. My overall 71st ranked player. And I just moved him up because I knew I was too low on him. So I got him up like as high as I could in my rankings without... well, just, you know, as high as I could. But it's just another one where, like, all of these guys here between... Throughout all of today, really, can go in any order. And for the most part, most of them, I'm not going to be too mad about it. This is just a huge pile of people who have very similar potential in the NFL. And it's just kind of which ones do you like more than other ones. And ultimately, I couldn't have 100 people with second-round grades on them. So I had to get picky at some point this offseason and push some of them down a little ways. So we are looking for an offensive line. We were there. Gosh darn it. We were there the whole time. What am I doing? Yeah, we were there from... Why were we there? So, anyways, Jonah Savaiinaia, C+ from me, getting the plus because of the team fit. He's a good wide zone guy, very mobile. Let me get my... my offensive line up here while we're at a commercial. Jonah Savaiinaia, guard / tackle, 6'4", 332 pounds. I believe he'll be starting as a guard in Miami. They're gonna give their tackle that they drafted last year a shot to succeed, but you know, in a pinch, you could use Savaiinaia as a tackle, but he's going to be a guard in the NFL for the most part. Very good to great pass blocker, good to very good run blocker, so that's great is my elite grading, is my elite wording. So very good to great, just borderline elite as a pass blocker. and still very good as a zone run blocker specifically. He has athletic upside, part of that zone blocking system. He has excellent acceleration, excellent speed, and a good agility profile. He has some physical upside. He's very girthy, very heavy, and yet he's still got that athletic upside. So it's no surprise that he's going this high up in the draft. He's got a really strong first punch. Part of what I knocked him down for in my overall rankings is that he's no good for some teams. A very poor to bad in gap blocking as a runner. He's just not very good on those types of blocks. But it's Miami. They don't run a whole lot of that, so that's all good. He's got tight hips for being such a good athlete. He lacks recoverability. He gives up on the inside to wide rush alignments, so a guy's lined up in a wide 9 or something on him coming out through the wide, they can beat him on the inside really well. He kind of plays to that outside a little too much. And he may lack some game IQ, so I just wonder exactly, not physically, not athletically what his ceiling is, but mentally what is his ceiling. He received last rep honors during the Senior Bowl practice, and he got rocked, but you get those last rep honors from having a good practice, and of course, this is all part of their interviews, this whole last 4 months was all one big interview, so he nailed part of the interview at least, and he lost 15 pounds for the combine, so that helps with some of his testing numbers, so maybe take those with a little bit of a grain of salt, but nonetheless, he was able to do it, so that's something. That is my summary on Jonas Avenue, the good, the bad, and the in-between, the question mark there with that weight loss. Just puts a little bit of an asterisk next to his numbers. His testables, I should say. Alright, so New England, the pick is in for New England. Do I know it? Do you want to know it if I know it? Oh, interesting. So Ian Rappaport goes, if you want to know what the league thought about Iowa State's Jaden Higgins, 2 teams, the Titans and the Raiders, both traded out after he was picked by the Texans. I assume that's coming from some sort of inside information. I mean, obviously, they didn't have to trade out because Jaden Higgins was drafted in front of them. It's not like they had traded up to get him. But I assume that's coming out of some information that he knows that both the Titans and the Raiders were hoping to get him. So, yeah. He's pretty good. I wanted the Packers to get him. I'm okay with Matthew Golden, though. I'll live with it.
You brought up, though, is they have to have someone that scares people. They haven't had people on offense scare anyone.
Just for athleticism's sake here, Jonas Avanaia had a 9.19 RAS, relative athletic score.
That has to change. Travion Henderson's the type of player that makes you have to start having that word.
Here comes the commissioner, James White, the former Badger, who scored the first ever walk-off touchdown in Super Bowl overtime.
Help make the New England Patriots selection.
Well, he's going to come out later.
We have with us Special Olympic athletes Xavier Gobb and Unified Sports partner Reed Turner. Both are Unified Flag football teammates from Special Olympics. Reed, Xavier.
That's neat.
All right, I know the pick. I'll get it prepped.
One of the league's Play 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation. The NFL and Special Olympics team up to provide opportunities for athletes of all ages and abilities to get active through unified flag football. This allows individuals with and without intellectual disabilities to play on the same team. Xavier, Reed, you got the stage.
With the 38th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select
Travion Henderson, running back, Ohio State.
That was nice of him to share. There we go, Travion. New England needed a running back, so not a huge surprise here. All right. Give me a second.
Andre Stevenson, that's a very polysyllabic backfield. They are going to be running.
There we go. So, Travion Henderson is my 47th overall ranked prospect, Ohio State. I have a second round grade on him, which is going to leave him in the B territory. I really like him a lot, but Cam Scadaboo is like my guy here. You know, I have him ranked higher than Scatterboot, but he's not a my guy. So I didn't give him the plus. He's close to being a my guy, borderline. But we'll just leave it at a B. I don't want to give pluses to freaking everybody. So, yeah, nice pick here. What pick was this? You know, in 3 picks, that becomes an A. It was close, but not quite there for New England. My strengths for Trevion Henderson, who, by the way, is 5'10", 202 pounds. He's got some great athletic upside. He's got good acceleration and very to extremely good explosiveness. To the edge and through the gut. Yeah, both ways. Lateral and vertical explosiveness, it all shows up on tape. He's got good ball security, which was something a little bit hard to find in this draft. Martavius Ellis likes the pick for New England. Yeah, I don't dislike it. I would have rathered a wide receiver like Trey Harris. But he might not go till later, you know. Or Jack Besh over running back in a deep running back class for my quarterback, but a good running game also helps the quarterback. So this doesn't not help your quarterback overall. I wrote that Mike McDaniel would love Trevion Henderson. He's really good in the pass game, so yeah, going to help there. Smooth transitions from catching to becoming the runner. He moves at the second and third level. Moves well, moves fast. I don't know. That seems like an unfinished note there for me, but he moves, really moves. He shows some patience too. You always like that. He plays with passion, very active feet. He strings together moves. Like he's got a dead leg move that he likes to use, but you know he can go from that dead leg into a spin and then juke someone right in front of their face, kind of stuff. Some of those fun highlight types of reels. He's that type of guy, and he shows some good awareness and decision making. He's not really a bell cow. You're gonna want to probably run him with somebody else, and he does have an injury history to back that up. I do think that I should say there's question marks in terms of him being a bell cow. I do think that he can be a 3-down back though in terms of his skill set because he can do it all. He is a big play hunter sometimes. That's a bit of a knock on him. And his pass blocking is actually really good. I don't know why I have that written in the weaknesses. Sometimes I write things in the wrong spot. He can be your 1A to your 1B to your 1A. He's a speed back. Yeah, he is more of your speed back. But like I said, I do think he can do it all. Works better behind gap blocking, but should be fine in his zone scheme too. I think he's at his best when he just goes north to south. So although he's really good laterally and everything, I really liked him at his best when he was attacking north to south, which makes sense with the fact that he graded out better in some gap scheme stuff. So, Jalen Miller is going to the Saints at 40. That is the Ultimate Sports Michael's pick. Yeah, so the Bears miss out on probably both the backs that they wanted. I think they'll be fine with the Bears. Caleb Johnson, I think, could be the Bears' pick here or in the third if they get lucky, if they don't take one here. They have another pick shortly. So the Chicago Bears pick is in. New Orleans is on the clock. Okay, so that Jalen Milroe pick coming up right here. Booing the Bears. Just get mad booed. I would be too. I don't even know who it is. That's not going to quiet. Oh, it's Des White. Metro! The Bears still suck. Luther Burden. So they get a slot receiver on top of their slot receiver that they already drafted. But different guys. Helping that offense. it's a good destination for him. The Bears are going to be able to utilize him wisely, and that's a smart offensive-minded group there. By the way, Metro, hello. The Bears just took their pick. How long till Minnesota's back on the clock? Tomorrow? Not tomorrow, but like late third? I have a third, don't they? So Luther Burden, like I said, I think he's currently going to be more of a gadget guy, but he does have the upside of being a really, really good full-time, slot starter in a Debo-esque manner. So obviously, very much an impact player is possible. Whether he's a big-time impact player or a small-time impact player, I think either way, he will be an impact player. And once again, especially at this destination, he's 6 foot, 206 pounds. He's very girthy. He's got some, he can withstand a hit to him. Although I didn't think that he quite played at the same weight as he weighed in. Watching him here, I mean, I think he's a little bit slender. To me, he looks like on tape, but sometimes it looks so deceiving. So I don't know. He's very tough. He's a willing blocker, and he was #1 in the nation for missed tackles forced. He's mentally tough and physically tough, so there you go, tough all around. Good to very good speed for his size. He does things with the ball in his hands. He's like an end around type of threat kind of guy. He can do all that stuff. Yak King type of player. Really good at getting separation too against man coverage. Minor physical concerns, very small hands, and I do believe he had some drop issues at some point. He can get manhandled as a blocker a little bit too often, but he's still he still gets in there and tries to block. He doesn't attack the ball as a receiver. I like to see my receivers go after the ball. He doesn't do that. He had a very much so a down year in 2024 after a great year in 2023. My question was, how versatile is he? Can be used on the perimeter, or is he slot-only receiver? And I lean towards slot-only / like gadget-only type of guy. He can get vertical some, but I don't think you want to, just like Debo. I think he'll utilize him like that too often. His releases and route running are still a work in progress. He's a bit of a raw, true wide receiver. He's not quite there yet, but he's got that, running back type build to him. I've compared him to Jaden Reed. That franchise guy, if you're not familiar with him, Marcus, he's compared him to DJ Moore. So, shades of DJ Reed, shades of DJ Moore to his game. Both of them actually are quite vertical guys, though, in the intermediate range. So, there you go. I don't think we have a day 2 pick. None? Is it 4th round next? Ugh. That's why you trade back from that pick. And you still probably get your guard, right? But are you feeling a little bit better about, the player? Not maybe the process, but, I mean, there was a need there. So, at least your quarterback won't get killed. Your young quarterback, that's important. All right. So, I had Luther Burden as my 41st overall ranked prospect. And let's get him his grade here. Luther Burden the third. I had a 2nd round grade on him, so that is going to be a B. To where did he go? Chicago. There, getting a B. That's a B minus. I have concerns about him, but they got him at a good spot, so I can't argue with that. Solid pick. I do think they kind of get 2 slot guys, but obviously, once again, I mean, totally different types of players. So we got some New Orleans receiver cheerleaders in the crowd. I want to cry. We let Will slip. He's still not taken, dude. Those medicals are not good on him, obviously. I wonder if this is where... Here it is. Shedeur Sanders continues to slide. If you couldn't hear that, the Saints just took Tyler Shuck. So I don't recall who I had him going to. There we go. Ooh, is Tyler the one with the hot girlfriend? Pretty. She's pretty. All right. Not quite my type, probably. So, yeah, this is a good pick for them because, like they're talking about on the TV, Tyler Shuck's probably one of the more pro-ready guys in this class, if not like the most. In terms of his floor coming in, I did have a 3rd round draft grade on him. My 7th ranked quarterback. 7th ranked quarterback. But you know, we knew he was going to be going up in this draft. So 3rd round draft grade at pick 40. One more pick later, and this would have been a C. This is going to be a D. I'm going to give it a plus for the fit here to New Orleans. That's a good scoop for them. So, and because it's just a borderline, like this was almost a C. I probably would have given it a flat C. So yeah, that's a good pick. I got some stuff written on him. 6'5", 222 pounds. He's got a big arm, and he's accurate. 9.6% pressure to sack conversion rate. That's very low, below 10% is great. 1.2% turnover-worthy play rate. He, smart with the ball. He does hold on to the ball for a little bit long, 2.93 seconds average time to throw, but he's a little bit... So I have not very mobile on here. He's not very athletic, and he's not going to get, like, rushing yards, but he can move around the pocket. It looks like we got Buffalo making a big trade. I did have him making a big trade on day 2 and day 1 several times this offseason. So Buffalo coming up to pick 41. And he has the main reason why I had him as a 3rd rounder was his injury history and not a little bit higher. He got injured in 2021 with a collarbone, 2022 with the shoulder, and 2023 with a fibula. So he's been very injury prone, but I think that's all bone, and bone heals. So it just could have been a lot of bad luck. That'll happen. He played in college for 7 years also. 2024 was his best year. He is old. He is 1 year away from getting his AARP card. The Jackson Dart pick over Sanders made my draft night 10 times better. U.S. Sanders hater. I feel bad. He's young, and they've been humbled. All right, so we are up to pick 41. The grading scale has changed now. Now a 2nd round grade is worth an A. So like I said, Tyler Shough now would have been a C. 1 pick ago, he got a D. It's just how the grading system works here. We gotta have cutoffs. He's a terrible character. I just think he's young and a little arrogant, I don't think that's, there's a lot more worse people doing a lot worse things around the world than that. Now, that's not to say that because there are worse people around the world that, oh, wow, let's take him in the 1st round. Definitely not trying to say that either. I'm all good with him sliding. I don't care. But definitely going to be an awakening call. Well, I don't think he's the virus. I think it's his dad. I think the rest of this slide is his dad. From here on out. Just send him to Pitt. Oh boy. Oh boy. Could you imagine him and see, I don't think Pitt's a good match for him. That's why they didn't draft him. Stylistically, that's a bad fit, I think. So I would have been a little... I think they would have liked... What they like about him would have been like how well he holds the ball. He doesn't get too many turnovers and everything, and they like that for their defense. But in terms of like where he hits people on the field and his deep throw talent, not really a match for what they've got there. They got 2 deep ball guys at wide receiver. You kind of want like a Russell Wilson or a Jalen Milroe or a Kyle McCord. So the Browns are a team. They're the team who had one of those nasty quotes that came out about Shedeur Sanders that was just over the top nasty came from the Browns. Came from somebody on their offensive staff, just a coordinator, not their offensive coordinator, nobody high up on their staff, but they have one of those, just an old school guy who like absolutely despises and hates the NIL and everything, and so like he was just always gonna hate Shedeur Sanders. Shedeur is a fine fit for their system. But yeah, an unwillingness to be coached would obviously not be a good thing. I just, like I said, the quotes that come out of Cleveland are coming from a place of somebody who has a vendetta like against him. Not personally, but against him. So I would be careful with that one. Could be somebody speaking honestly, but could also be somebody pumping up the negativeness. All right, Buffalo. Here we are, pick 41.
We got a trade. The Chicago Bears have traded the 41st pick.
Yeah, they wanted a running back. Or edge rusher. Ezraku.
In the 2025
Ezraku.
NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select TJ Sanders.
Oh!
Tackle, South Carolina.
He's good. Fits a need. So I wonder what's going on with Donovan Ezraku. I wonder if there's a medical that never came out. Starting to feel like that might be a medical thing for him. All right, so TJ Sanders is my 8th overall ranked interior defensive lineman. I'll get you over there. Yeah, man. Second, third round grade on him. That's going to be a B. He's not a my guy, so that's going to be a flat B. Buffalo. A little surprised they traded up for him, but he's good. He's good. (6'4", 297 pounds. Very good to great being elite pass rusher. He has a plan and he executes it well. Good to very good run defender. So he's an elite pass rusher. He's below elite, but not too far away as a run defender. Makes some sense why he would go this high, huh? Quick lateral movement that he can pull off at the snap that is nasty. Oh yeah, I kind of forgot that about his game. Like, he's got this first step. He's got first step explosiveness, but he also has like this lateral move that he'll use to just get right out of, range of being blocked as the guy comes at him. That's pretty awesome little move that he pulls off. He has some good pop in his punch. He's got some good field vision and awareness. I'd like to see him get his hands up more often. Solid hip fluidity. Weaknesses, pad level. If he doesn't recognize and beat the double team off the snap, he'll get washed out on the play. His footwork can be sloppy. He needs to work on his conditioning. We get tired throughout games. He has some tendencies that will land him on his butt in the NFL. He doesn't keep a wide base. He gets too narrow and not a very athletic base. When he puts two hands in the dirt, he gets flat-footed and could get blasted by an aggressive and alert offensive lineman. So just some issues with his footwork again. I mean, both of those were also footwork things, really. B-gap 3-tech defensive tackle for him. So there's a lot of those in this draft. They had a favorite. They felt worth coming up. He will help them get some pass rush. So Buffalo gets their man. What did they give up for that, I wonder? Jets are on the clock next at pick 42. Pick is in there. Let's see if I've got that one. Yeah, I know that there's been some news that has come out here and there over this offseason. That's a good dog. Yeah, look at the dog. Tyler Shuck's dog was celebrating with everybody. Poor Tyler. That's awesome. This is a pick that I just made for the Jets. I believe maybe in my 3.0 mock draft. It was pretty recent, so that would make some sense. I don't recall exactly off the top of my head, but I'm going to get this... Well, they haven't had it announced yet. I'm just going to get it all prepared for you. to go over there. He has died. Oh, Jesus. Yo, speaking about that, sad story? Derek Harmon's mom was like on her deathbed at the hospital or something, and after he got drafted, he like got there to tell her, let her know that he got drafted, and apparently she died very shortly after that. So, I mean, sad and good, you know, I guess. If it was indeed like her deathbed where she was expected to be dying soon anyways, at least he was able to get there in time to let her know. But I guess she found out, you know, heard that her son got drafted and where he was going before she died too. But that's just sad, you know, obviously, to lose any of your parents that young of an age. What's the grade here on this one? Oh, so by the way, TJ Sanders, I have 75th overall in my rankings for TJ Sanders. Tyler Shuck, I had 106th overall in my rankings. Okay, caught up there. So the New York Jets are taking tight end Mason Taylor. And I have Mason Taylor ranked 78th overall in my rankings. Once again, as with most everybody that's going to go tonight, they could go now, they could go at the end of tonight, and I'm not going to have too many qualms with that. Okay, Ian Rappaport seems to be reporting on something.
If not, the Steelers in the third round are possible.
And then, of course, there's been mention that if
Shador.
the Rams are in that, looking over the steering wheel down the road department, they do choose after the Colts. So the Rams are 46th overall in this draft. The Jets, we've been waiting to come back for commercial break for...
So Mason Taylor, I have a second to third round draft grade on him, so that's going to get him a B here. We knew the NFL was high on him. Very smooth tight end. That's the best way I could put it. Still quite young, and he does a lot of things really, really nicely, and he's just smooth. But I think that he's smoother without his pads on, and I didn't see it as much with his pads on. But because of his age and everything, I think that can translate very quickly. Kind of a workout, like, warrior dude. Obviously, Jason Taylor's son. There, it got announced. He has died. That keeps making me laugh. So, Mason Taylor, good hands, shows some burst, has enough to go up the seam, enough speed. He's got high football IQ, and he did well when asked to pass block. He's an okay run blocker. He lacks any creativity after the catch. He is Jason Taylor's son. Mason Taylor impressed at the Senior Bowl practices, catching and blocking. He killed it against Fred the Sled and in the gauntlet drill at the Combine. All in all, he was really impressive. So, yeah, the Combine was where I was like, okay, now I see what the NFL is seeing on this guy. I didn't see it as much with the tape. But once again, could very quickly what he does without the pads on translate with the pads on? I mean, definitely could. Welcome back, Metro. I didn't even know you were gone. I was just laughing at your the meme that you told me about, though, just a little bit ago again. The health concerns. So Mason Taylor got a B. He went to the New York Jets. He was my 70-something ranked prospect. To recap that, my top 10: Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Trey Harris, Savone Revel, Benjamin Morrison, Trey Amos, Andrew Makuba. He might not go for a while. Shador Sanders, Princely Umanmielen, and Will Johnson. Right now.
With the 43rd pick in the 2025 class, the 49ers select Alfred Collins.
There he goes, Alfred. Nice. As San Francisco continues to hit the defensive line. Definitely something that I've done for them when I've done more than one round. They needed multiple picks along this defensive line, so this makes a lot of sense. Alfred Collins, definitely my guy. My 57th overall ranked prospect. I definitely had these guys ranked higher at one point in time. The depth at the position is part of why I pushed them down a little ways. Nonetheless, still, my 57th overall ranked prospect. Fine with him going here. I have a second round draft rate on him, quite sure. There we go. So that's going to get an A+ for me to San Francisco. I'll show that on the screen here. I'm a big fan of him. He is not a explosive, exciting prospect, but he's a really smart, high floor, impressive, versatile type of prospect. I'll get you my notes on him because they're about to go to a commercial again. Dallas's pick is in, but commercial it is anyways. So there we go. Last two picks up on the screen. And Alfred Collins, my notes. 6'5.5", 332 pounds. Very good run defender, good pass rusher. Gets his hands up. 6 batted passes in 2024. That's always something that I like from my interior defensive linemen in general, edge rushers, linebackers when they're blitzing. If you lose the rep, if you don't win early, then watch the quarterback. Get your hands up if he passes it in your direction. And he's got very long arms, and he keeps his eyes on the backfield nicely, so it makes sense that those aren't like mistakes and that he can continue to do that at the NFL level. He diagnoses plays very well, keeping his eyes on the backfield. He's got great gap discipline, like I said, not necessarily as an exciting player, but he does everything really well. Versatile, alignment ability. He is excellent at disengaging from blocks, good hand club drill at the combine. He shows some violence in his hands. He's got some power in there. It's not immediately obvious, but it's in there. He keeps his feet moving all the time. He's got a good motor. He anchors well. He's a hefty dude, and he can absorb in the run game. Very inconsistent at the snap. He needs to work on his technique. He does play with a little bit of a high pad level, which can hurt the consistency. His pass rushing drill at the combine was uninspiring, and it's not really going to be what you're asking from him at the NFL level, but there's a little bit of it in there. He has an uninspiring production profile. At first glance, when you dig into it, it's actually okay on a per-down basis given the situations that he was in the most. This was backed up by some data that Brett Coleman put out into the world, which I don't have that written down here. And then he's got some athletic limitations to him. Versatile defensive lineman prefers to play on the inside at the end of the day. I thought he brought some additional juice when he lined up in the A gap, but his home is as a typical 3-tech B gap guy. But I don't know. I mean, I think there are some reasons where maybe you could get him in closer to being in the 1-2 gap more often, because once again, I just thought he looked a little bit better there. But yeah, that would be on certain downs too. He looks the part of being an NFL player. I always like guys that I put on the tape, and within like 2 plays, I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I mean, this dude's an NFL player. That was my reaction to him. He'll be 24 years old a month into the NFL season, so he's a little bit on the older side. And at his media session, he described himself as quiet, hardworking, and coachable. So this is very much a San Francisco guy. I wonder if I pegged him to San Francisco at some point in the process with this fresh in my mind. He's understated and not very impressive, but there is underlying confidence that comes through. So, yeah, one of those guys where, you don't immediately say, oh my God, this guy got so much confidence, but then you're like, this guy's pretty confident, isn't he? It comes through eventually. Will Sanders drop out of the second round? I think Ian Rappaport was saying that's possible. I mean, it certainly seems like it's possible at this point. Zach, let's see. My money to it. Let's see. We got the Los Angeles Rams coming up soon. They could take a guy like him. We got Las Vegas had moved back. They could still take him. I mean, I won't put it past the Packers because they're just weird like that. Detroit later on could always surprise if they actually do like him some. Yeah, so I think there's like 3 teams really that like could take him at this point. I don't think like Tampa Bay is a team that technically could, but I don't think they would, just because they would be maybe a little bit afraid that it would cause some turbulence with Baker Mayfield, because he's going to want to start somewhere. But the later we get, the more likely a team can just draft him and stash him. Hopefully, I hope Jalen and Ewers go ahead of him. The fact that Green and Will are both available, Metro, it shouldn't be too crazy to you. The accusations against Mike Green were very serious. I thought the NFL was kind of okay with it, but apparently not.
25 NFL draft. The Dallas Cowboys select Donovan Ezeraku.
And I was just going to say, I would find it a little surprising that Donovan Ezeraku is still available. But there he goes. And I did not know that that was going to be the pick. So, much better pick than last time. That's going to get them an S. S and S tier. We haven't seen too many of those, and that's going to help to offset, I think, a C- or C pick from me earlier with their first round pick. So Donovan Ezeraku, somebody I had as a second round grade on him. There he is. Fourth on my edge rushers list. He's just got a whole lot of pitches in terms of his edge rush moves. Speed edge rusher, I think he is a designated pass rusher probably for the first year. That's probably why we did see him drop, because the NFL seemed to agree with that. But I still thought there was enough there that he might go end of the first. But I liked him, early second, and he falls a little bit later than that. A lot of people thought he could go as mid first round. That was a little bit rich for me, obviously based on my grade there. But yeah, I think this is a nice value there for Dallas at this point in the draft. So, for me, for Donovan Ezeraku, ooh, sorry about that, punched the mic. Pure pass rusher, good production, plays well versus the run. He's well-rounded. He's very good to excellent quickness and agility. But versus the run, he is. There are some concerns against that, I should say. Good reaction timing to the snap. His footwork and change of direction. His 4-bag drill stood out at the combine. He has several different moves. Oh, he's not the guy who... I thought he was the guy who I have like 8 different pass rush moves listed for him. But he's one of those guys. He's got a bunch. Very flexible, good playmaker, good play recognition skills, strong in pursuit, from behind the play. He has solid length, and he utilizes it very well. I wrote in my weaknesses, not a full-time 3-down starter, and he is a power / speed to power guy. His power in his profile is not the best. Showed a lot of improvement from 2023 to 2024, and part of that improvement was his power, so that's something that maybe he's developing and will be able to work himself into down the road being a 3-down player. Colts on the clock. Oh, it's up there. Edge rusher. So we'll stay right here. JT Tuimoloau going to be going to the Colts. I think this is a great pick. I've chosen an edge rusher for them many a times in the first and second round.
With the 45th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, my Indianapolis Colts select JT Tuimoloau, DN, Ohio State.
Pretty good pronunciation. Not quite perfect.
You talk about a guy that can get after it. And I know the production wasn't there all the time, but boy, he can wreck a game. You just go back a couple of years to what he was able to do against Penn State, in-state college.
Yeah, he's saying it. He's saying it. He's a bit of a game wrecker. Great power, heavy hands, constantly comes at you, wears defenses down as the game goes along, plays very well against the run, high game IQ, great discipline, highly athletic. Doesn't always show up on tape. More so tells me that what he does will show up what he does will show up at the next level, even if he doesn't do, a lot spectacularly athletically. I don't think Jack Sawyer's better. Martavius. I did early on in the process. After watching him a few more times, I did not. And after, just, you got to be a good athlete at the edge rush position. And look, there's a reason that Sawyer did not test. Los Angeles Rams pick is in. They're very happy. I wonder, do they go quarterback here? Did they? Wide receiver would make a lot of sense, right? They didn't do that yet. So, weaknesses for JT Tuimoloau, not the most creative. Does need to work on his edge rush plan. He just kind of, like I said, wears down his opponent more so than wins the rep, because of some great plan. He does not explode off the snap. Like I said, although his athletics testing was great, it didn't all translate on tape. He struggles to dictate the rep consistently within a game. A little bit inconsistent, but once again, always high motor. And he does play a little bit tight, as both of them did there. He looks like an NFL player. He'll help your team win in the trenches. On day one, he's NFL ready. High floor is what I wrote about him. And some of that's true of Jack Sawyer too. Just maybe not to the same extent. Jack Sawyer is my 14th ranked, late second, early third round draft grade on Sawyer for me. Right. Some think that he might slip out of today. So, JT Tuimoloau was my 52nd ranked prospect. Donovan Ezraku was my 22nd ranked prospect, as you can see there on the screen. And I know we already got Alfred Collins, right? Let's make sure. Yep. Yeah, Sawyer was... He ended the season, really strongly, and that helped his early off-season stock. Mike Green dropping, sexual assault allegations, 2 of them. If NFL teams weren't able to clear that up completely, that's a pretty big deal. The reason, if you were paying some attention, if you didn't know about that, then you probably weren't paying a whole lot of attention to the draft, which is perfectly fine for the last few months. But it seemed like teams were mixed, but all in all, more okay with that situation. I thought when he talked about it at the Combine, he was very open about it, which was promising to me, that maybe it was potentially actually nothing or very much something of the past, as one of those instances was in high school. The other instance was an anonymous complaint made in college. No allegations, no arrests were ever made, anything like that. No charges were ever charged against him. But also, I think we know, I'd say in America, but I think this is pretty true worldwide, and there are reasons for it too. It's not all just nobody wants to put away people who do bad things to, most often, women. That it's pretty hard to prove sexual assault types of cases very often. Often it's a he said, she said, and in criminal court, that's not going to go too far, and it takes a lot of effort. So I think police departments aren't too keen on spending their time with those types of things until it's just an overwhelming situation. So, it takes a lot to prove yourself innocent. It takes a lot to prove somebody else guilty. Kind of works both ways. And I don't know what the case was with Mike Green, but I would say at this point, obviously teams weren't able to prove him innocent. And so, with multiple instances, that's a lot to bet on. Yeah. Fair enough. I get into it. I do let it impact my grading some. Maybe I'll learn my lesson to not let it impact my grading. But I don't know. I didn't let it impact my grading on Mike Green too much because I thought things were sounding good. I did let it impact my grading on a couple of other guys, and sometimes it works out, sometimes they go anyways. All right. Jack Bech was my guess. So my prediction was, in this draft several times, was that the Los Angeles Rams would trade out of the first round, and they would trade back to take Jack Bech. So that is my projection, my guess. I love this pick. It's up on the screen, so don't look if you don't want it to be spoiled. That's my dude. I got it wrong.
With the 46th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson,
tight end Terrence Ferguson, baby. That is my guy. That is my third ranked tight end prospect. I have him tied with Mason Taylor. Gunnar Helm goes a couple spots behind Mason Taylor. A lot of people had him much lower in their rankings, so I'll take credit on this one. So, LA, thank you so much. LA Rams, I'm becoming friends with you. That's going to be a B+ grade from me on that one. Oh, I'm so happy. I would have been happier if I would have gotten it correct, but the surprise caught me off guard there of Terrence Ferguson here. So awesome. You love it when you're right on something. All right. Well, we don't know if I'm right on it, but you love it when an NFL team agreed with you. So he is a receiving tight end. A very dangerous one, I think. I don't think all of his athleticism shows up on tape, but he's also got some good size. 6'5.5", 246 pounds. Very efficient. Two and a nickel's worth of yards per route run. So that's good. Anything over 2 really is into elite-ish territory. Great athletics, very good explosive potential and power profile, good acceleration, solid speed. So I mean, they're not like the best numbers. They leave a little bit on the table, but all around, athletics, he hits every category. Downfield blocking effort is a plus. Great with the ball in his hands. Thrives against zone coverage. Significantly better than he is against man coverage. Traditional wide tight end with move tight end versatility allows his blockers to resolve in front of him once he's got the ball for like screens and stuff. Cardinals are up.
He squared. And with the 47th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson, defensive back, Michigan.
Hey, that's who I projected to him in the first round a lot this offseason. So there we go. I got that pick right just a round early. Terrence Ferguson, tight end, was my 76th ranked prospect. That is going to bring us on to. We got some people. Metro? You out there, Metro? Your boy went. Will Johnson finally gets drafted. Will Johnson, my 36th ranked prospect. He is a good cornerback. I thought he was overrated, and he also had injury issues. I had a first and second round draft grade on him, which was lower than pretty much everybody. But so I think the concern is that his knee condition, I think, is potentially or is degenerative, which is what pushed him so low. If it wasn't for that, I don't know how high he would have gone. I probably would have been a little bit low on him if it wasn't for that. Let's be fair about it. The whole world loved him, except for me. I wonder if Las Vegas goes quarterback. I mean, I think we're getting into that territory, but they traded back again, right? So I would say, yes, they're probably going to go quarterback, and that's why they're acquiring all these picks and moving back a little bit at a time. So all these top 100 picks, I said, get as many top 100 picks in this draft as you can. And Las Vegas is one of the teams doing that. You've seen a few teams do that. So Will Johnson goes to Arizona. This is an S-. I don't want to say that. I didn't actually dislike Will Johnson. That's why I don't give out too many minuses. Ugh. I don't dislike these guys. So, yeah, S tier. S tier, get there from Arizona. Apparently, maybe he won't have a second contract or something like that because of knee issues. I'm loving this draft. It's only been a couple of reaches. You can't really reach at this portion of the draft. It doesn't work like that. There's just too much talent that is worthy of going in the second, in the third round, and is going to go, like I said, all the way through like 100-ish picks. You'll start to feel it where, you're going to start to see other guys go once we get into the 80s, where you're going to start to see some of those names that you're like, oh, I thought that was a 5th, 6th round guy. But you're also going to still see names where you're like, man, I would have taken him a round and a half ago and been happy with that. In the 80 to 100 range. So, Will Johnson, nice job there for Arizona. I think they probably had a first-round grade on him until the medicals, whenever they found out about that issue. So did I get him? I did not get him off the list there. 36th overall. Get him out of that top 10. So now my new top 10. Get that commercial off of here. Mike Green, my 9th overall ranked prospect, falling due to character concerns. Trey Harris, knew I was high on him, 24th overall, but I was also high on Jaden Higgins, and he's already gone, so we'll see if Trey Harris... Houston? Do they need a wide receiver? I don't have the team's, like, draft picks so far anywhere. Savon Ravel, Benjamin Morrison, Trey Amos are my top 5 right now. Andrew Makuba could definitely go sometime later, but I think a lot of teams do like him, so we'll see. Might go in the second round at some point. Shedeur Sanders, Princely Umanmielen, Jalen Royal, somebody who I'm high on. Charles Grant, somebody who I'm high on as well up here. Princely Umanmielen is high on, so not really a surprise that any of these guys aren't being taken at this point. Jack Besh, not too far behind there. Josiah Stewart, Demetrius Knight, Ariante Ursary, Tate Ratledge, Omar Norman Lott. Tate Ratledge might be going off the board here or in the next pick. Did Houston get a guard yet? Tight end to Houston, you guessing? I have drafted them tight end. They did pick a tight end last year. They're either going to be in on tight end or not, which is like an obvious statement, but there's a lot of reason to think that they might just not grab a tight end at all in this draft, but also they could. And I think if they do, though, I think like Elijah Arroyo would make sense. Take a receiving tight end, because that's something that they don't quite have. Like, they already have the replacement to I keep trying to think of his name and it's on the tip of my tongue. If you remember the guy last year who was massaging cows as part of getting his hands ready. Harold Fannon's pretty cool. I don't know. I mean, yeah, Houston actually. Houston could has like the type of coaching staff that might be high on him. Just kind of depends, obviously, at that point. But Shanahan's system. So, I mean, the quick on Will Johnson was just he's a really, really solid, smart, good cornerback. I do fear that he might get a few too many penalties at the next level. Was my big thing for him. I thought he was a little too handsy.
Houston, Texas, again, they had a first-round selection that they traded out of so the Giants can come in and get Jackson Dart. They got 2 and 3 in this year's draft. All
right, so I've had some big major victories tonight. Looking for a couple other here to... Trey Amos, kind of. You know, starting to get towards that sliding-ish territory.
Trade alert. Those boys in Houston are making moves right now.
Here's a tight end, Owen Daniels, making the pick.
Traded the 48th pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 48th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Ariante Ursary.
Offensive tackle, there we go. That's a good pick. 55th ranked overall prospect.
There's a massive human being here. Outstanding size, and he's got an anchor. You want to try and rush through his chest, you're going to have problems.
You can't get through the boy. And he's very mobile, too. He's like big and mobile. We'll let DJ finish this.
Ability there, CD, but I think the inability to bend at times was concerning. This is, to me, guys, some people thought had a chance to go at the bottom of the first round. Other teams had
I thought so.
round grades on. So, to me, one of the more polarizing players in the draft.
Yeah, you got to think that Houston feels good about getting him where they did, but he doesn't have to be a starter right away. I mean, I know they're rebuilding the offensive line. Remember, they picked up Cam Robinson from Minnesota.
But he might be able to be a starter right away. So I gave him an A. It wasn't a my guy. Just an A. I like him plenty. Like I said, he's a really big guy who can move really well. So, once again, you put that combination together, much like Jonas Savanaia earlier, and, I mean, it's a good combination to have at pretty much any position in the NFL, especially along the trenches, offensive line, defensive line. So, I mean, that's the quick skibbity-doop on that one, and he is a fit for the system because he is mobile. So here's part of the reason that they were jumping up. Might have been Cincinnati. They could have been a little bit afraid Cincinnati. They have some offensive line needs. I think Cincinnati, I've given them Tate Ratledge here a few times. Guard, Tate Ratledge, also very mobile, system fit for them. There's zone blocking, so we're just going to stay right here on Tate Ratledge, see if we get this right.
Nice lining in the jacket.
With the 49th pick in the draft of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Demetrius Knight Jr.
Okay, nice.
linebacker,
They do have a linebacker need. I wasn't buying it. I know Cincinnati fans were saying it, so I should have just believed them. I thought they were pretty good at linebacker, but I know there's some groans going on. So yeah, that is my... Is he in my top 10 right now? I don't know. He's my 48th overall ranked prospect. Nah, just outside of my top 10 it looks like. From South Carolina. Is that right? Demetrius? Yeah, South Carolina, Demetrius Knight. Linebacker. Third linebacker. They're going in order so far. That wasn't too hard to predict this. Cincinnati, I had a second round grade on him. He goes in the second round, so that is an A. He's not a my guy. Yeah, fairly young. Some raw aspects. Definitely, I think, some development to go for Demetrius Knight, but really, really high potential. Could be one of the best linebackers in the league if everything goes well for him. Appreciate the compliment from my board going well. Yeah, if we start seeing guys with 4th round grades go, then we know I screwed up on them. But that has not happened yet. Everybody that's gone has had a, at worst, late 2nd grade on them. Outside of Tyler Shuck, which, you know, it's a quarterback. I only pushed the quarterbacks up like the first few. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, like Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, I pushed them up in my rankings a little bit. Jackson Dart, maybe a little bit. Kyle McCord, maybe a little bit. But then, definitely not after that point. Alright, so Seattle's pick is in. Demetrius Knight to the Bengals there. Seattle, I've gone like Alec Iomanner around this portion of the draft for them. Which I have a 3rd round grade on Alec Iomanner. I'm not a big fan of him. But Trey Harris is still here. Usually he's gone for me. So Trey Harris would be like that would be a good pick for them. I don't remember who else they've taken so far. Well, safety Nickerman Wari and guard, so they're not going to be in for... I mean, I doubt they'll be in for Tate Ratledge. They could add another offensive lineman. I don't think they will. Trey Harris would be more than replacing Lockett. It actually... I mean, it's really neither, but it'd more be like replacing DK Metcalf in terms of the vertical threat. Not that Lockett wasn't a vertical threat. But Trey Harris, pretty big body. Not as big as DK, definitely. Not even as big as AJ Brown. But in that mold. A little lighter than I thought he would be, actually. About like 6'2", 6'2 and a half. Oops, I just let that ad play the whole way through. Oopsie doopsie. People always turn... I don't know if that actually matters. I don't know if YouTube cares about ads being played. I mean, I'm not promoting it. I'm not making money from it. This girl's double fisting on TV. Her parents are so proud. She looks about 17 or 16. She could be. Probably 21, I assume. Got a Hulk Hogan Green Bay Packer. Sean Alexander coming out. We could boo him a little bit. Wasn't he the one who said, we're going to take the ball and we're going to win? No, that was quarterback. Sean Alexander was just next to him. Arroyo. Oops, I didn't have that loud enough for you. My bad.
The comparison is Noah Fant, and Noah Fant has been rumored to be potentially on the trade block, so he might actually be going to replace the guy I compared him to.
Makes sense. I wondered about that for them. I thought a couple of times of... I was like thinking of like, get him this tight end, but then like they already have Noah Fant on the roster, but I wonder if they're ready to move on from him and replace him or get his replacement in the building at least. Looks to be the case. I would not well, you know, yeah, he probably is a pretty good comp, actually. So, they get their replacement for Fant in Arroyo. This is one where I'm going to be a little low on him. My 96th ranked prospect, still in that top 100. Looks like we have a trade. Carolina Panthers moving up. Tight end. This has got to be the tight end run. So, because they do die out in this draft. And there's still, I think, 2 left. So, Elijah Arroyo, like I said, I believe I have a third. Okay. I moved him in. All right, that was smart. Late second, early first round grade on him. It's going to be a B-. I do have concerns about Elijah Arroyo. I think he's a little one-dimensional as a receiver. I just think he's kind of a big receiver. I don't know about the in-line tight ending and everything. So Seattle getting themselves, another. It's good. They need that, and he can attack deep. He just can't really attack in the intermediate or short, which is part of why I think he's one-dimensional. Ooh, all right. That's who Seattle. That's who Carolina came up for.
The Denver Broncos have traded the 51st pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 51st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Nick Scorton, DN, Texas A&M.
Yeah, so we're just getting into the range where I had him ranked. Nick Scorton, South Carolina, right? Texas A&M, same color. So Nick Scorton, I once had like a late first, early second. I pushed him down a little bit in my rankings. Late second, early third. So you can see Elijah Arroyo there, Seattle, B-. So this is also going to be a B. I don't have the heart to give him a B-, but Carolina. So nice addition there for Carolina, getting an edge rusher here. That's why you were able to, not take one, or like in the instance of Cleveland, if you had wanted one, or New York Giants even if you wanted to trade back. Like, look at these edge rushers. There's quite a few of them there that are pretty good. Of course, there are attitude concerns for several of them. So we'll see here. Landon Jackson, Braden Swinson, probably looking like maybe the next 2 off. We'll see how... Man, Mike Green might fall all out. I mean, he's got to. I feel like at this point, if you're really that concerned that you weren't willing to take that talent by now, then you're probably allowing him to go at least into the third at some point. Tampa. Wait. Tennessee Titans. Oh, here becomes the. Okay, so here's one that I was definitely low on. And I knew that. This would be the lowest. I knew that was not going to go well. So, Oluwafemi Oladejo, or Oluwafemi Oladejo, as he said. I don't think that's the correct pronunciation. I haven't heard anybody say it all like that. Oladejo could be more correct than Oladejo. That's possible. So, Tennessee. Are we still on this? Yeah. Tennessee taking Oluwafemi. I had a third, fourth round grade on him. I just wasn't as high on him as anybody. I was definitely out on a bit of an island with him. Let me get to my notes on him. I don't hate him. I'm not going to give this a minus, but this is a D. It's almost a plus. We'll see what I said on him to see if I give him a plus here. 6'3", 261 pounds. He can drop into coverage, so he offers you some good versatility in a 3-4 types of defensive end edge rusher. Very good run defender, 9.3% run stop rate. He's explosive. He showed some pass rush prowess in the pass rush course at the combine. High motor, runs hot, a little too hot sometimes. His pass rush is something, he's a linebacker to edge rusher convert recently, so that's still something that is a little bit raw. He does lap gap integrity, and he lacks play recognition skills. So I just think that he's very much a project at this point, which is why I didn't want to take him in the second round, at the very least. But he did impress at the Senior Bowl practice. A lot of people liked him. I think he's pretty athletic. He didn't do much athletic testing. The little bit that he did was good. Vertical and broad explosiveness, which I talked about. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see who was right in the end in a couple, 2 or 3 years. Give him time. Give him time, definitely. But, if it's 3 years from now and that's when he's breaking out, then I'm going to feel like, yeah, maybe third round was more accurate on when he should have gone. So we'll see. Safety rankings?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands.
There you go. So, Oluwafemi was my 124th ranked prospect. Sorry, Olu. I hope I'm wrong. And everybody else is right. We're coming up to 53rd. The 53rd player of this draft has been picked. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. My guess for this pick was Darian Porter, but now it's like Triamos. Because I thought there would be a run on cornerbacks early. I'm going to be high on some of my cornerback rankings at this rate. But everybody is low on some of these cornerback rankings at this point. That being said, not too long ago, a month ago, this is probably like more so when I had these wide receivers going. I even sometimes had Maxwell Harrison this late. So, I suppose this isn't like the biggest surprise. It just really depends how these players go off. You see those tight ends start to go early, those little runs that happen that push some of these guys down a little ways. Some of the edge rushers. Those interior defensive linemen. Yeah, those are, I think, kind of the guys who went that, depending on the draft. Linebacker, Demetrius Knight. Like him and Carson Schwetzinger. Sometimes I had him going later because wasn't sure. Linebacker position, you never know. I have another Atlanta fan that could hop in at some point, but has been hanging around in the comments all off season. They too liked safety. Kevin Winston is probably the next safety that you want. And then Hunter Wooler wouldn't be too bad if you go a little bit later. Keaton Crawford, Billy Bowman later than that. I don't know that you want much after that, to be perfectly honest. Craig Woodson's really good. He's all around good. I was more so looking at like the strong safety tights, because if I remember, that's kind of what you guys are looking for. More of a downhill, old schooler. You already got your over-the-top guy. All right, Buccaneers. This Warren, is this running back? Warren. Hey, they used to be in the division. Give Tampa Bay a clap. Oh, Simeon Rice. Cool. Right in front of Green Bay. Darn it. Darn it. I would have been pretty happy with that pick. Benjamin Morrison is my... This is an injury thing. 28th ranked prospect. Could have gone as... If it wasn't for 2 hip injuries and something else, could have gone as high as, like pick 15 and stuff like that. Very, very fluid hip flip. And that's why the hip injuries concern me quite a bit for him. But, depending on exactly what the medical record coming in is, I would have been pretty happy to take him pretty high. Green Bay Packers pick is in. So, I had a first, second round grade on Benjamin Morrison. You can see in the dark red there, major injury concerns surrounding him. We are on pick 53, so first, second, that is going to be an S tier pick for Tampa Bay. Good for you. That's an S+. I am definitely a stan for Benjamin Morrison. So, I think that's how that word gets moved. Jalen Reed, yeah, I'd like Jalen Reed more than Malachi Moore. I know Malachi Moore will probably get drafted. I have a 7th to undrafted on him, but he could go 6th round. It's funny, I was listening to one of the press calls to Dane Brugler, I think it is, that he holds, like a 3-hour call where people, call in on their phone, or are on the phone, and then ask their question. And it sounded like it was Malachi Moore's mom. Like, this lady had a total Atlanta local accent and everything. I'm sure it wasn't, but the way she asked her question just made me audibly laugh. I was like, oh, that's just Malachi. She's like, how good do you think Malachi Moore is? And do you think he'll get drafted? And if so, at what point in the draft do you think he'll go? Just sounded like a mom instead of a newspaper. Jordy! What's up, baby boy? Oh, interesting pick. All right. Just happened to see it pop in over on the corner of my eye there. I've got nothing wrong with the player. North Carolina, Anthony Belton. Tackle. Has some guard versatility, so they might like that about him. Not a my guy by any means. Not my, I'm fine with it. Little high for me. Gonna get a C grade for this one, Green Bay. I would have preferred Charles Grant up there. I know I had him a little bit high in my rankings, but I think most people had Charles Grant ahead of Anthony Belton. Probably not all. So, there are some people saying the big victory. Yeah, Green Bay had a bit of a need on the offensive line. A little surprised that these cornerbacks are falling as much as they are right at this point. Would have thought Green Bay would have gone that, but yeah, I think they like what they have in house. Everybody talks like they're gonna be losing Jair Alexander. They said the same thing last offseason. I really just I don't think that's the plan, unless they get something really good back for it. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they lost him. So and either way, I wouldn't mind a better other cornerback or a succession plan to him. So, not my favorite pick, but usually at the end of the day, the Green Bay Packers, I like everybody they draft to some extent. Anthony Belton makes it barely onto that list. Chargers up next. Now this pick I can get on board with. The second year in a row, the Chargers are getting to my guy here.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey Harris, wide receiver, Mississippi.
Trey Harris, wide receiver, going to the Chargers. Definite my guy. Love it. Type of wide receiver that they need to add there. Love it. Anthony Belton was just outside of my top 100, 107. Still kind of in that territory of like those third rounders that I'm, that top 100 that I talk about. Still in that zone of guys who I'm fine with. But Trey Harris was my 24th overall ranks prospect, currently second on my top 10 list, now gone. And right behind that, Savon Ravel, Trey Amos. Would have liked to see Green Bay go with one of them. But we can't always get what we want. Can't always get what we want. Trey Harris getting an S+. I had a first to second round grade on him. Knew I was high on that. He goes roughly where he was expected to be drafted here, mid-second round. And a little bit low. I think the expert consensus ranking on him was in the high 40s at the end of the day. Maybe low 50s when all was said and done. But regardless, I liked him a lot. There are some injury concerns, some athletic concerns for him, but I don't think any of them were major, and I liked him. We'll see how he does, but, they got another guy last year that I was a little bit higher on than others as well, a little bit later than I thought he should go, and he turned out really good. So let's see if they can do that twice in a row at their wide receiver position. Nice job, Chargers. Chargers. Go, Chargers, go. Chicago Bears on the clock next. They're going to go with one of my cornerbacks, aren't they? Those jerks. Safety. I don't know which one they would want. Savon Ravel would probably make a lot of sense for them. I think Savon Ravel would be a culture fit for Chicago. Did have a torn ACL, but that should be less of an injury concern than Benjamin Morrison's. We'll see. Oh, my popcorn's gone. Might have to go get a snack in a little bit. Next commercial break, if I remember. Get a snack. That should probably be as we go into the third round, I would assume. Let's go. Who else could it be for the Bears? Could they get Mike Green here? Somebody who once upon a time thought they might get in the first round. That makes some sense. Could they take Shedeur Sanders as a backup plan just in case their quarterback doesn't work out? No. Princely Umanmielen. If they like him. Probably go defense though, right? Josiah Stewart, Landon Jackson. Edge rushers. Offensive line. Maybe they like Tate Ratledge. More so, maybe they like Charles Grant. And they think that he could be an upgrade over their current left tackle. Could make sense. They added some offensive linemen, mostly on the interior, this offseason. So we got a tackle that is upgrade worthy. Omar Norman Lott. Just need pass rush. Doesn't have to come from the edge. You got 2 edges that you can put out there. Omar Norman Lott would make a lot of sense here. Braden Swinson, a lot of people liked more than some of those edge rushers that I've named. We shall see. We shall see. Anybody I'm not thinking of? So I already said the cornerbacks. My guess for that was Savone or Val. Zaire Thomas would also be a possibility there. At cornerback in terms of, I think, what they might be looking for from their cornerbacks. Man coverage, physical. Detroit Lions moved up to pick 57 from pick 60. A small jump up to get ahead of Las Vegas. That's got to be a cornerback for them. I assume that they think Baltimore, Las Vegas might have been going cornerback. So I bet you the Lions go cornerback. So 2 of my division rivals going. This is the final pick in the middle of the second round, and then we're getting towards the end of the second round, and my grading system will change. And this will be the last time that there will be S-tier potential. So, Seth Rollins, WWE star, going on the stage for Chicago. Yeah, if there's anybody that's going to be able to play up the heel here, it's going to be Seth Rollins. I assume he plays a heel, but he's playing a heel here.
Is that all you got? Come on! You can be louder than that! I know y'all mad because championship gold looks good on the blue and orange. But in all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field. Because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field.
Oh, snap. Lions also booing.
And in case y'all aren't familiar with my game, let me remind you, I am a visionary. I am a revolutionary. I am Seth freaking Rollins. And I am here to tell you that with the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the greatest franchise
A different tackle.
in the NFL, the Chicago Bears select
Ozzy Trapilo.
from Boston College.
Good, solid pick. I have him ranked behind Anthony Belton, and I guess this just goes to show how much disappointment I have that the Packers didn't go in a different route, because I'm going to sound more upbeat about this for Ozzy Trapilo. But yeah, very big, 6'8" and 1/8, 316 pounds. Not incredibly mobile at that size. You know, he can play a little upright, but a little development to go, and a pretty good ceiling for him. Obviously, big guy. So that's a good pick for Chicago. It's a little high for me, but as you can see, these offensive linemen are going. Where are you? Yeah, good balance at his size. He doesn't get mauled over because he's too big or anything like that. So Ozzy, that's gonna still put you in the C territory. Wasn't really a my guy, so not gonna give it a plus. But in some ways, I kind of liked him a little bit more than Anthony Belton. It was close. I was always kind of debating there. But yeah, Martavius, that was gold. Seth Rollins knew the. They could just do WWE wrestlers of every city coming in here. I mean, those are like, who better than to come in and absolutely kill it on stage than a WWE wrestler? I'd say of all the careers out there, they've got to be the ones with some of the best charismas. At least while they're wrestlers. Sometimes once they're done with wrestling, you know. But we're in a new drafting tier. That would have been a C? Oh, it still would be a C. Did I screw up here?
At age 18. Specialist Kubi service was marked by numerous awards and decorations, including the Bronze Star Medal and the Purple Heart. Christopher grew up in Michigan and was a lifelong fan of Lions, passionately cheering his home team whenever he could. We honor him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. And now, I'm going to turn it over to John and David, who will announce in honor of their brother and son.
How do you back this up right behind? Well, it wasn't supposed to be right after Rollins went. Bit of a flip of the attitudes from one to the next there.
Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions.
Cornerback.
With the 57th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft.
Or edge rusher,
the Detroit
right?
Lions select Tate Ratledge, guard from Georgia.
Okay, they knew. I guess they knew the run was coming on offensive linemen. Well, yeah, they would have known. There goes my boy Tate. Big fan.
That he played through, but at 6'6.5", 308 pounds. I was surprised a little bit how well he tested. He got healthy in the spring.
Yeah, he moves really well. Yeah, so he did have some major injury concerns. Gosh, I forgot about that. With Tate, you can see that on the screen with that red highlighting. Going to Detroit. Oh man, you hate when one of your guys goes to Detroit. So actually, my grading system halts and stays the same here for a period in time. That'd be an A+ for Detroit. They continue to kill it. Big fan of Tate Ratledge. And let's see, where was Tate overall in my ranking? Where was I bet you Ozzy Trapillo would have been 107, 108. Ozzy Trapillo was my 108th ranked prospect, and Tate Ratledge was my 56th overall ranked prospect. Raiders are up. Cornerback? I'm just going to keep guessing cornerback for these guys. Oh, they were jumping the Ravens. They were thinking the Ravens would take Tate Ratledge. That's who Detroit was jumping.
And I want to give a shout out to Willie Brown. His tradition in this place was he wanted to give a heartfelt
And you know what? It came out that Las Vegas was... Oh, Las Vegas, nice pick here. It came out that Las Vegas was looking at guard/tackle in the first round, potentially, too, depending on how the players were drafted. If Genty went before, they would have gone Kelvin Banks. The Raiders continue to... I always get some people that I like. I usually like the Raiders drafts, which hasn't always worked out well.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Jack Besh, wide receiver, Texas Christian.
If you're not aware, they're about to talk TCU, Jack Besh, about to talk about him. He's jacked. Jack is jacked. And this is going to be a little bit emotional, I assume, for the family because... Yeah, they're crying. Jack Besh's brother, unfortunately, was one of the victims of the New Orleans terror attack in New Orleans. So, that happened in January. That's about the same time that, you know, the college year ends and these guys are starting to prepare for this entire process. And you could tell that Jack Besh was channeling that energy into as much positive energy as he could and really killed it this entire spring. Went from a guy who probably would have been like a 3rd round, but maybe even a 4th round draft prospect if he didn't have a good spring, to being a guy who I had a 2nd round draft grade on and goes in the later portion, just barely here, of the 2nd round. At pick 58, was that? Yeah. So... that's an A+. That's a... Yeah, that is an A+ for me. For Jack Besh, big-bodied wide receiver, big slot is probably where you'll get the most out of him, but I do think that you could use him as an outside receiver, as an X. I assume that's probably what Jack Besh will do for Las Vegas, but they'll have some versatility. They might still want to get like a vertical speedster. They've got a guy who does fine in like the intermediate and short speed, but like maybe later on, if they could get Dante Thornton from Tennessee or something later, just a straight deep threat, that'd really complete that room. So yeah, great pick there. Raiders passed on Sanders. Yep. Does that mean Browns take Sanders at 67? Why don't... It doesn't... I don't think the Browns like Sanders, really. I don't know. But, yeah, that does mean he's probably going to the 3rd round. If... I think... about as of like halfway through the 2nd round or so, that the rest of this fall has to do with Deion Sanders as much as it does Shedeur. Because I know that teams had some 2nd round grades on Shedeur, but there were teams who had 3rd round grade on him, and there were some teams reportedly that had like 4th round grade on him, but not the majority. The majority were 2nd to 3rd, and I think the majority of that was 2nd, but yeah, once a guy slides, a guy slides. There were only a few opportunities for him to go in this 2nd round. And they talked about that earlier in the broadcast, too. So, those opportunities have passed. Seemingly. I mean, Denver's not going to take him. Baltimore could. I don't think they have a backup, really. Their pick is in. So was that the double trade back for Las Vegas? Is that what they had done there? I love that. They were probably hoping for Trey Harris, but okay with Jack Besh. And that's probably the reason for that 2nd trade back, if I had to guess. So my highest ranked wide receiver now is Jalen Royals. Jalen Knoll could go before him. Torrey Horton's my 3rd highest ranked left. And he's a my guy. Same with Jalen Royals. Could see them going higher than Jalen Royals. And then Kyle Williams could go higher than all these guys. And Alec Ioman or somebody else. Would be surprised to see Savion Williams, Tez Johnson go this earlier than most of that bunch, but never know. And obviously, I mean, the further we go, the more that it could be anybody, especially in a draft like this. So we're coming up to pick 60. We're at pick 59. Baltimore's pick is in, actually, so we are on pick 60. The clock is a ticking for Denver. So that last bit, I would say, of Jack Besh scouting report would just be that he doesn't always create the most separation. He's not the most athletic, that kind of thing. But tough blocker, all that good stuff. Definitely a Cooper Kupp-esque type of player with, I think, more potential to play as an X than Cooper Kupp, less like short range of a threat than Cooper Kupp, but in the intermediate area, definitely probably just as dangerous potentially as Coop. So who's crying there? Somebody got a phone call. Oh, that was earlier. Tyler Shuck's dog going cray cray.
Gave a call, and then Donovan Ezraku, and now he's a Dallas Cowboy. Always go,
And Jack Besh. So that was Jack Besh. You could hear him yelling, "Let's go," as he was very excited to go to Las Vegas. Does every player just have 32 hats sent to them? They must, right?
Your best available, obviously not going to the Ravens, is 20th overall on your board, Shedeur Sanders. Were you surprised the Saints went with Tyler Shuck instead of Shedeur?
So Baltimore, Savon Raval, cornerbacks here? No. Surprised Trey Amos is still falling here. Very surprised about that one. More surprised than I am about Shedeur Sanders.
Passer accuracy, touch, timing. I was the Shedeur Sanders versus Tyler Shuck. I was on Sanders' side of that. But look, you got to find guys that fit you, and they felt more comfortable with Tyler Shuck. And I feel like every year, Rich, we talk about quarterbacks, and we say this clump of quarterbacks is going to go in the second round. And as we're learning, there really is no middle class. You're viewed as a starter, which means you're worth a first-round pick, or teams have questions and you're viewed as a backup, and teams don't want to use second-round picks on backup quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is the Kenny Pickett draft where he went one, and we were talking about Desmond Ridder and Malik Willis. Sam Howell, all those guys. Sam Howell went in the fifth, Willis and Ridder went in the third. So what DJ's saying is Pickett taken to be a starter. The others weren't really viewed that way.
Yeah, and this is
Wow. Great analysis.
This is an indictment of the off-the-field stuff that they deem that they're going to have to deal with, because on the field, I think he's a better player than Shuck is. But that's
Yeah,
not all you're
I think it's off the field
Here's the
stuff.
59th overall.
Good evening, guys. You may also know me as Mars Farmer Brown, where at North Carolina, we have founded First Fruits Farm, where we have grown, harvested, and donated more than 2 million pounds of food to help with hunger relief and hunger throughout our nation. And so our motto is to never stop giving, never stop loving, and never stop growing, so that no child will go without food. My son JW and I, we have the honor and the privilege of presenting tonight's pick for
The Ravens do it again.
And with the 59th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens have selected
Mike Green, linebacker, Marshall.
Let's go Ravens fly!
This is my third overall pass rusher and someone I have rated as my
That's gonna be an S plus grade. I do think on the field, he's a bit of a my guy, just barely.
surfaced at Virginia, and that was something that I think led to this slide here. But this is a twitchy,
So,
explosive edge rusher who plays
yeah,
with
extremely twitchy. Let me get out the report here on him. Oh, look at that. I'm on the edge rushers. Last time I looked at a report. So, where are we? Mike Green, 6'3", 251 pounds, extremely agile, ultra smooth, great bend. He creates havoc and he finishes the play. So that's, a double whammy there. Multiple ways to get past the tackles. He's got a ghost step, he's got a euro step, he's got a cross chop, he's got a spin, he's got an arm over counter to attack on the inside, he's got a spin move that he uses quite well, and sometimes it works against him because he uses it too much. He creates leverage to help set the edge against the run. He is consistent. He plays physically. He has a very aggressive, overly so, play style in many aspects. Athletic quarterbacks will make him miss. He does, come in a little too hot on them, and once again, kind of loses that loses contain on them. He's an insanely quick reaction to the snap. Insanely quick. Weaknesses: very short arms and wingspan, poor hand usage. The question is, how can he hold up versus higher competition? He answered that question this offseason. He held up very well. Very regularly, he takes a false step, so that does take away from a little bit of that speed that he gets. He's quite undisciplined. Like I said, he can lose contain. He doesn't always set the edge. He leaves his feet when he's tackling. He has a lack of gap discipline overall. 56th on Bruce Feldman's Freaks list. He played at Marshall. He has a wrestling background. He made a statement during the Senior Bowl practices. So I kind of talked about a few of those things. And then the character concerns. Talked about that earlier. You want more on that? We can do that. Ravens didn't care. Well, I think it's just at a certain point. At a certain point, you take a risk, Denver Broncos. I picked this. I picked this shit. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I know the Broncos, baby. There we go. There we go. R.J. Harvey, versatile, joker. You want your joker, you got him. Fast, home run hitter, 5'8", 206 pounds. He's got a great athletic upside, good long speed, good explosive profile. He showed off some of his explosiveness as a receiver most often. Big play ability. He's quite elusive. He has a nice jump cut that he often utilizes to get better angles. I like how he utilizes that. In general, he's really good with the angles he takes. Once again, like I said, I like that. He just really understands angles really well. He keeps a low center of gravity. He's got good vision. He's got good game IQ. Showed some heads-up reps at the Senior Bowl where a quarterback dropped the ball and Harvey quickly began blocking a defender to help his quarterback gain some time to recover the ball. Weakness, minor physical concerns. He is very short arms that could impact his pass blocking, him as a target, as a receiver. He's not a very physical runner, but he does play hard. He can be too patient behind the line of scrimmage sometimes when he's big play hunting, and he tries to hit the home run a little bit too often. Like I said, big play hunting. Washington Commanders coming up here. Oh, and he's a big time leader. He was a team captain there, and he played quarterback, and he can do some wildcat stuff for you.
Check this out. With the 61st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 3-time Super Bowl champions, 5 times world champions, Washington Commanders selects Trey Amos, defensive back, Mississippi.
There he goes. Washington, what a great pick. So I gave a B+ to R.J. Harvey, and we'll just stick right here to the cornerbacks. There we go. Trey Amos finally going. Definite my guy. Definite S+ there to Washington for Trey Amos. Trey Amos, scheme agnostic. He can play zone. He can play man. He's a very physical player. And what I loved about him the most was his ability to time. Even though he's very physical, he timed up when he arrived like perfectly. Ball arrives, he hits. He gets his hand in there, whatever. He doesn't interfere. He just gets it right in time. He's got great play, great instincts. I think a really, really, really high floor with a decent ceiling. Yeah, I mean, big time my guy. I like Trey Amos a lot. I think he's going to be successful in the league. You know, I wouldn't give him the title of being a shutdown corner or something like that, but not too far away. You know, I could see it. Do you think the Browns could take Watts at 67 if he falls there, or who do you think? They could go so many routes. Yeah, I mean, I have safety as a need. I still think wide receiver, right? Did they get a running back? I don't remember who else they've gotten exactly. So obviously running back, quarterback, offensive line, edge, cornerback, safety, defensive tackle, tight end if they wanted to. If there's somebody there that they have a high grade on that's still available. I'll be right back. Yeah, Judkins. Hold on. I'll do a be right back twice because I kind of missed the call on this one. This one I'll be back shortly. Back. Used half of my commercial break for that, so next commercial break I'll go do the rest of my duties. I left my cat out for far too long. Sorry to her. Maybe this was the commercial break to do everything. Tori Amos was drafted immediately after PJ Harvey. I don't know what the joke was there. There we go.
Earlier, so the Bills could move off earlier all the way up to 41 to take T.J. Sanders, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina. Bills Bears have already chosen twice. The 39th overall selection, Luther Burden III, the last draft choice in the Bryce Young trade from a couple of drafts ago. That closed the books there. And then the Bears chose Alfie Tricillo, the tackle out of BC. Now we're about to find out who they're slapping backs and tapping each other right here. And I would do that for everything.
So my guess here was Savone Revel, right? Shamar Turner, who I'm low on. I'm fine with Chicago taking this.
62nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Chicago Bears select Shamar Turner, defensive tackle from Texas.
I got a 4th, 5th round draft grade on Shamar Turner. A lot of people liked him more than me. It's another one of those. I knew he'd go higher than where I had him ranked. 6'3", 290 pounds. Good gap control. Creates knockback at the line of scrimmage. High motor. Can shed blockers. I wrote that he's very inconsistent on a game in and game out basis. And he caused a lot of penalties. Moved from the edge to the B gap in 2024. So he is newer on the inside of the defensive line. So, yeah, I don't know. It was a tape thing for me. I just didn't love it. That's going to earn him. What pick are we on here? 63. An F. That's an F. Sorry, Shamar. It's nothing against you, bud. Kansas City, pick is in. Kids are happy and excited. What we got walking on stage? This makes some sense. That's a good pick. Pick is in for the Philadelphia Eagles. Omar Norman Lott, just like I was watching James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee. Omar Norman Lott plays at Tennessee, and I was like, I was playing it real slow, just trying to see how quickly James Pierce get off the line. Did that with all my edge rushers. First time I watched them, just moving a split frame at a time. And I noticed somebody but fairly regularly, enough times, was jumping the snap quicker than him. And it was Omar Norman Lott. Interior defensive lineman. He's a beast. He's a beast. So yeah, if you want somebody to get after the quarterback, there you go. Omar Norman Lott can do that. I have a 2nd round draft grade on him. That's going to be an A+ from me on that pick for Kansas City. Philadelphia's pick is in. Are we going to commercial or what? Yes. Alright, so we will see where the Eagles go after this. I'll be right back again. I love Omar Norman Lott. Definitely my guy since watching that tape. Let me get my water. What? All right. Got water. I do want to feed El Gato again, so let's see. We're back. I'm gonna get a pick in here. Philadelphia about to announce their pick.
I'm honored to be here representing the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles tonight. Go Birds! With the 64th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles select Andrew Makuba, defensive back, Texas.
They've got guys who can take it away, and he's got incredible
There we go, that's my
protection
boy.
on the football. You watch him last year, 5 interceptions. Johnny on the spot to him, where the ball just always finds this dude. When you're watching tape,
I was high on
he's
him.
got outstanding hands. You think about CD, what they did last year. You watched that Super Bowl, and you saw Cooper DeJean with the key interception, the touchdown that changed that entire game. They value guys who can go and get it.
Because the guys they have back there, Joe, I'm going to turn it over to you real quick. Sidney Brown, Reed Black, Blankenship. And remember who just left? Gardner Johnson. Yeah. So Chauncey Gardner
So
Johnson.
a lot of people have him as like a third rounder.
I think their game against Michigan early in the year when I was preparing for
I had him as an early second rounder. Goes at the end of the second.
player Mikey Samer still always around the ball.
I had him ahead of these other safeties that a lot of people had him behind. I don't know. Oh,
Finishing off the college football playoff game against Arizona State.
Yeah, I turned that game off.
maybe I was right. Maybe I was kind of right. Maybe myself and the Eagles will be completely wrong. But that is an S plus. My guy. Pick. So where is that? At pick 64 there, Andrew Makuba to the Philadelphia Eagles, and we go on to the third round. Slowly but surely, where the New York Giants will be on the clock, and the New York Giants pick is in. Kansas City's on the clock. Well, we do something. I can't believe they're playing this song. I can believe it. Yeah, okay. So, Mike Green's long gone. Troy Amos, long gone. 29th. Andrew Makuba, 39th overall. Gone. Dak Bash, long gone. Jesus. What was I doing? Omar Norman Lott, 58th overall ranked player. Recently gone. Proudly stand up. Oh, stop it. This is a song. RJ Harvey, I have ranked 81st overall. Gone. RJ Harvey. What else did I miss for my overall? What was I doing? Anybody? We gotta go down for Shamar Turner. So Shamar Turner, another guy I was low on. Missed that. My 158th ranked prospect. Gone. That is the lowest so far ranked player on my board to go. There we go. That looks better, right? I wasn't eating that whole time. All right, this makes sense for this player. A lot of people had him going much earlier. Darius Alexander, my 85th overall ranked player, going right now to the New York Giants.
Yeah, this is someone that I saw for the first time at the
I like him.
Bowl, then went back and
I like him. He's good. Second to third overall rank on him.
from Big Darius Alexander, one of the older
So
players in
late second, early third, he goes literally smack dab in there,
interception down.
and that makes him a B. He's not a my guy. There are other people who like him more, so I can't give him a B plus, but I do like him. I do like him quite a bit.
Like him as someone who can rush inside, outside.
And you talk about that pass rush. Well, obviously, when you're standing next to Dexter Lawrence, who was leading the league in sacks about 3/4 of the way through the season, that's what you're looking for.
Ian, take it away.
Okay, I got him off my board.
Shador Sanders, the
So we're good there.
quarterback, still has not gone. Entering the third round, some of the teams who've done quarterback homework: Raiders, Cowboys, Colts, Titans, and of course, Steelers have potential landing spot in the third
Kansas
round.
City with another
This is
pick
not
here.
just about Sanders. Jalen Milroe from Alabama
Edge.
still has not been taken.
Princely Umanmi Allen. I've given him around here a few times.
Some of these guys could go actually before Shador in this coming round.
Let's go back to the
Shador could slide further down the quarterback's list. Oh boy.
compensation for trading with Jarius Sneed to Tennessee. So the Chiefs about to cash that pick in.
So apparently everybody was just lying about Shador.
With the 66th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
I thought he's okay.
Kansas City Chiefs select Ashton Jelani, defensive
Edge
end,
rusher.
Louisville.
What did I say?
This is a guy a lot of teams were targeting that really liked. You see the production there
By the
in
way,
2023.
here you go. Darius Alexander, B to the New York Giants. All right. Ashton Gelati. It's cool. I like him. I don't know about the ceiling or anything.
When you're playing with Patrick Mahomes, you're going to be playing with an awful lot of leads. And
He's got a big butt though. And if there's anything that you can trust in football, there's like guys with big butts are going to be good football players. Anywhere along the interior of the defense, like well, generally at most any position really, but more so along the line of the scrimmage, in the trenches. So that's a third, fourth round draft grade. That's a D. Not a my guy, but it's a good D. That's a weird phrase. Just like Oluwafemi, I get it. I get why a team went for it. I got other guys I like more. But, you know, in terms of like sizable guys, really it's just Landon Jackson, Jack Sawyer, and then him. So, in terms of the type of guy that they're getting, it didn't jump like 6 guys like you see on my list there. Way different than Princely, way different than Josiah Stewart, quite a bit different than Braden Swinson, way different than David Walker. Jordan Birch is larger. Jordan Birch is controversial. So, for Ashton Gelati, do have some minor physical concerns. Might be, you know, as close to he is as an interior defensive lineman as he is an edge rusher. You like the pick, Martavius? You a big Gelati fan? Who, by the way, on my overall board, is my 120th ranked prospect. Have him just behind Tez Johnson and just in front of O'Donnell Fortune, who I'm almost certainly way too high on, but no. You take your shots, sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong, so we'll see on that. Oh, that was the back in the New York Giants pick. Alright. Yeah, that's right. I remember when that came through. You're right. That was a good pick. Great pick, even. Commercial. Stop it. Oh, struggling. Hopefully this food will refresh me. Cleveland's up next. Actually, Cleveland's pick is in. Las Vegas is up after that. We're going to take a big jump in the grading after this. because we stalled the grading there for a little bit as we slowly remove the S tier out of this degrading. What if Jacksonville gets Shedeur to pair with Travis? Oh my. Yeah, the rocket of an arm and the accuracy of Shedeur together? Nobody will be able to stop him, really. You think about it. Why Jacksonville? Why did you pick Jacksonville? So New Orleans has made their quarterback decision. Is Cleveland going to go Shedeur here? Are they going to go... Probably not Shedeur, right? We kind of don't think that they like him a whole lot. Are they going to go Dylan Gabriel here? Are they going to go Kyle McCord here? That's who I gave them. Kyle McCord. Are they not going to take a quarterback? They did trade back and set themselves up for a quarterback next year, if that is what they want to do. But Kyle McCord, Joe Flacco, I mean, if you ever wanted Kyle McCord to not really learn how to be better with the ball, but just learn from the best at throwing it up there, Kyle McCord would be that guy.
With the 67th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Harold Fenton Jr.,
Hey, tight end. What did I say? Tight end was a possibility here. So you like that pick, right? Yeah, amazing pick. Yeah. I think it's a good pick. I agree. You know, just like the best tight end to ever play college football. So I had Harold Fenton Jr. right around where I had my other guys. Where are they? A little bit lower though. Where are you, Harold? There we go. My 88th ranked prospect. Alright, he was a guy who I moved around in my rankings a lot this offseason, but I like him. So Harold Fenton Jr. in the same pool as Elijah Arroyo, Mason Taylor, Terrence Ferguson, and Gunnar Helm. And he was 4th on that group. I had him ahead of Elijah Arroyo. Yeah, this is a good fit for Harold. I like this. So, he goes to Cleveland, and that is going to be a B/B+. I don't know that I can quite call him my guy, but he was more so than other people. So, we'll get that a B/B+. I like it. Raiders up on the clock here. Well, here's who I thought the Green Bay Packers might take. This is a good pick. Speedster. He was Sims, what's his name? Sims, like number 2 cornerback or something like that. He was a little too high on him. But, yeah, I got a second, third round draft grade on him. We are at pick 68, so that is still going to be a B. Not a my guy, but I do like him quite a bit. Let's get his report up. Yeah, he missed some time. 6'3", 196 pounds. Very long arms, great in zone coverage. All in all, he only allowed a 29.4% completion rate when targeted. Quarterback passer rating against him was a lowly 4.7. Great ball skills, displays excellent awareness, long speed, can contribute on special teams as well. Has at least 1 blocked field goal and punt each, and has proven effective as a gunner. I didn't see any others, but Yeah, good gunner. Good job at getting in there and blocking punts and kicks. Struggles in man coverage. He's absolutely abysmal in run support. His tackling isn't good. His mechanics aren't good. He struggles. His transition's a little bit struggling. He clocked nearly 22 miles per hour at the Senior Bowl. He was a first-year starter as a true senior, and he popped off, obviously, getting picked this high up with 1 year of tape on him. Previously had some wide receiver experience. That explains some of those ball skills that he has. He's still developing, but he's already really good, was my final little note that I have on him. So, a big fan of him, somebody who I thought other cornerbacks would be gone, but who I thought Green Bay very well could take with their second-round pick, and they did not. And he goes here, and yeah, they get a B, which is what the Green Bay Packers would have gotten if they'd have taken him, I think. Yeah. So, great pick there from Las Vegas. They have a need there. Savon Ravel, a little surprised he is falling this much. Here we go. The Sims picks are in here in the early third portion of this draft. But first of all, Darren Porter was my 69th overall ranked player. Giggity, he go off the board, 69, no more. And that is going to bring us on to New England Patriots. Well, I think I picked Kyle Williams for New England Patriots in my final mock draft. So that's where they go. Or it was the New York Jets. Yeah, it was the Jets. So, Kyle Williams, wide receiver. Maybe I picked him for them in a different draft. But, yeah, he's good. He's good. He's still a little raw. He's still got some development to go. That's why he's going in the third round. But he could be every bit of Matthew Golden, I would say, at the next level. You know, in terms of that skill set, kind of a Z, can stretch the field, but also threatens at every level of the field. So that's a nice pick there for New England, who needed some more weapons for their quarterback. You gotta like that. That is, let's see here. The Detroit Lions pick is in. New Orleans is on the clock. And so Kyle Williams was my 12th ranked wide receiver. Going to New England, that's a B. Not a B plus, not a B minus, just a B. I don't give too many minuses. Lions coming up to announce their pick. That's funny. You got a microphone. They don't need to be quiet.
Let's see who my future teammate will be. With the 70th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Isaac TeSlaa, wide receiver.
Yeah, so I was right on the wide receiver. I love Isaac TeSlaa. I can't believe he's going to the third round. That's so awesome. Gosh. This is what I hate about my grading system. And this is why I give a different grade at the end of the day. Gonna get an F. I think this is a little early, but also... Is it? Might not be. We'll see. We'll see. F plus to Detroit. I think that's a good fit. So they traded for that. They traded 3 threes up for TeSlaa to get 2 6th and TeSlaa back. Wow, they really believed in him. And New Orleans is up next, so they probably thought New Orleans might be in on him. That would make sense. He would have been a nice fit for New Orleans. They could go Andrew Armstrong, New Orleans. He's another big dude. So, awesome pick. I'm so happy for them. We got some time here. Okay, so how low are you, Isaac? He's probably my highest ranked 5th round. Yeah, he is my highest ranked 5th round draft grade. 165th prospect. Saddens me to put an F next to his name. I was high on him. Okay, so don't shoot the messenger. I was much higher. He was like undrafted via the consensus board, at least throughout most of the process. I hadn't heard his name from anybody, and I had him up there. The only person I think was higher than me was maybe Brett Coleman or somebody like that. Alright, so Tesla. He had a really, really good spring. He did, every time you saw him, he stood out. Not only because he's 6'3.5" and 213 pounds, but also because he's really athletic at that height. Very good to excellent quickness and agility, very good acceleration, good speed, and solid explosiveness profile. He had a solid explosive profile. He gets off the gate better than Tetairoa McMillan, somebody who's got similar size. His catch radius is fairly insane. He's got very big hands. He's great at contested catches. He did not drop a catch in all of 2024. He also didn't get a whole lot of opportunities. He did not have a lot of production. In fact, he was very inefficient at 1.31 yards per route run. He's also very good at tracking the deep ball. That was a good thing. Bad thing, the lack of efficiency, the lack of production. He struggles mightily against man coverage. He is very tall, so he doesn't get separation against man coverage. But zone and everything, he kills that. Struggles mightily... Oh, sorry. He is quite tall. He is quite heavy for a wide receiver. Made a nice contested catch on a bad throw day one of at the Senior Bowl practice, showing off some of his ball skills. He continued to be visible throughout the entirety of the Senior Bowl. Talked about that some. Killed it in the on-field drills at the Combine. Like I said, he stood out every step of the process. I said that I would comp him to Justin Watson of Kansas City, if you're not familiar with him. Alex Pierce, I thought, was also a decent comp. Alex Pierce goes in the 3rd round of his draft, I think. Somebody who was thought to potentially go in the 1st round. He falls in his draft. I believe he goes in the 3rd round. And what I ended up calling him was Justin Watson with a splash of MVS and a splash of Cooper Kupp. And I said that that's quite the cocktail. And that is, if you think about it. So, really, really fun prospect. Probably a good fit. I'm not exactly sure like what his personality is, but I would guess it is a good culture fit for Iowa Manor to New Orleans. Yeah, that could make some sense too. I'm saying Andrew Armstrong. If we're in this point where we're just taking our favorite guys and not caring about where they're supposed to go in the draft, if we've hit that here at 71, which we might have hit that point, at least in some NFL teams' books, maybe it's Andrew Armstrong. Because if you're playing the game, Isaac Tesla was supposed to be around for quite a bit longer. Okay, here's a late riser in the process. I don't know why he was a late riser. I couldn't find anything on him for the longest time. And going to New Orleans here, defensive line is also in need of theirs, and that's where they're going to go with Vernon Broughton, as you can see there, from Texas. That's a little bit low on him, but I really didn't want to be. Where did I end up on your butt, Vernon? How did I get to this page? Vernon Broughton. There we go. 4th round draft grade on him. Probably could have gotten that higher. I didn't get a whole lot on him, and it was really late in the process. Not, as you can see, like, not the most production, not bad production-wise. Vernon. Where'd you go? New Orleans. That is, 4th round draft grade here. Pick 71. It's an E. Plus. I'll give him a plus, because I am aware that maybe we could have gotten better gradings. And he's just borderline here in 2 picks. That would have been a D. All right. 4th round draft grade. Where are you? Defensive line. Let's get this. So 6'5", 300 pounds. I just don't have many notes on him. Good pass rusher, good run defense, extremely long arms. Yeah, I couldn't get much on him. He was a last minute splatter like earlier this week. I probably almost could have given him a ungraded, but I knew he was going up here. And I did get some footage on him. Alright, Buffalo. Oh, I picked this for them in the 2nd round. Yeah. He's a Bill. Just makes sense. This is a team fit. This is where you get a plus because you're a team fit. 2nd round draft grade on him. That's going to be an A+ there for Buffalo. Nice pick. So we hand out a few pluses in a row here. So let's go here. Vernon Broughton I had ranked 138th overall on my big board. Isaac Tesla, we got rid of him on my big board. Landon Jackson is I'm in my top 10 there. Look at that, 53rd overall ranked player. Once again, I have sent him to Buffalo a few times. So that makes some sense. And did we get rid of Kyle Williams already? Yes. Let's see if we can't get to those edge rushers real quick. Landon Jackson, big dude. Lost some weight, gained some weight late in his college career. Wasn't sure exactly where he wanted to be. New York Jets are on the clock right now. Pick is in. 6'6", 273 pounds. Tall. Big wingspan. Traits to be extremely explosive. Shows some pass rush prowess during the drills at the combine. Bull in a China shop is like the big note that I wrote on him. A lot of power. Stack of shed. Works well against the run. He's just kind of a wild dude. In a good way. Hard worker. Yeah, he's a dog. It's a good way to put it. He's just not like the best pass rusher yet. Good pick. So my 59th overall ranked prospect there, cornerback Azaria Thomas. I think I have a 2nd round draft grade on him, maybe late. Yeah, 2nd round draft grade on him, going to the New York Jets. Kind of a shutdown corner type of guy. Not the most athleticism, but great size, physical player. Makes enough sense. I almost pushed him a little bit further down in my rankings, but I kind of like his type of player, so I kept him here as a 2nd round grade. But yeah, I mean, people thought he might go late 1st to... I can't remember where his consensus was. I think it was at some point in the 2nd. Little surprised Steve Wilkes is going for him. I don't know about his zone coverage. I feel like Wilkes would have wanted a more zone coverage guy, but you know, guys who are good in man coverage are always wanted. 2nd round draft grade on him. That's an A here at pick 73. And we are on to a new grading scale at pick 74. So no S tiers anymore in my grading. 2nd to 3rd round draft grade or better will get you an A. B is a 3rd round draft grade. We are in the 3rd round. We're in the heart of the 3rd round. And that's what gets you a B. What do you think of Brown's tight end pick? I mean, best tight end to ever play in college football. So, got that going for him. I like him a lot. I think can be your coaching staff. I think we'll get the most out of him. So I like the destination fit for him. It's a fun, nice weapon. He can be like, you kind of maybe needed a slot sometimes when you're going to like put Judy in there. So you can move him around and then you can move Judy out to the perimeter if you want to. on those types of plays. So I do think there's a natural spot for him to fill, given what you didn't fill up to that point in the draft, as well. To get on the field, if he can get on the field year one, which I think he should be able to. He's really good with the ball in his hands, so you'll scheme up some stuff for him. I did have tight end as a lower end, but a need for Cleveland, so I wasn't shocked by the position either. Where did we finish at? Wide receiver, cornerback, I mean. Oh, by the way, grading wise, there's on the screen there. Harold Fannin, give him a B/B+. I basically had him as like, that was a good pick. Azariah Thomas got an A. Denver's pick is in. San Francisco's on the clock. Will San Francisco take Robbie Oates? Will they take Lan? Why can't I think of your name, Lan? Running back, Lan Larison. Oh, I did have it right in my head. Tight end / fullback, Robbie Oates. These are guys who I think San Francisco would draft much later, but you never know. Maybe they'll draft them now. Will they take... Man, Damian Martinez still around. Caleb Johnson's still around to suck it, all you people who thought he was a surefire second rounder. Same with Dylan Sampson. Cam Scatterboo, you can tell me to suck it, because... Well, I didn't think he was a surefire second rounder. Just a my guy. He might not go till the 4th round. Do you think him and David could be a great top, if not best? I mean, I would say too early. I mean, you got Baltimore. His tight ends would be better. The Green Bay Packers duo, like, has the potential to get there in year 3. In terms of duos. Did Kansas City grab any tight end? No. I mean, as a duo, they'll definitely be up there. Well, the Chicago Bears probably going to have the best duo. Dallas might... Yeah, I have mocked Scatterboo to Dallas, but it just might not be till the 4th round. The NFL's not incredibly high on him, and it makes enough sense. They just don't think that he'll like be a second contract guy, because he plays very recklessly, and he already has an injury history because of that. So you just kind of expect that to continue into the NFL. Availability is kind of king. It makes enough sense. This is a Denver Broncos pick. This is a fit. I want to give this a plus. Because it's such a fit. Let's see how many other wide receivers already. I've given a lot of pluses out. I'm not going to give it a plus, but maybe I will, because it's going to be like an F. Yeah. I actually like him quite a bit, but apparently we are in that area where we are grabbing our favorite wide receivers. We've gotten through the guys who we think need to go. Pat Bryant is a big physical wide receiver, has major physical concerns. Major athletic concerns, sorry, not physical concerns. He's got good wide receiver size. I think I'm going to have to scroll down there. There you go. To get my 26th ranked wide receiver on there. I was a little bit lower than some on Pat Bryant, but I'd say the highest anybody would have had him was probably like 4th-ish to 4th, 5th round grade, I believe. Nah, man. He's my 206th overall ranked prospect. But he's such a Denver wide receiver. 49ers going to make their 49er pick. This is a guy I knew. I don't think I have him in my top 300. He visited Nick Martin, linebacker. I heard good things about him. I wanted to go back and watch him this week. There were a couple guys I wanted to go back and watch again. And Nick Martin was one of them. And I never got to it. But I have a 7th round to preferred free agent grade on him, I believe. Almost every team, he was on their list of top visits. I knew he was going to go fairly high. I'm a little surprised, 3rd round. But not very surprised that he gets drafted. Yeah, my 23rd ranked linebacker here. Major injury concerns. Major attitude concerns. I thought. I have major character concerns here. Potential physical concerns. A little undersized, if I recall off the top of my head. Nicholas Martin going to San Francisco. That's an F. He wasn't my guy. I know that. What did I have written on Nick Martin? Let's find out. We are taking our guys at this point in the draft. Nick Martin. I don't have a write-up for him? What? Oh, Nicholas Martin. What? Martin? There it is. Oh, he's got... spells it weird. 5'11", 222 pounds. Cowboys about to announce great pass rusher, quick trigger, versatile linebacker edge type player, sideline to sideline abilities from the interior linebacker. I mean, this sure sounds good. Athleticism is a plus. Good agility, footwork, and change of direction on the 4 bags drill was good. Weakness, poor run defender. Struggles to shed blocks. Sometimes he takes aggressive angles that don't always work out. Too patient. He's a junior, had a leg/knee injury in week 5 of the season, and he never returned. That's probably why every team was looking, bringing him in. He was extremely productive in 2023. Had 102 tackles then. So, yeah, the NFL liked him. I know that. And I know I was lower on him even than consensus. Not by, I don't think, a whole heck of a lot. There goes Savon Ravel, finally, to Dallas. Good pick, Dallas. So that's obviously going to be an A. Plus.
Rich, his health is important. Obviously, the health of the quarterback position for the Cowboys important in general. My understanding is Trayvon Diggs, the All-Pro, 2-time Pro Bowl.
No, I'll just give you an A. He wasn't quite a my guy, close to.
Tissue graft in his knee. It is a long recovery. It is a grueling recovery. The health of Ravel, all important considering Diggs' situation.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, so that's why he fell. If you heard that. I had heard good news on his injury recovery.
Hey, Carolina was stacking, just know that.
And here comes
The New England Patriots have traded the 77th pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 77th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Princely Umanmiele. Let's go!
There we go, baby. That's going to be an A+. He's my guy.
For one of the best defensive lines in the country, we saw Walter Nolan come off the board in the 1st round. This is a very long, rangy, athletic rusher who we had a chance to see up close at the Senior Bowl and can win with
There was...
speed and a little more finesse, CD, than just pure power. But this is how you would build a pass.
yeah, Savon Ravel's great for Dallas there. And then we got edge rusher here. My number 5 edge rusher. Princely going to Carolina. Is that Carolina's 2nd pick? Nice. That's an A+ for me. No more S tier.
DJ's talking about the same looking body type. Opposite him was Jaden Ivey, who's also in this draft. Same looking guys who could go get the quarterback.
I was 700 pounds.
Carolina definitely looked excited for that one. I don't blame them. Very different than what else. Didn't they take Nick Scorton? Yeah. So 2 very different edge rushers there. Definitely helping that defensive line. Do they get a defensive tackle yet? No, not yet. Arizona. All right. So Josiah Stewart still available. I expect him to go in this round at some point. The Buffalo already got their edge rusher, right? No. Didn't they? Yeah, Landon Jackson. Be a little surprised. Their edge rush room should be pretty full at that point. I thought they'd go for a designated pass rusher. They just went for another one of their types instead. Which, once again, I mean, I did mock him to them a few times. David Walker's probably not going to go at this point in the draft. I'm high on him. Look for CJ West, Joshua Farmer probably, Jamari Caldwell probably. Jordan Phillips definitely might not go in the third. Ty Robinson, would like to see him go. Don't know if he will. Chris Paul, I think borderline. I wanted to push that back to a third round draft grade on him. He's not exactly my guy, but I just really do like him also. And that's what kept me from pushing to a third round draft grade on him. So whenever it comes to time, I'm not going to give him like a plus. Because not quite a my guy, but I do like him quite a bit. Jalen Royals' health stuff, I wonder if that's impacting his grade or not at all. Torrey Horton should go probably by the end of this round. Jalen Noel's a guy a lot of people were really high on. The only reason I have him ahead of Torrey Horton was just his big play. He's more of a big play guy. You know, that's valuable. Running backs have been sliding. This is not a surprise. Every time I did a mock draft, this is kind of what it was looking like. It's just so hard to get these guys off the board sooner when, you know, you're just playing chicken with the rest of the league. So, Arizona said they're good on running back. I know some people thought maybe they'd draft one. Like Houston on the clock right now. Running back. Indianapolis, running back. Bengals, running back. Yeah, I would... This is usually around the area where I start to maybe get some of these running backs off the board. And once one is taken... Well, we should see at least 3 getting taken in the rest of the draft. Quite possibly 4, 5, 6, 7, and then, you know, let's say there's about 7 guys who could go. Tight end, we might not see anybody else go. I like Gunnar Helm. Alright, we are back. Charles Grant, I'll be interested to see if he does go or not in this round. I really like him and his ceiling. Jared Wilson, see if he'll end up going here. Marcus Mbow, a lot of people thought that he could be a first rounder. We'll see. I was a little bit lower on him. I could have even been lower on him than this, but I just kind of got convinced on him. Wyatt Milan, somebody I like. I try to get in by the end of the third. Sometimes it's hard. Oh, speaking of Jordan Birch.
Rushing out there on the edge, so we get a nice combination of the size, speed. We saw a little bit more of a steady bull rush with him. He's not going to just jolt you or shock you with that CD, but just kind of gets that steady, smooth move. And someone who will really chase and hustle on the backside of plays.
That's a big outside linebacker because that's how he was announced, Joel. So instead of thinking about...
So Jordan Birch, I got a third round draft grade on him. Edge rusher going to Arizona. They're doing a good job of adding some more guys to that defense. Another guy who's kind of a bigger dude, which makes enough sense for their staff there. So third round draft grade, that's going to be a B from me for Arizona. It's close to a B+. I kind of like Jordan Birch, so actually I'm going to give him that borderline my guy. Here, there he goes. And that's going to be a nice fit for Houston. I liked Torrey Horton even more for them, but Houston is about to draft Jalen Noel,
Latest selection.
wide receiver.
With the 79th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jalen Noel, wide
Slot.
receiver, Iowa State.
Vertical, very much a good replacement for Christian Kirk whenever he's done there, which could be 1 year, could be 2. And in the meantime, between him and Kirk, he could probably go play on the outside as their Z. So nice addition there. It's an A. Isn't it an A minus? No. He can disappear sometimes from the game. That's the thing is I do think he's susceptible to like strong man coverage. Press coverage, sorry, from like strong man corners. Indianapolis pick in. I think Cincinnati goes running back. They're up next. They're on the clock.
Big Ten player, maybe go to Indianapolis. They have Tyler Warren first round, JT earlier this evening.
Maybe Damian Martinez or Dylan Sampson. Or Caleb Johnson, really. Yeah, it could be anybody. Jonathan Taylor, running back for Indianapolis. You go pick up. Okay, that's a name. I don't know if he's in my top 300. Undrafted free agent for me. Is this Minnesota, right? Or is he Florida State or something? Yeah, Minnesota Gopher. Yeah, I remember that about him. Justin, that's gonna be an F here. For Indianapolis. Let's see here. We've already begun this. Oh man. No, there's some of this in last year's third round draft. Justin Wally, let's see here. I know some people like him a lot. By a lot, I don't think this high, but a lot. Justin, 5'10", 190 pounds. He's very experienced. He does well in man coverage, mostly in the short to intermediate range. And he's got some good ball skills. He struggles in zone coverage. He struggles with tackling, which to me, this is why I didn't like him, because I do think he's more of a slot nickel cornerback, but he struggles with tackling. I don't like that. Struggles with recovery speed. Senior from Minnesota has not improved over several years of starting. So, yeah, doesn't excite me too much. Ooh, this is a good pick. I like this next one. And this makes... I forgot they hadn't taken this position yet. Somebody who this is my guy.
With the 81st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Darian Fairchild, guard, Georgia.
So this will be a D+. I tried pushing him up my rankings several times.
That's a little bit of an upset there, but Fairchild has a lot of potential. To me, you're hoping the best is yet to come with him. He's got strong hands. He's a little bit tight. He was on the ground a little bit too much, but I love the effort and the tenacity. He was always looking.
All right, so you heard some of Daniel Jeremiah's take on him. 6'5", 318 pounds. He is a guard, which is exactly what they need. Very good pass blocker, very good run blocker, very good to great as a zone run blocker, which is a fit in Cincinnati's system. Good blocker at the second level in open space. That goes along with that zone blocking. He's got good lateral mobility. All these things why he's a good zone blocker. So great system fit. So actually, I'm going to give him 2 pluses because he's a my guy, and this is like a system fit to a T. Unreliable blocker in gap run scheme plays, can be overpowered, as they were talking about, ends up on his butt too often, lacks the mauler trait, and that's where I struggle to get him too much higher. A little bit too finesse for your likings as an offensive lineman. Does have a wrestling background, 2-year starter at Georgia. So, played against good competition. And, I mean, he graded really well against good competition, too, overall, you know, so. I think it's a fine pick. A little bit early. Think you could have gotten him later. But maybe not. And I like him. So my guy. Like, I would have... Wyatt Milam is somebody, you know, I would have gone over him. Marcus and Bo is somebody... you know, I feel similar about, ultimately. I do have a bit of a difference in the grade there, though, but... Like, I don't feel a whole lot different about those two, ultimately. So, you know, I guess when you break it down like that, third best guy on that list, that type of guy, and really it's between Marcus and Bo and him, in terms of you're really looking for that ultra wide zone style. Milam is good in zone blocking, not as mobile as them, though. Dylan Fairchild did not qualify for an RAS. He did have some explosiveness, really good broad jump for him. Justin Wally had a 5.97 RAS, so not great. A little above average at least, and that is due to his long speed, not his recovery speed. That's not great. His 10-yard split and his shuttle and his 3-cone, those weren't great. But he got good long speed to be out there on the man. So yeah, see, that's why his profile is all over the place for me. Because ultimately, like, you would think he's a press man corner. Or not even press. Like a zone match might work for him well. You just don't want him going laterally too much. You're not going to break down field well. He doesn't work against the run. I think you want him out on the perimeter, but he doesn't really have the size to play out on the perimeter. That's why I had him undrafted. Jalen Noel, by the way, wide receiver that got taken for Houston, 9.75 RAS. Very athletic. Deep threat. I think I need to clear some people off of this list. So Jalen Noel, gone. Princely Emmanuel was on there. I thought I got rid of him. What about Savone Ravel? Yeah, no, I didn't get rid of Savone either. Jeez. There we go. So Dylan Fairchild was my 82nd overall ranked prospect. So in terms of that, he went pretty much right where I had him. No, that's Dylan Sampson. No wonder why. I'm like, wait, that other one makes sense. Dylan Fairchild was my 127th ranked prospect. There we go. Kevin Winston is a little higher than that. Kevin Winston is my 66th ranked prospect. I think he's making my top 10, or he's just outside of it. Tone Setter, who got him? Tennessee. Nice addition to that defense. I like that. So safety. He is my third ranked safety. So a lot of people had Xavier Watts over him. Second, third round draft grade on him. That's an A. An A plus. He's a little boomer bust. I'm not going to give it a plus. But solid job there by Tennessee. Lynn Swan up on stage for Steelers, of course. Pick 83 of this wonderful draft in Green Bay. Look at my cornerbacks. There we go. And then, boom. Oh, this makes sense. Yeah. All right. That makes sense. They love that. So Caleb Johnson, running back, big zone, Iowa, zone, wide zone runner. And they do run a lot of zone there in their new offensive system. Not that new, but new now. Newish. Big boy. Yeah, breaks tackles. So he's going to say he thought he's faster than his 40 time. Didn't post a good 40 time. And yeah, I really didn't think that he was like athletically super impressive. And that's why I just wasn't as high on him. But at this point in the draft, that's an A, and that's going to be the case for a lot of running backs throughout this thing. I kind of want to give it an A-, but I won't. It's a good fit. It's a good system fit. That's part of the reason I won't here. So, yeah, that's good for them. Nice pick, Pittsburgh. They needed a running back, and they get one, and he's, yeah, definitely going to be their 1A. Jaylen Warren, their 1B. There we go. There's a good pick. My cornerbacks continue to go in relative order. As Tampa Bay, yep, makes a nice addition. Right there.
NFL draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jacob Harris, DB, Kansas State.
So I think he'll play in the slot. Not quite a my guy. The next one is Noah Williams. We'll see if he goes tonight. Might not.
You'll see him with some toughness as well on display. See, he takes on guards. He's got a little dog in him, and I think that's something.
Yeah. Tough dude. So early on in the offseason, I wasn't a big fan of him because I thought he struggled like with that dog mentality and against the run and everything, but I had misdiagnosed him. And so he was one of those guys who I didn't think had a home, just like I talked about with Justin Wally, who I don't think really works the best on the perimeter or in the slot. Maybe they see him as a safety. That could be, more of a safety profile to me. And that's where I kind of had Jacob Parrish, who would have been like an undersized safety. So when I went back to my cornerbacks and reevaluated, I was like, oh, I had this guy wrong. He does have a home. And that's in the slot. And I think he'll be pretty darn good. So that's a really nice pickup there for Tampa Bay. He was my overall 72nd ranked prospect. Going, 80-something there. And then Caleb Johnson was my 79th.
Kansas City Chiefs select Noel Williams, defensive back, California.
That's my boy. I was higher on him than a lot of people. There we go, baby. I love him. Noah Williams is my 73rd ranked prospect.
But to me, I thought this one is one that I was higher on than the rest of the league, and then the more you called around later, you started to find out he was getting a lot of juice.
Yeah, great. I was higher on you than you on him. Second to third round draft grade on Noah Williams, so that is going to be an A+ for, who took him? Kansas City. Nice job, Kansas City. They always take cornerbacks that I like. They take a lot of defenders that I like. Kansas City and I have very much agreed in terms of defensive draft decisions over the past 5-6 years. So, yeah, Noah Williams, a big physical, shut-down corner type of guy. Let me get my notes on him, because he is my guy. So, 6 foot and a half, 199 pounds. Very good in man coverage, press man coverage. Only allowed 48.5% completion rate against himself, 40.9 passer rating when targeted. Very good there. Very good in run support. which Kansas City always likes, so that makes sense. Very good tackler. Well, he's good at tackling. Appropriately physical given his size. Doesn't back down from anyone. He sticks in the hip of his man. He's got great ball skills and production. 7 interceptions in 2024 alone. He's got very good instincts. He can help on special teams as a kick returner or punt, probably, but as a kick returner as well. Little bit of issues with his footwork, and he often lets his hips jump his instincts, and then he can get caught out of position when he's wrong or if he's wrong, and he does struggle to recover in those circumstances. I said that he's a true shutdown corner, a 5th-year senior with consistently good production over the years. He impressed at the East-West Shrine practices and in the East-West Shrine Bowl game, and he has previous wide receiver and safety experience. The Rams are coming up. Did Seattle get a quarterback yet? You've still got to pick Cleveland. We shall see. Possibly. I love it. I don't. He's a person, you know. It's always sad to see people get their hopes up and then, you know. It's sad. I mean, he's at this point, he was deceived and lied to by somebody. But I believe this fall, yeah, it's a good thing he didn't go to the draft, right? Did he? Has he been there and they just have been respectable and not showing him? I don't recall. Because somebody bowed out. That was Jalen Milroe. No. I don't know. The Packers are on the clock. The Chargers pick is in, so we're at a commercial waiting on those. Might have them. I don't know. Nate Tice wrote that his comparison for Caleb Johnson is Honey, I Shrunk Derrick Henry. Yeah, I get that. Once he gets ahead of steam, he's hard to take down. Not the fastest, not the quickest for sure. But if you... I remember him talking about him. I think some of his bugaboo, which made sense with his tape, and some of my bugaboos on him, and I hadn't quite put it there, was like, when he gets stopped behind or at the line of scrimmage, he doesn't break those tackles, and he just gets stuffed, you know? But when he gets a head of steam in front of him, he's unstoppable. So that's kind of the Derrick Henry, but Honey, I Shrunk Derrick Henry. So, you know, a little less, more stoppable. And Danny Kelly says, does this mean we'll see him in 2027? Because it took Derrick Henry like 3 years to become the full-time starter. They kept trying to get other guys in there as running backs, and then they finally couldn't deny it anymore. All right.
Be able to play the run, play a gap and a half in that defense.
They just lost Bruno Ford, didn't they?
To the Rams, cross town.
Jesse Minter loves to play nickel, but he's got to have big guys up front to do it.
A lot more of that 4-2-5 now.
I thought he would go today.
It's an honor to be able to do this. I want to thank my Chargers family for allowing me to do this. I'm really grateful. With the 86th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Jamari Caldwell.
It's a good pick.
Oregon.
There you go. There's your
Crowd didn't know what to do with that. Big boy. Yep. Oregon. My 101st ranked prospect. I like him a lot. Let's see here. Where are you? Interior defensive lineman. Jamari Caldwell, 6'2", 342 pounds. Big boy. Very good in run defense. Very good pass rusher. 9.6% pass rush win rate. Solid. Pass rush combine drill was impressive for a man his size. He's heavy. Versatile alignment, nose tackle kind of guy, but he can do other stuff. His arms are shorter than you'd like them to be, and he lacks violence with his hands. Hand club drill, you could see it on that drill. He didn't have great punch. But, you know, a big plus. You know, a plus big man, we'll call him. And he is plus-sized, for sure. So I had a third-round draft grade on him. That's going to be a B at this point in the draft. kind of a my guy. I'm gonna go B/B plus on that one. And that was to the Chargers, and they have a need there too. Actually, they haven't. Yeah, nice fit. Yeah, good fit for them. I like it. B/B plus. I was thinking about just going straight B plus there because of the fit. You think Watts, the Browns, would be a good fit? Yeah, he's all right. I'm not like the biggest Watts guy. I think there are some concerns on his tape from me, but he's good. But yeah, I mean, he's like, it doesn't really matter what he can work in any system. Ultimately, I don't think the system matters a whole lot for him. So the Packers are picking at pick 87 here. We got a cat maybe on camera. I don't know. Jerry Kramer, David Robinson up on the podium. Oh, I'm so excited. We'll see what we do with this. No, they didn't. What are you talking about? It's a system fit. He's kind of a my guy. I'm excited. So I've had Savion as high as a 2nd to 3rd round draft grade on him. I ended up on a 3rd to 5th round draft grade on him. Just mostly because like it really depends the destination and the system that he went to. Green Bay I think can do good. I'm gonna give it a C++. You know, we'll do that. Good system fit. A Shanahan type system was where I was hoping that he could go because they just have a lot of experience throughout the tree of taking unique players and getting the most out of them.
He's looking to run through you and by you. He's incredible that way. The challenge in the rough 8 drop passes last year. Little inconsistency catching the football.
Yeah, Green Bay doesn't care about drop passes, so he's gonna go up. He's gonna go up and get some Jordan Love passes. He's also gonna take some snaps, and he's gonna take end arounds, handoffs. He's gonna line up in the backfield. He's gonna line up as a tight end. He's gonna line up as a wide receiver. He's gonna line up as a slot wide receiver, a perimeter wide receiver. He's gonna line up everywhere in Green Bay's system as they unfold him, as long as he works out. Huge upside swing in terms of just the element that he could bring. You know, he could be like your centerpiece of an offense, not necessarily like, it's not like he's what makes the offense go, but he's what makes it special. Like how Debo made San Francisco's offense special for a long time. Like how Kyle Juszczyk in certain game plans could make that offense special for those game plans when he was in his prime. That kind of player. Jacksonville on the clock 2 times in a row. Oh, this is a fun pick. I don't know that I'll get a great grade. Not going to get a good grade. But I like the player. Yeah, it's Caleb Ransaw of Tulane. Yeah, a lot of nickel cornerbacks in this draft. They were just talking about it's like the sweet spot to get nickel, but like that's just kind of a lot of what's left in this draft outside of there are a few perimeter guys still hanging around. But once you get outside of the guys who I have ranked in my top, like 4th round, it's like all nickel, including even like a lot of the safeties or guys who could just be nickels instead. So I have Caleb Ransaw quite a bit down there. I do like him a lot, so this is gonna be an F+. Going to Jacksonville. We'll see. Safety, cornerback. I don't know where they're gonna fit him. Could be either. They have needs in both. Like they said, probably going to be slot, nickel. I should have some good notes on him. Yeah, quite a few. 5'11" and a half, 196 pounds. He's a strong tackler, very good to great forcing completion rate of 26%, 9.96 RIS, and it shows up on the field. Highly athletic. He is a little short for a safety. He struggles mightily in man coverage. I wrote, he'll be best served as an off-the-bench chess piece who contributes on special teams. His versatility will be valuable in the numbers game that is a roster, and he can bring a creative defensive coordinator added value for 5+ defensive snaps a game dependent upon game plan. Senior year safety slash cornerback prospect from Tulane. Coming off a down year after impressing in 2023, they moved him around out of the slot a lot in 2024. He impressed during Senior Bowl practices, received last snap honors during Senior Bowl practices. So once again, nailed part of the interview process, helps him get drafted higher in a weak draft class. And, that athletics goes a long ways too. He's a really, really fun prospect. I thought a little more of a chess piece. We'll see. In terms of, taking him in the 3rd round seems a little high. But, I mean, maybe this draft class truly just is already out of, on a lot of guys, out of talent. 89th pick. Nice draft pick there. So they said they wanted to help get some more offensive line for Trevor Lawrence. Doing a nice job of getting some pieces for Trevor Lawrence while also addressing this defense, I believe, so far for this draft for Jacksonville. And Wyatt Milam, I have an late second, early 3rd round draft grade on him. There you are. Going to Jacksonville. I don't know about the fit there, really, system-wide. Doesn't matter. Wyatt Milam can work in any system. And once again, this will be an A+ here. He's a bit of my guy, so we'll get an A+ there. Nice job by Jacksonville getting Wyatt Milam. Yeah, Google Sheets. Bunch of Google Sheets. Just build it, and then you'll build it out every year. You're young, so do it how you do it, and then it'll work for your system. And just stick to your guns, kind of. Create your own system. You'll see what you like, what you don't like. Change it up each year. You're getting started a lot younger than me, so that'll help. So, Caleb Ransaw was my 132nd overall draft pick. So not too far down there, right? That's not too bad. And Wyatt Milam was my 87th overall ranked prospect from West Virginia. Savion Williams, did I cover that? No. My 118th overall ranked prospect, once again, very up and down on him. I never quite knew exactly where to put him because, once again, it was so specific to the situation that he landed in about what I thought of him at the end of the day. Green Bay's system, man, I think there's a pretty good shot. I'm a big fan. To get the best grade. But when I do the overall grade, I won't be so harsh on that one. So, that's a commercial. Los Angeles Rams at pick 90. What do we got? Goes to 102. 12 picks, or is it 13? Right? Because we got to count 90. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. More picks. So Charles Grant, Philly. I've definitely had him go this late. Philly, Cleveland, New England, New Orleans. I mean, Philly. San Francisco, Houston. Yeah, there's some opportunities for him to still go high up there on my offensive line list. Jared Wilson. Seattle coming up in a couple spots. Could be a destination for him. It'd be a good system fit. I don't know if they're willing to take 2 interior offensive linemen on both days 1 and 2 combined. Marcus and Bo still hanging out there. Not super surprised about that one. New Orleans would be a good fit for him. Seattle would be a good fit for him. I don't think they'll take another guard, though. I think they would take center over guard. Gotcha, my man. Well, welcome to hang out. Finish it over here with me. Cameron Williams, be interested to see if he does go. Developmental upside, size upside. Could also go like 5th, 6th round. Wouldn't be shocked. I think there's enough there to take a shot on him, but maybe I'm wrong. Logan Brown, the thought was that he'll go by the end of this 3rd round. He'd also be just those same teams that I said for Jonas, not Jonah, but for Marcus and Bo and Jared Wilson, really, Logan Brown would be a good fit for it, but he's a tackle, not a guard. See how Chase Lunt goes. Chase Lunt was a guy I liked. What do you?
Dylan Gabriel, Oregon quarterback, may actually go before.
Yeah, I said Los Angeles Rams for Dylan Gabriel.
That's kind of what he is. High energy, create a little bit. Certainly a name to watch.
Gents, wow, comment on that one?
Yeah, I had him quite a bit lower. I was asked on a show like who was a 5th, 6th round pick quarterback I thought had a chance, and that was Dylan Gabriel for me.
Here's the Rams.
So I projected Dylan Gabriel to the Rams. My most recent mock.
Let's get to it. With the 90th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Josiah Stewart.
Ooh, beautiful pick. There we go. So apparently he's a my guy. We got to say he's a my guy at this point.
Well, obviously they dove into their backfield last year. What do you think of Josiah Stewart?
He's a ball of energy. I mean, you've seen him.
He's a dog.
He does. He plays fast. He plays.
Rams, nice job.
He ran in the 4.8s when he tested at
It's an A+.
Pro Day. So I think that dropped him down a little bit. He had an opportunity, be a top 50, top 60-ish pick. The Rams got a discount price.
I don't know if I caught his pro day number, to be honest.
It's fun to watch.
You have something you want to say?
Apparently it was not good.
Mikey Sandershill from way back, and so Mike Sandershill lobbied the coaching staff to get him to transfer from Coastal Carolina to Michigan. And between
Yeah.
those 2 schools, the guy had 30 sacks and 47 tackles.
Not good.
for loss. I mean, he was a highly productive.
I guess that's why he falls. I seriously don't know that I caught that. Oh well. Rankings can't be perfect. Do you like him a lot though? 6'1", 249 pounds. He's got some juice. He's got great play speed. And I did specify play speed. He won with speed in college, almost exclusively, and that's where that hurts the draft grade. Absolute ability to flip his hips and drop into coverage is a plus. Could use for some further development, but he's got some highlights coming out of reps where he drops back. High character, toughest dude at Michigan, according to Brett Coleman and him talking to other Michigan defensive linemen. He's short arms, lack of hand control, whiffs too often. 99 percentile pass rush, win weight, however, and he did impress in the offseason. I am surprised Emory Jones Jr. is going this high, and Baltimore drafted him, so apparently I was wrong on that. I will just accept the L immediately on my thoughts on Emory.
Very good foot quickness. He's athletic out of his stance. He can absorb rushers. One of the issues with him is just opens up his gates. You'll see at times he'll kind of swing that leg open, and that ended up to some short edges and got some pressures. I thought he would better serve to kick inside and play guard, and I really liked him as a player, but they announced him as a tackle.
So Josiah Stewart was my 51st overall ranked prospect, and was in my top 10 there. Emory Jones is my 197th overall ranked prospect.
So they just want big guys up front, and they want versatile pieces.
Let's see, Daniel just said he thought of him as a tackle. How do I have him listed? He said guard. I have him listed as a tackle. I had a late 5th to early 6th round draft grade on him.
7-5, 7 Buckeyes, 5 Wolverines. 7-5 was Michigan's record.
There he is. Going to Baltimore. That's got to be an F or no? Yeah. That's an F minus. I'm not a believer of Emory Jones. There we go. Sorry, Baltimore. Seattle, 92nd pick of this draft, and we are about to change over to a new drafting scale after that.
This is so good. This is a family call right here. With the 92nd pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks have selected my nephew, quarterback, Alabama, Jalen Milroe.
You knew he was going at some point here. Jalen Milroe, my 5th quarterback. Absolutely elite running. Let's let them take it over.
Mike McDonald came from Baltimore. There was a quarterback once upon a time coming out of college. We said it was an electric.
3rd round draft grade on him, so that's a B.
Yet as a passer. This isn't Lamar Jackson. I'm not saying that, but you can see the blueprint for how to operate and to bring in a quarterback with this style of play. He's someone the running we'll get to in a second, but attacking the seams, similar to Lamar, that he's way better working in the middle of the field than outside the run stuff, though, guys. He is electric. He is so fast. When he gets
He was my 93rd ranked prospect overall.
so you can see this all coming together and the fit making sense.
Shador continues to slide. My boy Jalen Royals, come on, let's get him off the... Let's get him going here. And Jared Wilson for my own looks. And Torrey Horton. Those are the names I'd like to see go. I'm cool with Xavier Watts falling, because I actually, once again, I had kind of a... I was less impressed with him than others. But he'll probably end up going here. We'll see. So, yeah. Oh, I was going to grab my quarterbacks here. "6'2", 219 pounds. He's a dual threat, obviously. He's a playmaker, obviously. Great throw power. Quick release. He's inconsistent. We'll get to that with his accuracy. But he's got good ball placement. He knows what he wants to do. He just doesn't do it consistently. Holds onto the ball for a little bit too long. Takes too many sacks. He's inconsistent. I'd say he's not ready yet. Well, he should get some time to learn. Doesn't throw on the run well. One of those things. He's mobile, but when he's not using his correct mechanics, you know, his throw is even worse. Lacks timing with his receivers and inaccurate. Turnover worthy play rate was fine, 2.5%. Nothing to be, nothing great, nothing terrible. And he struggled at the Senior Bowl. Remained inconsistent at the Combine as well. Didn't have a great offseason. Had he could have pushed himself up, you know, into a late first round kind of guy. But he did not kill the process. He is extremely dangerous, though. I have a Google Sheet for every, in terms of my strengths, weaknesses, notes, yes. I have a Google Sheet for every position. I don't know how other people do it. There's a lot prettier Google strengths, weaknesses. There's a lot, you know, people make a lot better ones than I do. Say that. So, if you get the chance, I would look around out there and see if you can't figure out how to make some prettier ones. If you want to do this a long time, if you want to do it for a career or anything like that, than what I do with my sheets. But this, what you're seeing on the screen on the far left, this one, no. positional board, that's just one sheet. It's just my scouting reports are separated by position. But then I put them onto here as one. I might have inspired you to cover the draft, but I'm trying to inspire you to be better than me. Saints take Jonas Sanker. Not a shock. Guy who I knew would go higher than, I think I have a 6th-round draft grade on him. Knew he would go higher than that. Where are you, Jonas? 5th to 6th round draft grade on him. It is a little high for me. I would have thought like 4th round, but we're, yeah, you know, pretty close there. 5th, 6th round draft grade at pick 94, 93. Okay, on a new scoring sheet. That's an F. That's an F. Sorry, New Orleans. I liked other safeties more. Cleveland on the clock. Are you excited, Michael? Who do you think is going to be? I wonder if this is going to be Dylan Gabriel or Kyle McCord here. I think it could be. Because once the 4th round comes around, or Quinn Ewers or Will Howard, they're going to start going. So if you got one that you want, now's probably the time to get him. I assume they have an early 4th round pick. But this makes sure that nobody jumps ahead of you for that. Get off of here, commercials. Stop it. Stop it. They make YouTube mad at me. They might already be mad at me. My views were good early on. But I doubt it. I just think that happened. Alright. Jonas Sanker, 7.06 RAS. You know, alright in that department. Geno Smith trade lands Seattle Jalen Milroe. So they got Jalen Milroe as a part of that trade. They are expected to make a package for Jalen Milroe to use his speed. So that's fun. In Seattle. Oh, I called it. I called this freaking pick. Do you know who it is yet? Jonas Sanker, by the way, was my 184th overall pick.
Two-time coach of the year, and a guy who's, one would think, in search of a young quarterback in this draft, certainly with Deshaun Watson out for this season, and who knows what his future is there.
My 92nd overall player, about to go to Cleveland.
And looks so great in this offense. He's there. And then they started tonight. No quarterback with 2 picks, and then they went again, no picks for the quarterback spot. And here we are. I mean, you have to think they're going to add a young...
Come on, let's announce it. I already know what it is.
At some point in time, one's coming. We said offense. They've got Judkins, the running back. They've got Fan in the tight end.
I freaking called this pick. Guess I did. Not that I didn't call it once or twice earlier.
Well, it's already late tonight. We got a whole day tomorrow.
Rich Eisen. Slapping down. Dane.
With the 94th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Dylan Gabriel.
That's a my guy, baby. That's an A+.
Gabriel is going to Cleveland. We just saw 2 more quarterbacks taken here in the third.
That's my boy. Little Russell Wilson-esque, but also really good system fit. Really good system fit. Love the fit. You should become a fan because he might be your quarterback in the future. I don't know that they'll be taking quarterback next year. We'll see. But I think he could do it. I had a 3rd round draft grade on him. He goes in 3rd round there. Late 3rd round. I had a mid 3rd round draft grade on him. So I think it's a good deal. There we go. His dad played at Hawaii. It's in his veins. Ice in his Hawaiian roots veins. Lava in his heart. Little man, big heart. Dylan Gabriel. Let's get to it. 5'11", 203 pounds. Throws a real nice spiral. You like a good spiral from a quarterback. It's good. It's a tight ball. It gets where they want him more often than not. And you know what? He was incredibly accurate. And he's got some good ball placement. He's got some good pre-snap recognition. He knows when to attack deep. He does a nice job of not getting too aggressive and just, playing it smart. He's got plus athletics. He stresses defenses going outside of the pocket, kind of like a Russell Wilson type of athleticism. He's elusive inside of the pocket. He's got a 1.7% turnover-worthy play rate. These are all things that your head coach loves in this system. Weakness, his height, his weight. He struggles when he gets into the red zone when the spaces converge, get tight. He's got to get a little more. He's got to get a little bit more quick with the trigger. He lacks precision in his mechanics. A little tighter mechanic-wise wouldn't hurt. Good instincts. Bad instincts, bad anticipation. That's what I was talking about with the anticipation. Those are the reasons that he struggles in the red zone. You got to anticipate more, and he just doesn't have that, hopefully yet, for their sake. Average time to throw, 2.78 seconds. That's okay. That's fine. Not great, not bad. Multiple-year starter, very experienced. Will be a good fit in a West Coast-style offense, the meta offense of the NFL right now, the exact offense that you run there in Cleveland. Don't worry, you're not missing anything out on Io Manor and Will. 13.9% pressure to sack conversion rate, also average. Not too terrible, not great. My boy, center. There we go. New England. Oh, yes, I have made this pick before for New England. Very nicely done. New England taking more offensive line. You know what is up. This is fantastic. That's an A+ grade for me. A 2nd round draft grade on him. Incredibly athletic. Oh, Will Howard? Nah, man, you don't want Will Howard. He couldn't even throw the ball with his shorts on very well. He got a bad combine. I know that you want Will Howard. I'm just saying you don't. Atlanta may be a little bit upset. They didn't get their center prospect that I've given them several times. Here he goes. Ooh, they do get their safety, though, which I gave to him once or twice.
Real quick, I want to introduce my son, Jonah. I appreciate you being here with me tonight, buddy. We got a trade. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 96th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. And with the 96th pick in the 2025 draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Xavier Watts.
Here we go. Safety, Xavier Watts. What did I do there? Why did I give that? To Atlanta. It's an A minus.
They couldn't get off the field. This guy not only can help you get off the field, CD, he will take the football with him off the field.
So, I got to get into it with Xavier Watts, right? What were my concerns on him? Because a lot of people really had him ranked highly, liked him. I was a little bit lower on him. And I wasn't too far away from being even lower on him than I was. I could have found more evidence for my reasons here. So Xavier Watts. There we go. 5'11.5", 204 pounds. Great in man coverage. 15.6% forced incompletion rate. That's good. 30.1 passer rating allowed in all types of coverage. That's good. Very good, you know. Very good against the run. Comes down, helps. You like that. Good high football IQ. Notre Dame, that's pretty standard there. Smooth transitions, quick feet, and fluid hips. And I think we might get back to that one. He plays with a good motor. He's a playmaker. Got some good instincts. You'd love to have good instincts there. 5 forced incompletions and 6 interceptions in 2024. Very nice. Scheme diverse. You know, he's definitely not a guy who's you couldn't use in one scheme or the other. He works fine in both zone and man coverage. He's very good in. Arrives at the point of attack with reckless abandon. He gets out of control. That was a weakness. He's a little too reckless for me. And his athletic testing was very average, and I do see some of those limitations on film. I wrote, however, he makes up for a lot of that with his play, his instincts, his quick reaction, his read and diagnose, taking good angles, his high IQ. The question is, will that be enough at the next level? I do think that those athletic limitations show up on the film at the college level, and that makes me wonder, is that going to become a big issue at the next level? And I think that's where you see him fall. Next pick I love here for Houston, Jalen Smith there. So we'll cover that in right now. Showed up for a lot of the bigger games too for Notre Dame, so you like to see that. Cornerback, Jalen Smith. Let's cover that. 5'10.5", 184 pounds, great in man coverage, ultra sticky, very good in run sport. He's a good tackler. He appears to have a good football IQ. He's quite versatile. He's experienced at the nickel, and he can contribute as a defensive back, as a blitzer at times too. He lacks a little bit of sand in his pants. He's on the lighter side there, 184 at that height. Needs to get his head turned around. He does not turn around his head, and that shows up in his ball production. He doesn't really have any ball skills, and he doesn't really have any production. 2 interceptions over the last 3 years as a starter. He's unreliable in zone coverage, unfortunately, despite being so good in man coverage. And, of course, most teams run more zone than they do man, but being good in man coverage is a huge asset. It's a little bit easier to teach zone than it is man. And can he remain on the boundary in the NFL is going to be the big question for him. I tend to lean from, he doesn't have to. We'll just say it like that. He had a really nice rep at the Senior Bowl that caught my eye, and he is a senior who moved from the slot to the perimeter in 2024, and he improved. He actually played better on the perimeter than he did in the slot. So where did he go? He goes to Houston. I think they'll just like his versatility, I assume, and figure out where he's best at home there. That's a really nice pick for them. I say all these nice things. I had a 6th-round draft grade on him, but he was my guy. As were a lot of defensive backs, honestly, that are left. So Jalen Smith going to Houston. 6th round will get you an F. Sorry, dude. So I have faith. You can see. You can't see yet. Hold up. This is going to be, I think, why I didn't get too high up on him there. Major athletic concerns and major physical concerns. So, undersized, under-athletic, major concerns. Like I was presenting to you two there, some questions about where his home may be. You should be able to work in the slot, but he did better at college level along the perimeter. probably can't live on the perimeter all day long. Maybe as a third cornerback, a depth piece. You know, you take him at this point in the draft. Well, in this draft, maybe they are just looking at him as a depth piece. I think there's guys who have better starter upside left around, but maybe they just say, we love that versatility as a depth piece all around on our defense. That's possible. But yeah, my guy, I like Jalen Smith. This is some major concerns around there surrounding his physical and athletic traits. And so that was a trade with Minnesota. Good job at Minnesota, finally trading back. Yomenor, yeah, probably would be fine for the Browns. They would like him. Went up to pick 98 here, Las Vegas, and then 99, Las Vegas. One of those picks is in. I'm sure they already know the second. Xavier Watts was my 67th overall ranked prospect. Jared Wilson was my 60th overall ranked prospect. He was in my top 10. And Jalen Smith was my 212th ranked prospect. Could have been a little higher than that. That's just where he landed. Once you get down there, you know, it is what it is.
This one is fresh. Another one is currently.
Let's go, Raider Nation! Every meaningful opportunity I had in my life came because of the Raiders, and I'm very thankful. Many great franchises and many great players, but I'm very thankful for what the Raiders did for me as a player, as an assistant coach, even as a sideline reporter. And I'm thrilled for the opportunity this young man's going to have. At the Raiders, we say, once a Raider, always a Raider. And this man's going to have a great career with the 98th pick in the NFL 2025 draft. The Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders, select Caleb Rogers, guard from Texas Tech.
San Francisco's on the clock. Good pick. Good pick. I like Caleb. He was somebody I was a little higher on than the consensus. Still a 4th round draft grade for me. Guard tackle, potentially? C. It's a C+. I liked Caleb Rogers. I think he's got a chance.
I think some people actually think that he could move inside totally and be a center as well. There's been some of that discussion, but with Jack
They don't need a center.
now going from guard to center.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't need a center. All right, so Las Vegas pick is in again.
There seemed to be a theme when you look at some of these teams, and with the Raiders, it's been physicality. We just saw a physical guard, we saw the most physical back in Ashton Genty, the most physical wide receiver in Jack Fesh. They're creating that identity here. Pete Carroll,
Makes sense. Pete Carroll.
Together year one in Vegas. We've talked a lot about will they or won't they take Shedeur Sanders, but one thing we know they're doing is they're getting more tough and they're getting more physical.
One thing you know about coaches.
Right now would be the time if they want to take a quarterback to take one. Oh, baby! Here we go. He did go off today. Thank you. Las Vegas. Once again, Las Vegas taking players I like. His dad. His dad's a part of it. There we go, baby. Small school guy. I like him a lot. He performed extremely well at William and Grant. He lacks power. He needs to get power into his game. So I think get him into the weight room, get him on a better diet, whatever the case. Get him a little meat on him, make it good meat. Give him a year, okay? Bring him out next year. Could be a stud. I think his ceiling's incredibly high. That's why I was so high on him, was his ceiling. So he got an A+ grade from me. Where are you? Offensive line. So there you go. You can see him, my 7th ranked offensive lineman in this class, Charles Grant. Obviously, maybe I was a little bit high on him. I knew I was a little bit high on him. Maybe I was a little too high on him. We'll see. We'll see when all is said and done. And then Caleb Rogers there, I was high on him. Maybe I wasn't high enough on him, and gave them a C. So Las Vegas going 2 offensive linemen back to back. Pete Carroll's in town, going to establish the run. It all makes sense. They're going to make sure they're good. So I like this investment here at the late end of the 3rd round on a couple of offensive linemen that they believe in. And one that I definitely believe in, the other that I was a pretty big fan of and did well in my metric that I created this offseason for guards, that being the block radius metric. So a good combination of length and movement skills for Caleb Rogers. Hiccups. He's one of my favorite players in this draft. Carson Schwessinger. Maybe my 3rd favorite player. There's Jahdae Barron. There was him. There was, who am I not thinking of here? Jihad Campbell. And then probably Carson Schwessinger. So 2 linebackers. Not too rare for me. I love linebackers. And then Andrew Makuba would be up there. So, I mean, we'll just say he was in the conversation as a top 5 favorite player. Trey Amos, you know, kind of up there in that conversation-ish. You know, Walter Nolan and Kenneth Grant, to a lesser extent, though, I would say, for them, than the linebackers for sure. So, yeah, to a lesser extent. You know, Cam's kind of up there in that conversation. Terrence Ferguson is kind of up there in that conversation, but definitely to a lesser extent. Jaden Higgins would be up there. So, definitely top 5. Favorite player in the draft, we'll say. Looking at all my favorites there. Apparently at noon. Probably like right at noon. I just kind of wake up and get set up and ready and play it by ear, kind of. So you text me earlier, I got your number. You switched your numbers? What you doing moving around so much so young? I might go 11:40, might not. I'll probably at least go like a little bit early if going on yours. Yeah, but why don't you say keep the same number? You can ask them to keep the same number, so you don't have to give a new number. I've had the same number since I was in probably like 8th grade summer or something like that. Maybe I got a cell phone then. Maybe 7th grade. Maybe I had one in grade school. I've had the same number since forever. Cell phone. Never had a different one. I've switched providers several times. Well, maybe not several. A few times. Alright. Alright. A lot of people like Upton Stout quite a bit. Upton Stout of Western Kentucky. Going to San Fran. I would say system fit, I think. I mean, obviously, you know, they drafted him, but yeah, I think he's kind of a bit of a dog. Where the heck are my notes? Do I have him in my cornerback still? Yeah, so I have him listed as a cornerback. I think they said they're drafting him as a safety, which would be Makes sense. I have him as a cornerback, but I have safety right next to him. Nope, cornerback. All right, so Upton Stout, 5'8.5", 179 pounds. Great in run support, and he rarely misses a tackle. So that's, yeah, San Francisco guy. Good in man coverage, very physical, good click and close, twitched up, quick footwork, fluid hipped. Yeah, this is a fit. Stop and go ability is fantastic. Can bring the heat as a blitzer, recover speed. Weakness, he's light in the pants and on the short end. Struggles in zone coverage. Gets grabby when he gets beat. He struggles to shed blocks. His play strength is an issue. He gets out-physicaled by larger players. He doesn't track the ball well deep, and he guesses, and he gets there early sometimes, as you would imagine, which, of course, leads to flags. He played safety in the slot in college, and he impressed and played up to the competition during the Senior Bowl practices. So once again, another one of these guys that impressed at the Senior Bowl, going early. Look at that. All these guys who I have as later draft picks, but did really well at the Senior Bowl or other events there, are going in this draft. Yeah, I mean, I have a draft grade on him, 7th round draft grade. I do like him. Those are some really nice notes. He is not my guy, but he will be getting a plus for the fit in that San Francisco defense. And we are coming up to the last pick. Oh, another guy who I know I was low on. Savion Jones. A lot of people loved him. Denver.
They're a good player. Just to finish up your point, though, Rich, what they did to overcome that Russell Wilson contract, all I could think of is Kevin Garnett.
All right, so Savion Jones, well, first let me get rid of Upton Stout. Get rid of him. So Upton Stout was my 245th ranked player in my top 296. IP14, how are you doing? Welcome in. I'm doing well, my man. Thanks for asking. Savion Jones, I have undrafted, I believe. I knew he was going to go drafted, but my grade on him, no, 6th to 7th round draft grade on him, which is still going to be bad, grade-wise. But this is not a surprise, him going 3rd, 4th round. A lot of people liked him quite a bit. Final pick of the draft is in with Minnesota. So Savion Jones, that is going to be an F for him. Went to Denver. Let's see, what did I not like about Savion? 6'5.5", 289 pounds. He's tall. He's extremely girthy. These are the good things. He's powerful. He's got some knockback punch to him. He can set the edge against the run. He has pass rush moves in his repertoire, and he's high effort, which, these things are all good. Weakness, he's a terrible tackler. He has poor strength, with only 19 reps on the bench, showed up. He lacks any counters, he's inconsistent, and he begins an extremely low stance, which I think causes wasted movement and slows down his reps. Breakout as a pass rusher in 2024, his 4th year at LSU. Utilization went up each year. Received last rep honors, day 2 at the Senior Bowl. I guess maybe I was a little too low on him, but I remember the film on him. I thought there were some major issues. Let's go, Ty Felton. I think I just lowered his grade the other day. Maybe I shouldn't have. I'm a fan of Ty. I had him pretty highly ranked. So, for instance, to start the off-season for Ty Felton, since I'm here, I had a 3rd round draft grade on him. I don't think it's the same anymore. Savion, that's what I was here. I was looking for Savion. I just never been high on him. Alright, so Ty Felton's very speedy, athletic wide receiver. We'll finish this off with, me covering him. Let's see here. IP. Let's see. Denver just traded to Philadelphia. Thoughts on Shedeur not getting selected? Surprising. I think his dad has a lot to do with it, and obviously he has something to do with it. Yeah, once you fall out of the 1st round as quarterbacks, it's not always great. yeah, I mean, it's not his on-field play. It's off-field stuff. It's his attitude, maybe for some teams. It's definitely his dad for a lot of teams. Yeah, they didn't handle the process the best, you know. So, I'm surprised, you know. Obviously, the conversation was not that he wouldn't go in day 2. For the most part, the conversation was he might not go in the first round. So for Tai Felton, he is my 169th ranked prospect. Yeah, I did push him down in my grades. Oh, I hate when I do this, and then they get drafted higher, and then I'm like, ah, shoot. So like I said, I had a 3rd round draft grade on him the first time that I watched his tape. And, you know, his athletic testing was excellent. That's probably what helped to get him drafted here. Physically, he's a little bit undersized. That was the concern on him. I ended up with a... Where are you? Let's just get this off, because that at this point ruins my concentration. I ended up with a 5th round draft grade on him. Just slowly pushed him down all off season, and then recently I pushed him from... Yeah, I don't know. Last 3 weeks, a couple times, pushed him down a little ways each time. Trying to get you the wide receivers here on the screen. Before I give my grade, there you are. Tai Felton, 21st overall ranked receiver, went to... Who got him? Out of Maryland, Minnesota. Nice. Good pickup. Bit of a my guy. So we give that an E+. Yeah. I might regret lowering him when all is said and done, and I might regret not going high enough on Isaac Tesla when all is said and done. But I was higher on both of these guys than a lot of people, at least, so got that going for me. Let's see here. I don't like him as a prospect. Which rookies are you targeting for fantasy? I mean, you know, Ashton Genty. I mean, it depends where they're supposed to get drafted. Ultimately, that's how it always depends. I don't target players. I target players that are good at the spot that I'm going to be taking them. You know, I try not to overdraft guys, and I try not... And I'm happy to underdraft guys, I suppose, if they're still available, but I also want to attack guys. But yeah, I mean... Let's see. TreVeyon Henderson would probably be decently up there. Caleb Johnson... Quinshon Judkins, probably not fantasy-wise going to be overly excited about that, despite him, you know, going earlier than both of them. Omarion Hampton to Los Angeles Chargers. They got Najee there, but I mean, Omarion's just like a juiced-up Najee, so I feel like Najee only takes... I mean, I don't think he takes a whole lot of reps a game. Tyler Warren to Indianapolis, not going to be targeting that. Colston Loveland in Chicago. There's a lot of targets to be spread around, so not going to be targeting that. Terrence Ferguson in LA. Maybe in a strategy where I'm taking 2 tight ends late. Could bet on him and Mason Taylor, you know? If I just want to take 2 rookie tight ends late, hope one of them works out. That would make sense. Seattle, Elijah Arroyo could also be in that conversation. And then wide receivers. Let's see. Jaden Higgins goes to Houston. Is that right? They got a good one. Yeah, that'll be somewhere. Tyrell McMillan, not necessarily. Travis Hunter in Jacksonville. I feel like he's going to be getting drafted really high. Trey Harris for the Chargers. That's really going to depend on where he's supposed to get drafted. Like, not Emeka Egbuka, you know, even though he goes in the first round. Matthew Golden, Green Bay. I don't think there's enough there. He'll probably be getting drafted higher than I'll feel comfortable with him. Jack Besh in Las Vegas. That's somebody who will probably not get a whole lot of love, but I bet you he'll be relevant in fantasy. Man, Houston took both Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins. Sick. Is that right? Oh my god. I love it. Luther Bird in Chicago. Don't care about that too much. Savion Williams. I'm not going to get enough for Savion Williams. Isaac Tesla in Detroit would be like... my mind's blank, but... You know, he would be somebody in a dynasty league to take as if you have the ability to on your roster. In the thing where you draft against free ball, what's that freaking called? Best ball. Isaac Tesla might be like a late best ball guy. Jalen Milroe in Seattle. He's going to get some stuff. That's not going to matter. Dylan Gabriel in Cleveland. Honestly, like, if the offseason news is good on him, might be a second quarterback or something like that in line for him. And once again, Dynasty, if I got some room on the back end of my roster, add him in there as a quarterback. Cam Ward for Tennessee, probably not going to get too excited about that. But there's some, you know, some level of unknown. So once you get to those like unknowns, I'll put them there. RJ Harvey in Denver. There we go. Kind of skipped over that. That'd be a running back. That might be a good deal. We'll see. We'll see what the fantasy community ends up doing with some of that. Ty Felton. We'll wrap this up with my Ty Felton write-up, which should be pretty positive and maybe sound better than a 5th round draft grade, because when I wrote most of it, I had him with a higher grade. 6 foot, 185 pounds. Good efficiency at 2.32 yards per route run. Good to very good against man coverage, which is important. That's probably part of what I got him a little bit higher on. Obviously, he's got some athletic upside. One of the best athletically talented wide receivers in this class. Very good acceleration, very good speed, very good to extremely good explosive profile. So extremely good would be elite. So great explosiveness, good speed, very good speed, near elite acceleration and speed. Outside to inside versatility for lining up. So yeah, he's got the size to play outside there and the speed, of course, but he's also got the ability to work from inside the slot. His route running is a plus. Good spatial awareness. Weaknesses for him. Minor physical concern from very short arms. Make him, you know, a smaller target. He's very slender. Injuries. Unreliable as a, you know, he's not going to add anything as a blocker. Could be a more physical player. Gets pushed around a little bit with press man coverage type things. And he's poor in contested catch scenarios. Let me just join you on your channel, my man. I want my whole screen. Could clean up his release. So yeah, not a clean release. Struggled mightily versus good competition and beat up on bad competition. Let's see. I did write him as an X receiver. As a receiver, I really like him in the slot. It's his lack of physicality, quick release, and unreliability as a blocker that gives me concern there. Of course, that depends on the system. Some systems, you really don't need to be a good blocker. They don't care. Otherwise, I'd say he profiles really nicely as a Z. It's going to depend on the scheme. I'd prefer him not go to a Shanahan scheme to get the most out of him. And so he goes to Minnesota. That is a Shanahan-style scheme. But Shanahan style schemes get the most out of anybody anyway. So I assume Yeah, that's an interesting wide receiver room. That might be the replacement ultimately for what's the wide receiver that they have? The other wide receiver that they have? Oh, the other wide receiver that they have. Not named Justin Jefferson. But until then, they're gonna have a lot of speed and vertical attacking their scary opponent. So I will be live streaming tomorrow. My grades are in. Let's see. What's who's left on my top 10 here? That's a surprise. Obviously, Shedeur Sanders. Jalen Royals, not a complete surprise. I just like him a lot. Charles Grant did get taken. Let's get that cleaned up. Cam Scatterboot, not a surprise. It's pretty well known that he probably wouldn't even be going day 3. Kyle McCord, 4th. Braden Swinson, 5th. A lot of people loved him. Thought he could go round 1. I did not. Thought he's all right. That's pretty good. Was cool with him on day 3. Pushed him up a little bit. Peer pressure. I blame him. But no, Braden Swinson's good. I think he's good. I think the depth at edge pushed some of these guys back a little ways. Torrey Horton. Not a surprise. Nick Scorton. He got drafted, didn't he? Yeah, I remember it. Carolina. So that one I never took off there. Where are we at? Boom. Marcus and Bo, that's a surprise for a lot of people. A lot of people had him a lot higher. Gunnar Helm, not really a surprise. Damian Martinez, Dylan Sampson, I think that's about 10 there. At least running backs, not a surprise that they're not off. A lot of people do think that they would have been worthy of being drafted by now. But just not a huge surprise. Let's see if Jacksonville takes Damian Martinez tomorrow. That was kind of my pick. Jack Sawyer still available. Some people thought he would have gone much earlier. Yeah, not too surprising in terms of guys that I've still got around, despite definitely some surprise, a few surprise picks going on today. But, yeah, not a crazy list. I've got about 100 people in, and I've only got, like, 20 names left there. All right. So, that's it. That's it. I'm going to bed. Have a good one. I will see you tomorrow around noon here. I forgot where I have it. There we go.